Gentle beats.
How you think you Aboriginal when you look just like an African? Call them out for a debate. Pick the video and then I laugh at them. Many niggas ain't even know shit. I kept trying to get this nigga to share my screen, he wouldn't even show this shit. And they keep trying to play the straw man like they ain't noticing. But he out here blind as hell, he talking about his eyes open. He think he really doing something, whole time I ain't even going. I told him come on and share that screen, the apple you pump fake. Call him Chippy, he don't even pop out, cheap holiday ends. Like he started something, but he can't even defend. After Apple's looking at you like shit, what you on? I ain't gonna let cost money lucky take the decoy moves. He say fuck the Apple doctrine, man, he can't stand up. He say fuck that look of shit, my nigga, he said nothing. Hey, you better quit lying, no granny nigga shit, tell you that shit. How you got open smoke panel when you known for ducking phase? How you think you Aboriginal when you look just like an African? Call them out for a debate. Pick the video and then I laugh at them. Many niggas ain't even know shit. I kept trying to get this nigga to share my screen, he wouldn't even show this shit. Then they keep trying to play the straw man like they ain't noticing. But he out here blind as hell, he talking about his eyes open. He think he really doing something, whole time I ain't even going. I told him come on and share that screen, the apple you pump fake. I told him come on and share that screen, the apple you pump fake. How you got open smoke panel when you know?
When a lot of these niggas come up here,
Post up in the ring and put your information on the table.
it hit buzz the fuck up. What are Aborigines at up in here, man? Do your homework on AP. Asking where the Aborigines at, bro. Do it, deal. Y'all know my song. Turn me up.
I had to really step back and look at my situation for what it was. I had to look at my life like it was a movie. I had to look at all the moving parts. So I could really understand what it was. They say love make you blind. Yeah, I'm introverted. I don't talk to niggas cause I'm constantly serving. I got a trap on top of my bed, I got a murder. Head goes out about the streets, wanna murder. This shit come with burdens. The streets wanna murder. Streets wanna murder. I told you that this thing of us come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. Paint the city red. All the shit I seen replaying in my head. The streets talking, so we call them boys instead. Black wanna murder and they call winner the feds. And I thought they put it, but it was right, really. Niggas was crooked.
Tap in, Aborigines. Tap in. All Aborigines tap in.
I know the streets listen when I talk, I can't abuse it. I can't abuse it. I can't abuse it. No, I can't abuse it. I don't talk to niggas cause I'm constantly serving. I got a trap on top of my bed, I got a murder. Head goes out the block, the streets wanna murder. This shit come with burden. I'm introverted. I don't talk to niggas cause I'm constantly serving. I got a trap on top of my bed, I got a murder. Head goes out the block, the streets wanna murder. This shit come with burdens. The streets wanna murder. Streets wanna murder. I told you that this thing of ours it come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. If you're a baby, you know why I get stuck in it.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We got a very, very, very special day for you guys. We got a fire debate. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. I want to say peace and love. We are expecting a fight. We are expecting a battle. We're expecting war between these two brothers. They're coming to put on a classic to end the Big Aboriginal Power Debate League and to end the year this year with one of the fire heavyweight jams. If you guys are ready, drop those fire emojis. Turn me up. Y'all know my slogan. Man, let's get right into it. Who we got coming in here right now? Uh-oh. We got one of the brothers in here.
Yeah. No matter where I go, I'm always putting in that work, man. Put your feelings aside, get to that bag, nigga. You only got one life to live. How you gonna live your life? Get that bag, get through. Get that bag, get through. Hey, yo, 40, what you cooking? I've been insane, don't fuck with no lames. Just get the money and quit the complaining. Driving the foreign, affording the statement. Bitches is on me, they know that I made it. I'm dodging these studies like I'm in.
We got not a coincidence in the building, family. We got not a coincidence in the building. Dropping fire emoji. Let's go.
The nigga, I'm flipping. Look at me, mama, I made it. Swear on my presence like I was the baby. Don't fuck on my old bitch, I got a new lady. I couldn't wife it cause she was fugazi. Wasn't a hoop, now I'm in a Mercedes. She ain't got nothing where she could persuade me. I do the money and think that she crazy. Blowing my shit, I'm like, bitches, you crazy. I'ma put in that work. Blow a couple thousand on merch. Fly like a level off from earth. Keep my hands in the dirt. Violate body in the hearse. Make way for the realest to emerge. I'ma put in that work. Blow a couple thousand on merch. Fly like a level off from earth. Keep my hands in the dirt. Violate body in the hearse. Make way for the realest to emerge. Yeah. It's a new year. I got 20/20 vision. Still gonna get the chicken trying to stay from out of prison. Keep the strap on when I lay up with these women. And people on my phone like I should be up in them. Hit them with the pause when I hit the mall spinning. Put them on the snap, must have been a poor image. Them ass shots got them looking like they all finished. Back blocks when I hit the blood, drugs flipping. When I put in work, no limit. It's a new year, but you know the flow different. I ain't pulling up unless I know there's holes in it. Kill it on the stage, I'ma need some more minutes. Everybody eating on my team, we all winning. Hennessy is gone, we gon' put some more in it. The drop got no roof, made me look tall in it. The drop got no roof, made me look tall in it. Put in that work, blow a couple thousand on merch. Fly like a level off from earth, keep my hands in the dirt. Violate body in the hearse, make way for the realest to emerge. I'ma put in that work, blow a couple thousand on merch. Fly like a level off from earth, keep my hands in the dirt. Violate body in the hearse, make way for the realest to emerge. Yeah.
Shout out to my brother, not a coincidence. What we doing, brother? You ready?
You already know. I'm here. We ready.
Yeah, let's get it, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Who we got coming in right now? Y'all know how this coming. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Who we got? It's a Hanu. Shout out to the conscious one, man. Here in the building, man. Let's go.
Hey, I'm right back on their ass, yo. They done made me mad, I've been keeping calm, constantly keep making cash, yo. I've been getting bag after bag after bag, yo. Presidential shit, I wrap my Maybach matte black, yo. Call me Mr. Glock, shooters in the front and back. Yeah, I'm on my Memphis shit, these bitches coming in the pack. Yo, these niggas pussy cat, straight cow, cat and hat. Yeah, baby, I'm a player and my daddy was a Mac. Yo, yeah, and that's a motherfucking fact, yo. Never leave the house without my motherfucking strap. I was 14 years old with that motherfucking sack, yo. I don't fuck with none of these rappers, they know that. Hey, I'm right back on their ass, yo. They done made me mad, I've been keeping calm, constantly keep making cash, yo. I've been getting bag after bag after bag, yo. Presidential shit, I wrap my Maybach matte black, yo. Call me Mr. Glock, shooters in the front and back. Yeah, I'm on my Memphis shit, these bitches coming in the pack. Yo, these niggas pussy cat, straight cow, cat and hat. Yeah, baby, I'm a player and my daddy was a Mac. Yo, smoking Mac with my uncle, call it Thrax. Yeah, I was 13, sneaking, geeking, drinking at the bus. A couple niggas play with us, you turn that ass to dust. Don't let them gas you up. Hardcore, no mask or gloves, nigga. Hit your ass up with some slugs. I run with hustlers and thugs. I got this shit out the mud, nigga. Hey, who want this smoke? I got buds. Dropped in the church and the club. What the fuck you niggas thought they was? Right back on their ass, yo. They done made me mad. I've been keeping calm.
Come on, y'all. Let's get the energy up, man. Drop some fire emojis in the chat, man. What we doing? Turn up. Let's go.
Presidential shit. I wrap my Maybach mad.
We here now.
Glock shooters in the front and back. Yeah, I'm on my Memphis shit. These bitches coming in the pack. Yo, these niggas pussy cat, straight cow, cat and hat. Yeah, baby, I'm a player and my daddy was a Mac.
Yeah. Yeah. We here, family. We here. I ain't got nothing else to say, man. We here. I just need y'all to drop them fire emojis in the chat. What we doing? What we doing, family? Where my lucky coin at? Here it goes. Uh-oh. Y'all know what that means. We ain't even gonna wait for it. We got a movie to get to. You heard? Hey, New York versus New Jersey in the building. Autonomous versus pro-black nationalists in the building. What we doing, man? Get the energies up. I need y'all to flood this thing out with fire emojis. Not a coincidence you came to farthest, man. Let's get right into it, man. How you calling in the air?
Tails.
Tails.
Oh, in the air? Yeah. Tails.
Oh shit, nigga. Which one is it, nigga? Hold on.
I said the same thing twice. I said tails. Both.
We do it again. Tails. I can't even see. Let me see. Here's it is. My bad. Here's A1. What you want to do? You want to go? You want to let him go first? What you want to do?
Man, you already know, nigga. I'm going first. Peace to God,
shit.
man.
Let's go.
Peace
Shout out
to
to
God.
Anuki, man. He said he gonna set the tone.
Let's
Like a
get it.
creative player, it's time to set the tone. Let me get straight into the timer. Y'all know y'all got 25 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal. All right. So we're gonna get straight into this. We're gonna make it as prompt as much. I'm not gonna be doing no time stopping because we already got lengthy time, family. So make sure y'all ready. Y'all should be ready. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and give you a full 30, A1. You get your I'm gonna give you a full 25. You start off with 25. You don't got no 5-minute rebuttal right now. So
we good.
So whenever you're ready, I'm gonna start your time, brother. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get it. Man, peace to gods, peace to goddesses, man. You already know it's gonna be a debate / lecture. This is free Aborigines, who some of us may have owned slaves, against actual Africans or actual Aborigines who think they from Africa and think they Africans bought here, and that word slave was applied to them. So here we go. We got not a coincidence, right? We've been constantly trying to help this brother, telling him you're not a slave. And you know what he say? I'm an African slave. And this is the way that a lot of these niggas act. They act like we got to do an exorcism towards them, right? And this is definitely going to be an exorcism. Definitely. Right? So let's get into it, right? We all know the K through 12 conspiracy, right? We all done went through this. I done put this out there plenty of times. We know who the people who funded our schools. We know the people who funded our schools, that they came from the eugenics programs, or a lot of these COINTEL and all these other operative programs come from eugenics, right? So I'm gonna read this real quick, right? So just to keep in mind what John D. Rockefeller and Frederick T. Gates and what their letter actually says and what they don't want from individuals, right? So it says, in our dream, we have the limitless resources, and the people yield themselves in perfect docility our molding hands. The present education convention fade from their minds, and unhampered by tradition, we will work our own goodwill upon a grateful and rival folks. We shall not make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or men of science. We have not to rise from them, authors, editors, poets, men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statements of whom we have an ample supply. The task we set before ourselves is a very simple one, as well as a very beautiful one: to train these people as we find them a perfectly ideal life, just where they are. So we will organize our children and teach them to do it, to teach them to do in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way. All right. So this is what these people was when they teach us everything. This whole history is all contaminated. None of this history we get should be taken, you know, verbatim. You should always cross-reference it. And every time you get someone in opposition of the original narrative, you should always be, you know, you should always be suspicious and do your due diligence and research that point as well, right? So we already know these people put billions of dollars. This nigga spent $325 million for education from 1903 to 1964. Okay? And what it said this included more than 60 million, more than 50 million in 2020 dollars spent specifically on African American history. The tendencies we have today were locked in place in the 1930s. All right. It says, so what the Rockefeller, Gates, and the GB wanted to keep our people barefooted and pregnant as it were. The public, of course, heard nothing of the secret conspiracy, and they do now. So around 1910, Rockefeller millions and Dewey's brain converged on a single goal. Simple-minded kids in dumbed down schools. Okay, so this is what we actually regurgitating when a lot of these niggas come up here and argue points where we actually show information and sources, right? So this is a short history of fake history. We are fighting for the truth. I'm not saying why fighting for the truth is critical. The case of fake history repeats itself. The Americans' right told vicious lies about the Confederacy for decades. This is by Robert McCliving. It's saying the view of Reconstruction was the period of a terrifying Black domination and the restoration of the rightful reaffirmation of the United States as a white man's country was prevalent through the nation from 1890. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Through 1890, it's saying to the early 1960s, pushed by followers of the early 20th century Columbia University historian William Dunning. This interpretation was routinely taught in schools. This inversion of history has an enormous impact on the lives of at least 3 generations of Americans that do diminish, continue down the present. The most consequential telling of it is found in the D.W. Griffin 1915 film Birth of a Nation. Okay, it's saying a landmark work both on the cinema as well as white supremacy propaganda. All right. This is a book right here. The lies my teacher told me. I'm just gonna run through a little bit of this real quick. Let me see something real quick. No, it's this one. No, it's this one. I'm sorry. All right, so in here he say so much of what has passed as history since has been invested with white supremacy. It's saying even though the reason why history unfolded the way it did are extremely complicated and have to do with luck or geographic and all sorts of factors that aren't captured in our oversimplified narratives, okay? This is Valterra. This is a quote from him. History is the lie commonly agreed upon, okay? This is George Santayana. History is a pack of lies about even that never happened, told by people who weren't there. Okay. This is George Orwell. Everything faded in the myth. The past was erased, the eraser was forgotten, and the lie became the truth. Okay. Grand opening, man. Let's get into this, man. The Negroes or blacks own white slaves. Okay. The Negroes or blacks own white slaves. And by the way, while I'm on this picture right here, this is a very interesting picture right here, right? Not a coincidence said that this book was fake. That whoever came here never actually came here and just wrote a book according to fallacies and fiction, right? So according to what we've been told, right? You think that this picture is fictional? This is actually a picture showing you that we had white slaves. But anyway, this is not a source, it's just an observation. Okay. So let's get into it, right? So we're gonna deal with some terms real quick because a lot of people don't understand the terms and they think that slaves is dealing with black people or just dealing with what we call Africans in general, right? So one of the terminologies that he's going to try to throw shade on is going to be etymology. All right. So etymology, late 14th century, the fact of the origins and development of words. Okay. It says an analysis of a word to find its true origin, properly study of the sense of a word. Okay. It's saying true sense, original meaning. You guys understand. So what it says. Okay, so most words that we talk about that has these different, or what we call I think that would be it.
16 minutes left, brother. 16 minutes.
I can't even think of that you can throw me off. Nevertheless, though, we dealing with words and we're gonna deal with the words in its entirety. So I'm just putting the terms out there before I actually get into the meat and potatoes of my actual bill. So nobody can confuse my understanding of what a slave is with not a coincidence understanding. Not a coincidence, don't know what a slave is, but I do. So let's get into it, right? So what is a slave, right? So this is from the etymology dictionary, right? It said a person who is the chattel property of another, right? So then we go down, it say slave. It say see also Italian, all right, whatever. Originally Slav. So used in the secondary sense because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering people. Those is history of the Slavs can be shortly memorized in the slave hunts and the entrailment of entire people. The Slav was the most prized of human goods with increased strength outside his marshy land of origins, hardened by the utmost against the pervasive industrial content with little good humor and cheerful. And guess what? This part right here is what sums it up, right? He filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa, right? But we're going to find out that he filled the slave markets of America as well, right? It's a dictionary, the American Dictionary of the English language, right? We're going to be dealing with this term right here, right? Even though I don't like the term, we're going to be dealing with this term Swarthy, right? So when you see the word Swarthy come up, when I'm referencing it, this is what's being referenced. And this is what the people, this is a description of what a Swarthy individual look like. It's saying being of a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny. In warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or black. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. That don't mean the French, Germans, and English are not swarthy. Okay? So what do swarthy mean again? Being a dark hue or dusky complexion or tawny. Let's continue, right? Etymology, understanding of what the word swarthy means. Dark color, tawny. All right, it's a reference to skin. All right, I'm gonna be dealing with more. When I mean more, I mean being a dark person in relation to European. The name in the Middle Ages was a synonym for Negro. All right, we're gonna be dealing with complexion, the specific meaning of color or hue of the skin or face. Right? We're gonna be. Hold up for a second. All right, let's get into it, right? We're gonna be dealing with servant, okay, from 12th century, servant, male or female, personal or domestic attendant, one owning duty of service to a master or lord, one employed by another and subject to his orders, okay? It says the noun use of servant, serving, waiting, part particular, a server, to attend, wait upon, right? See, serve, right? So it's a form from early 14th century as what? Slave. So the word servant is a synonym for the word slave. Okay? Also, it goes down. It says in later biblical translation of the word often was used to render Latin service Greek slave, nigga. Okay? We're gonna be dealing with family. Early 15th century, servant of household. Okay? It's saying family, servants, domestic, collectively, the servants in a household. Thus, also members of a household. The estate property, the household, including relatives and servants. Abstract noun formed from familiar servant or what? Slave, right? They say the Latin word rarely appears in the sense of parents with their children, for which domestic, which was derivatives of the familiar, including serving woman, maid, in the manner of a servant. Servitude is saying of household of slaves. So the word family, according to how the word was constructed and what it was original use for, it was calling people or members of a family, or the members of a family, also servants or slaves. Okay. Hold on, let me go back. My bad. All right. I'm also going to be using the term Indian, right? And when I'm referencing Indian, I'm talking about niggas. I'm not talking about no Mongoloids or no Native Americans. I'm talking about, I don't know what he may be talking about, but when I'm bringing this up in my part of the debate or lecture, if you will, right? I'm talking about niggas. I'm talking about the copper color races found here by Europeans, right? These individuals and drawings will be depicted as this, right? In literature, Oxford English Dictionary, nigger, a dark-skinned person of any origin. In early U.S., usually in reference to American Indians, nigga. Okay, the same thing, right? So boom, let's get into this, right? The English word slave derived from the enslavement of the Slavic people. Thus, when the word slave was coined in the West, the impression was of a Caucasian slave. Only in the last century has the shocking history of slavery been selectively read through the lenses of the American race issues for political gain. Okay? Let's get back into this. All right? At the height of academia, and how much time I got left, AP? I think AP must have stepped away. At the height of academia, the media fraud is revealed in the monopolistic trademark status of official controllers of our education and mass communication have successfully established between the definition of the word slave and the Negro, while labeling descriptions of the historic experience of white in slavery is a fallacy, yet the very word slave, which was established by consensus schools or history pretends cannot be legitimately applied to whites. It is derived from the word slave. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, the word slave is another name for white people of Eastern Europe. The Slavs compact edition of the Oxford Dictionary on page 2858 is another word. Slave has always been the term for and a definition of severe conditions of white people. Nigga, the fuck is we talking about, right? Let's continue. Matter of fact, let me read the rest of this. It's saying, yeah, we are told by Professor Kratz that it is not correct to refer to whites as slaves, but only as servants, even though the root word is derived from the historical fact of white slavery. Okay? We already went over this before, but what the hell? We need to add this back to the conversation, right? Slavery in America is typically associated with blacks from Africa, was an enterprise that began with the shipping of more than 300,000 white Britons to the colony. The little-known history is fascinating, recounting in white cargo, okay? Dealing with, and white cargo has what? Drawings of letters, diaries, ship manifests, court documents, and government archives, okay? All right. Let's see. I need to go into this one. Yeah, why not? It said, along with the vast numbers ejected from Britain and forced to slave in colonies, were still the greater multitude who went off who went on their own free will, those who became indentured servants in America in return for free passage and perhaps the promise of a plot of land between 1620 and 1775. These volunteer servants, some 300,000, accounted for 2 out of 3 immigrants from the British Isles, right? All right, so it said how many of these whites who migrated from Britain were subjects of abuse associated with slavery, right? So on one hand, they call them indentured servants, but to the real people and real researchers and real people who study this, they know automatically white people are slaves. They're using indentured servants just as a terminology, but these indentured servants, some of them had the same situation where a slave can buy himself out of freedom. Some of these indentured servants were slaves up for a period of time, and someone was called indentured servants was slave up to lifetime. The same thing with the people that was called slaves. Okay, so get into this real quick right here. It said the white slaves, not indentured, who begun to arrive in 1618 include hundreds of children, wives, and strays who have been rounded up from the streets of London to serve wealthy farmers in Virginia. Other slaves came from the ranks of the homeless and poor, who King James I held responsible for spreading the plague, and from English swirling prison population. Okay? So just remember, right? Who was the first person to send them? King James. We're going to get back into King James probably at the end of the second round or the beginning of the third round, right? It said of the 300 slaves, right? It says to land in Virginia, only 12 managed to survive 4 years. The other died of ill treatment, disease, and attack by so-called Native Americans, all right? So meet the Sloughs. You guys already know what the Sloughs look like. But you want to get reacquainted with them, we're going to get reacquainted with them. So we got Western Slavic, Eastern Slavic, Southern Slavic, right? So out of the Southern Slavic, Europe is saying there is a large Slavic minority scattered across the Baltic, Northern Asia, and Central Asia, okay? So let's go into this real quick. All right, so present-day Slavs are classified into 3 groups. The West Slavs, chiefly of Czech, Pole, Slovak, and Serbs. The East Slavs are I can never get that word out. Russians and Ukrainians, okay? So it's saying the South are Bosnia, Bulgarians, Colts, Macedonians, Serbs, and Slovans. I don't know how to pronounce that shit. These are some of the areas where these people was at right here. Some of the areas that I just talked about. And this is most of the people that you see, right? But we're going to get into why I didn't say Germany and London and all these places, right? Let's get into the Mann Act real quick, right? So the Mann Act, previously called the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910, is the United States federal law passed on June 25th, 1910, codified as amendment, whatever. It is named that
4 minutes, brother. 4 minutes.
It is named after Congressman James Robert Mann of Illinois. It is the original form of the act, made it a felon to engage in interstate or foreign commerce transportation of any woman or girl for the purpose of prostitution or debauchery of any or other immoral purpose. Okay, so bang. One of the first individuals to get hit with it, right, is the great boxing champion Jack Johnson, right? And check this out. In 1920, Jack Johnson became something else more than a champion, world champion boxer. He became a wanted man, accused of violating the Mann Act, which forbade transporting women across state lines for immoral purposes. Johnson's relationship with white women got him in trouble with the law. At the end of the 19th century, the concept of white slavery sparked a public panic. The Mann Act, also known as the White Slave Trafficking Act of 1910. Okay, so he got charged with the Mann Act, which the Mann Act is what? What's the Mann Act? The Mann Act was previously called the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910, and he got charged with trafficking white slaves, nigga. Okay? Check this out. There's another source for you, right? And this is from Slavery and Servitude of the Colony of North Carolina by John Spencer Bassett, PhD, Professor of History of Political Science at Trinity College in North Carolina. The first slaves that we hear in North Carolina were white people, and their masters was Indians. Now, when I say Indians, I'm not talking about the Indians he think. I'm talking about the Indians we just referenced. Right here. The Indians they call niggas in early U.S. history referring to American Indians, right? In case you want to know what they look like real quick, it said, though America possessed some dark brown men approaching to black, yet it has been almost universally believed that there was no Aboriginals, black or Negroes found on this continent, but considering the peculiar circumstances under which black races was found in North America, nigga. This is the North America source, not no Central or South America source. Okay. All right. How much time I got left?
You got 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right, so let me get right through this real quick. Why white slavery is virtually unknown, given the sensitive nature of the subject matter, the obvious answer is that this history, despite being a factual, correct and political incorrect statement, is saying actual such political incorrectness is nothing new, has originally appeared way back in the first generation of history books, which was published during and after the Civil War. The issue of white slavery was totally omitted from such popular titles as John W. Damper, History of the American Civil War, Joshua Gibson, History of the Rebellion, Horace Greeley, The American Conflict. Okay? I'll rest there, man.
Man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We coming in with some heat, man. We got some heat rocking out, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We got my brother, Not a Coincidence, coming in for his round. He got a 5-minute rebuttal. So he have a total of 30 minutes going into this. We'll be right back in just a second, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet.
All right, we back. You ready to go? Not a coincidence? Let's get it.
Yeah. I'm ready. Hold on, let me.
Round one on Not a Coincidence.
It's my rebuttal, right?
Yeah, you got your 5-minute rebuttal, and I'm putting it all together. So instead of the 25, you got a 430. So you just go straight in. However you want to do it.
All right, so this is the picture that A1 keeps showing, where he's trying to act like this is a black man sitting on top of his white slave, right? So the book is called An Accurate Description of the New World, right? In this book, these are the two authors, right? It's John Ogilvy and Arnold Montanez. It says, despite, let me zoom in a little. It says, despite claiming to be an accurate description of the New World, the work contains many errors and includes numerous fancy tales about the people and animals of the Americas. Since neither Arnold Montanez nor John Ogilvy had visited the New World, they were reliant on travelers' account and secondary sources. So A1 knows this. I don't know why he brought this to the debate. And if you notice, it took A1 a long time to even mention the word slave. It took about 11 minutes. He didn't give us anything. But let's go here. So he want to play with this word swarthy, right? Swarthy means dark skin. If you're tall, dark, and handsome, you find a swarthy complexion attractive. Tall, dark, and handsome never applied to what we would call a black person or a melanated person. These are tanned white people. Not everyone with dark skin is swarthy. The word is usually used to describe someone whose skin is weather beaten and darkened by the sun, meaning they can tan, or has an olive complexion. Someone like Al Capone. Al Capone was called swarthy all through his life. And so was the poet Walt Whitman. These are not white people. It says down here, the heavyset gangster, beads of sweat rolling down his swarthy face. We all know what Al Capone looks like. He is not a black man. So A1 committed he messed up on his Mann Act. Right? The Mann Act, also known as the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910. Now, mind you, now he got to go all the way to 1910. Is a federal law that criminalizes the transportation of any white women or girl for the purpose of prostitution or debauchery or any other immoral purpose. So where's the white men, A1? So there was no white men enslaved? Is that what you're trying to say? This is only white women? Let's go here.
Hey, you ain't read the top. You ain't read the top.
Why are you jumping in?
Stay muted.
Why are you jumping in? What type of shit is that? All right. So did black people own white slaves in America? Was the system of slavery really told to us in reverse? Extraordinary claims calls for extraordinary evidence. A1 didn't give us any evidence. He just played with what is called an etymological fallacy. It's the assumption that the present day meaning of a word is similar to a historical meaning of historical meaning. This fallacy ignores the evolution of language and heart of linguistics. This fallacy usually is committed when one finds a historical meaning of a word more palatable or conducive to his or her argument. Meaning, he likes how it sounds and he thinks it backs up his claims, but he's really making a big mistake. Right? So we come down here, we see we have 13th century. 1300s, a person of chattel property. So when he goes all the way down to this old definition, this is where he commits this fallacy at, because he likes how this sounds, even though it doesn't mention any black slaves. He likes how that sounds. Right? So what is the primary source? Something A1 didn't show us. Not one primary source. It's text of laws, right? Let's go. Primary source are immediate first-hand accounts of topics from people who had direct connection with the primary source, right? So text of laws, newspaper reports, eyewitness accounts, quotes from people who was there, speeches, diaries, letters, and interviews, data sets, survey data, such as census or economic statistics. He didn't give us none of that. So black people owned white slaves in America. For the above statement to be true, what needs to take place? We should see slave revolts, rebellions naming white slaves are the people of interest in said events. We should find Aboriginals describing Europeans within their dealings as non-white. The Aboriginals always call them what? Pale face, white people. They never say that these people that came in was black. A1 can't show those two things in the first place. We should see documents concerning importation, sales, auctions, personal documents such as deeds, wills, pertaining to white slaves. We don't want to hear about Michael Hoffman writing about this topic in this time. We want to see primary sources from that time. Since it's so prevalent, right? He says everybody had a white slave, basically. Why we can't find a document? Again, diaries, letters, news articles, laws, and other legal documents during the Civil War era mentioning white slaves. Don't just tell us that the Civil War was to free white people. Show us. So black slave owners, who are they? Who did they own? black or white people. See, A1 went through the whole first round, and he tried to pass off the boxer as a slave owner. Are you serious?
By 1850, there's almost 8 million black people in America. And then out of 8 million, probably like 2 million of them owning fucking slaves.
So again, we have to see the evidence for this. What evidence do we have, right? According to the statistics, which is the primary source, black enslaved population of the United States from 1790 to 1880. There were almost 700,000 slaves in the U.S. in 1790, which equated to approximately 8% of the total population, or roughly 1 in every 6 people. By 1860, the final census taken before the American Civil War, there were 4 million slaves in the South compared with less than 500,000 free African Americans. In all of the U.S., of the 4.4 million African Americans in the U.S. before the war, almost 4 million of these people were held as slaves, meaning that for all African Americans living in the U.S. in 1860, there was an 89% chance that they lived in slavery. Where's your stats from real stat places, right? And if you look at my my slides, you'll see I have the source right there for everything. So something A1 didn't show you was black slave owners. So let's talk about it. Anthony Johnson, right? Antonio may have arrived at the colony from Angola the year before aboard the James. Antonio, a Negro, is listed as a servant in the 1625 census below. Although it is not known exactly how or when the Johnsons became free, court records in 1641 indicate that Anthony was master to a black servant, John Casaw. By 1650, the Johnsons owned 250 acres of land stretched along Pontotoc Creek on the eastern shore of Virginia. White planter Rob Parker secured the freedom of Anthony Johnson's servant, John Casaw, who had convinced Parker and his brother George that he was an illegally detained indentured servant. Anthony later fought the decision after lengthy court proceedings. Casaw was returned to the Johnson family in 1655. So Anthony Johnson is famous for owning one of the first black slaves, not white slaves, black slaves. John Casaw was a Negro. In August
20,
of 1670,
20 minutes, brother. 20 minutes.
in August of 1670, an all-white jury ruled that Anthony's original land in Virginia could be seized from his surviving family by the state because, now listen to why, since A1 wants to try to paint this picture like the Negroes is running everything, because he was a Negro and by consequence an alien. So if Negroes are from America, why are they calling him an alien? Why? Because he's from Africa. Negroes aren't from America. And 50 acres that Anthony had given to his son Richard wound up in the hands of wealthy white neighbor George Parker. This is from Race and Belonging in Colonial America, the story of Anthony Johnson. You see down here, this is from the Muster Roll, 1625, 1624. And this is the actual courtroom, again, primary document. We don't want to hear from books. We want the sources, right? Since this is so frequent, we should see the paperwork. Court ruling on Anthony Johnson and his servant, March 8th, 1655. On March 8th, 1655, the Northampton County Court ruled in favor of Anthony Johnson, a free man of African descent, when he was accused of keeping an indentured servant as a slave. This is from the transcript. This is a Negro called John Casaw. Again, not a white man. This is not a white man. This is a Negro called John Casaw came to this deponent and told him that he came to Virginia for 7 or 8 years per indenture and that he had deemed his freedom of his master, Anthony Johnson, and further said that Johnson had kept him is serving 7 years longer than he ought. It is therefore the judgment of the court in order that the said John Casar, Negro, forthwith return unto service of his said master, Anthony Johnson. And that is how he became a slave. Again, a Negro, not a white man. A1's going to have to show us paperwork of him owning a white man as a slave if he wants to try to convince everybody that Anthony Johnson was running around owning white slaves. It's that simple. And since Negroes is running everything, 1670, Anthony Johnson lost his land. Why? In August of 1670, this is the primary. Several months after Anthony Johnson's death, a jury in Virginia court decided that because he was a Negro and by consequence of alien ownership of the 250 acres Johnson once owned should be escheated or reverted to England. Primary sources. Next black slave owner, something A1 didn't talk about. William Ellison, born April Ellison, was an American cotton gin maker and blacksmith in South Carolina and former African-American slave who achieved considerable success as a slave owner before the American Civil War. He eventually became a major planter and one of the wealthiest property owners in the state, according to 1860 census, in which his surname was listed as Ellison. He owned up to 68 black slaves, making him the largest of the 171 black slave owners in South Carolina. He held 63 slaves at his death and more than 900 acres of land. From 1830 to 1865, he and his sons were the only blacks in Sumter County, South Carolina, to own slaves. The county was largely devoted to cotton planters, and the majority population were slaves. See, I'm bringing you real people. Real people. So the 35 years between 1830 and 1865, him and his sons were the only people in Sumter County, South Carolina, only black people, free blacks, to own slaves. They're not talking about white slaves. So this is the Yorkville Inquirer. Your Yorkville Inquirer, York, South Carolina, Thursday, May 1st, 1856, page 2. See, we're going to source our information around here. I have read in your paper an account of a free Negro in one of the free states who by his industry has accumulated several $1,000s worth of property and raised a large family. Reading this reminds me of a case in South Carolina, in the South, which deserves notice. A Negro man by the name William Ellison was bound out by his master to a gin right in Winsboro, South, during the time of his apprenticeship. He was allowed by his master to do extra work, and from his industry and economy, he laid up sufficient money to purchase his freedom from his master. About 30 years ago, he came to Statesburg, Sumter District, South Carolina, and commenced gin making and repairing. And in a short time, he was able to purchase his wife and children. And the last time I was in South Carolina in the year 1845, William Ellison owned 40 or 50 Negroes, not white people. Among them, 50 or 20 workmen. Where are these black people owning white slaves all through history? They're not there. And this is the 1850 census of William Ellison. And his sons owning black slaves, not white. And we know that because we could see these B's. B. Those dashes mean ditto. Same. It goes all the way through. He goes all the way through. They're in the same house. Well, not in the same house. The list continues up here. It's all B's. Where's the white slaves? In real life. Not in the imagination of Michael Hoffman, a white man. Not in his imagination. That's the author he brought us, Michael Hoffman. So we have Antoine Duboulette.
13 minutes and 40 seconds, brother.
We got Antoine Duboulette, was the Republican state treasurer of Louisiana from 1868 to 1878. He was one of the wealthiest African Americans before the American Civil War. Duboulette was a free black, his father part owner of Cedar Grove Sugar Plantation, which he had inherited from his parents. Upon his father's death, Duboulette took over his father's responsibility and assisted in managing the plantation. The plantation held more than 70 slaves. In 1834, the plantation was divided between Dublek and his siblings. You can get that from his Find a Grave website. The successful management of both his and his wife's properties allowed him to acquire additional properties, which included a plantation on the west bank of the Mississippi upriver from New Orleans. By 1860, he owned more than 100 slaves and was considered the wealthiest black slave owner in Louisiana. This is the 1860 census of Antoine Dubuque owning black slaves. Where are the white slaves, A1? As we see here, Antoine Dubuque, all black. Like I said, these are the primary sources. Something he doesn't have. It's Antoine Dubuque, wife sold land to now deceased man. That man's estate at his death contains Negro slaves. So here we see, first instant, a certain tract of land measuring 3 apparents and 1/4 of an apparent front on the river Mississippi by 40 apparents, more or less in depth, with the opening thereunto belonging, and with a double concession containing 161 arpents and superficies, purchased from Miss Antoine Dubuque, free woman of color, on the 2nd day of February, 1840. That's from the Gazette and Centennial, January 3rd, 1857, page 2. Now, if we go over here to the right here to the left, we see the following named and described slaves attached to and being on the above described plantation, to wit. Look at all these Negroes. Where are the white people? We got Grady, son of Negro boy, age 2, an orphan. George, Negro man, age 35 years. Charles, Negro man, age 21 years. Jack Brown, Negro man, age 50 years. And so on and so on and so on. This whole list is nothing but Negroes. We're still looking for the white slave. So far, A1 gives us the Mann Act, which only is talking about white girls getting pimped out. He can't be serious. This is the Manning Times, May 22nd, 1907, page 1. Owned slaves. Some Charleston history, not very generally known. Richard colored folks who owned and controlled Negro slaves, the same as white people. It's in 1907, they're writing about this. Who owned and controlled Negro slaves, the same as white people, up to the close of the Confederate War. They were very intelligent and stood well among the white people. I thought the white people were slaves. Or are they family? He said slave means family. Servant means family. Servant means slave. So slave means family. So you saying that y'all are the white slaves? Since that's y'all family? I don't know. That was confusing.
Hey,
There were a good, how much?
You got 9 minutes and 50 seconds left, brother.
There were a good many Negroes who owned Negro slaves in the South before the war, says the News and Courier in the list of taxpayers of the city of Charleston, 1860. Published by Evans and Cogwell in 1861. The names of 132 colored people who owned and paid taxes on 390 slaves in Charleston. The tax on slaves was $3 per capita, and the amount paid on the Negroes owned by Negroes in this town at the beginning of the war aggregated $1,170. But doubtless there were other slave holders among the Negroes in other parts of the state, but of those we have no record. Nowhere in time do you see these people talking about white slaves being owned by black people. This is Black Slave Owners by Joseph E. Holloway, a black man, not a white man like Michael Hoffman. Because, Aboriginal love saying we only get stuff from white people. I think that's where y'all get it from. The majority of black slave owners were members of the mulatto class. Well, we know especially that's where A1 gets it from. The majority of black slave owners were members of the mulatto class, and in some cases were the sons and daughters of white slave masters. Many of the mulatto slave owners separated themselves from the masses of black people and attempted to establish a caste system based on color, wealth, and free status. According to Martin Delaney, the colored community of Charleston City clung to the assumption of the superiority of white blood and brown skin complexion. These mulattoes of the old free black elite did not attend church with the dark-skinned blacks of Charleston City. They would not only form congregations, which excluded freedmen of dark complexion, but they only married among other mulattoes to keep the color in the family. So these black slave owners, they felt like they was better than the rest of the black people. This is who A1 wants to be. He wants to be one of these mulattoes who got a white father and thinks he's better than everybody. Again, remember, he goes into this etymological fallacy. Let's not keep letting him put this out in front of us. The assumption that the present day meaning of a word is similar to the historical meaning. This fallacy ignores the evolution of language and heart of linguistics. This fallacy is usually committed when one finds the historical meaning of the word more palatable or more conducive. He's only choosing this word slave because it sounds good to him. That's the only reason. Yeah. Right? Oh, shit. So let's listen to the A1 tell us what the topic is, because I think he forgot. He's a little bit off topic.
What's that debate? It gets told what the debate.
I don't know.
What's black people own white slaves?
Oh man. And what's your position?
What's it mean? Yes. Emphatically.
That black people own white slaves?
Emphatically.
And not a coincidence saying that black people didn't own white slaves?
No, he's saying yes.
Wait, he's saying no?
No, he's saying black people didn't own white slaves.
And you talking about the United States?
Yes. Here.
Again, where are the white slaves? When you gonna get on topic? So let's go over some things. How much time I got left?
You got 5 minutes, brother. 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
So remember, he told us that it was 8 million black people and 2 million owned slaves. We found that out not to be true. The numbers don't add up to that. Anthony Johnson, a black slave owner that he said he probably going to talk about. Where in his record did he own white people? We have the record. We have the record of him owning the first Negro slave. But where's the record of these white slaves? We should see court records of them. We should see bill of sale. He had to get them from somewhere. He didn't grow them out the ground. Where did he buy them at? Something, A1. William Ellison. We have all through William Ellison, we got records of him what? Owning Negroes. Like here in the census. Why didn't they put white on the census? Why didn't they put a W? These are questions A1 has the answer for us. He can't come out here and say this everything's fake. Antoine Duboulette, another person he loves. He never owned any white people. How? We have the records. One is the census record. Can A1 give us a census record where it says it's white people? No, he can't. Right? We have news articles of the time that express how Negroes was owning Negroes. We don't have what A1 is trying to give us, where in the 20th century, you got white people writing about being owned by other white people. Because Michael Hoffman, in none of that book does he said that it was black people who own those white people. And then we have the black people who think that they was better because they was mixed with white people. This is what A1's giving us. A bunch of nothing. I'll land my plane right there.
You still have 2 minutes left, big brother.
No, I'm good. I don't need it.
Okay. All right. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to everybody that's rocking out. It's your brother Aboriginal Power. We into another one, man. We about to rock right on out. Y'all know how we coming, gang. This is a fire one. They just got done with their first round. Y'all know how it is. We waiting on Hanu Will. Get ready. You can come right up. Shout out to everybody in the building. This was a fire.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up then. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back. Got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jail.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's get it going, man. A1, it's on you. I'm pulling you up. Let me get ready to set your time up right now. And it's on you, brother. Whenever you're ready, you gotta go. A1. A1.
Bro, I'm right here, man. Relax, man. I got you.
All right, we'll say something. We don't know. Ain't no relaxing, niggas. Niggas have too much fucked up as technical difficulties, and let's get it.
All right, so let's get back into it. So look, you could take that background music off, AP. All right, there you go. All right, so man, listen. You showing us two slave owners, right? Two Negro slave owners. You want to pull up Antoine Dubélec and Anthony Johnson, right? So let me show you something real quick. I don't know what you think you be dealing with sometime, I do, but let's get into the meat and potatoes of this shit. All right, so I'm gonna share my entire screen. So look, he pulls up them two people right there, right? And I've been telling this nigga for years, just this book alone, right? Every state, nigga, we got Negroes owning slaves. There's thousands of them. Why you keep on bringing up Antoine Dubélec and Anthony Johnson? But we're going to get into Anthony Johnson later on, though, right? But we have a whole book of Negroes owning slaves, my dude. And like I said, even here, and this was just additional right here. This is in South Carolina alone, where they telling you they bought all these niggas and they was enslaving Indians and they was enslaving white people, right? It's just so funny that none of these black people who write these books and show you any of these statistics, what was going on, they never bring up white slaves. They never even utter the words white slaves. Every slave was black. Every slave was black, right? Oh my God, let's get into it. A piece of the gods, man. Y'all already know what time it is. So we got white slavery, right? The new democratic doctrine, right? So we got evidence of white slaves at the same time, right? But he can't find no evidence of it because all he looking for is black slaves. All he looking for is black slaves. That's why he can't find no white slaves. And then when somebody telling them a situation and giving you accounts and giving you documentation, you still reject it, right? Look, they got more flyers. White slaves. So where are these white slaves on that census? They just put slaves on there. You don't know who the slaves are. You assuming the slaves are niggas because that's what they telling you. Well, once again, back to the etymology of the word slave. We already know the slaves is brought here, as I'm about to get into now, right? So don't worry about it, my dude. You're gonna definitely get your time for. I'm gonna show you that niggas own slaves, right? So let's get into this. I'm gonna just tell you some of the situations that they went through, that they told us that we went through, right? So we're gonna get into that, right? So independent investigator A.B. Ellis, right? It's saying rights concerning the transport of white slaves. The human cargo, many of whom were still tormented by unhealed wounds, could not lie down at once without lying on each other. They was never suffered to go on deck. The hatchways was consistently watched by the sentinel armed with hangers, right? It's saying in the dungeons below, all the darkness, stench, and lamentation, death, disease, and death. In the past, white slavery was acknowledged as having existed in America as indentured servitude. Such indentured servants were far the most part of convicts who served a term to 4 to 7 years laboring on farms, plantations, and estates in Virginia, Georgia, Maryland, and the Carolinas in exchange for their freedom, but represented only a small fraction of hundreds of thousands of whites remained slaves for life. Such slavery was hereditary. Children of white slaves also became chattel property without hope of freedom. In George Sandy's law for Virginia, whites were enslaved forever. The service of white bound to Berkeley, hundreds was deemed perpetual. Okay, so man, let's keep showing and proving, man. Let's just keep showing and proving, right? All right, so large scale purchase, generally retail servants further inland. They drove them through the country like the parcel of a sheep until they can sell them to advance. It's saying, wrote white slave John Harrower. The Virginia Company arranged with the city of London to have 100 poor children of swarms in place sent to Virginia in 1619 for sale to wealthy planters of the colonies to be used as slave labor. The Privy Council of London authorized the Virginia Company to imprison, punish, and dispose of any children upon any disorder by them committed as cause shall require. Okay, let's continue. Let's get back into this, man, because it's a lot of shit right here. Last time my time ran out, I'm gonna continue though. All right. It's from the book, They Was White and They Were Slaves. And I'm not just using They Was White and They Were Slaves, but the brother got some good information in it, right? So let me see something. Is this the one I was looking for? No, that's not the one I was looking for. It was this one right here. All right, so this is from another Virginia legislation, Virginia Assembly. I'm sorry. It's saying notice of runaway white slaves in South Carolina. Newspaper included specific warnings against harboring or assisting the fugitive white slaves as listed. The statutory criminal penalties for doing so. Certification of freedom were required to be carried on the person of free white slaves at all times. All white workers and poor colonial Americans were regarded as suspect, guilty of being fugitive slaves unless they could give an intelligent account of themselves or show their certificate, a very convenient arrangement for enslaving free white men and women in America by claiming they were fugitive white slaves who ran away from safe havens and portions in North Carolina. Hold up, damn, you just threw me off, my bad. All right, in portions of North Carolina, which became known as Virginia as a reference of runaways, the mountains of Appalachia also served as hideouts for fugitive white slaves. Okay, it says the hunting of white slaves became a lucrative practice in Virginia in 1699. Person who successfully hunted a white slave received. Hold on. Hey, y'all, I'm gonna hit you right back, Dick. All right, no doubt. Ah, my bad. Shit, you threw me off. Where was I? I was right here. All right, so it said Virginia, 1699, person who successfully hunted a white slave received 1,000 pounds of tobacco. So these niggas was catching motherfuckers for tobacco. They was catching white slaves just for tobacco, right? That's what some of these niggas be selling out for, right? All right, so the term indentured servitude, therefore, is nothing more than a propaganda softening of the historic experience of enslaved white people in order to make a false distinction of their suffering. It say, in truth, white slaves were often restricted to doing the dirty, back-breaking field work, while blacks and even Indians were taken into plantation mission houses to work as domestic. Now, I'm not even gonna go into the last part, but we just dealing with the fact that these people were slaves. We have to understand that these people say, because this nigga, he don't even understand or agree or show any evidence of any of these people being called slaves. He gives them the term indentured servants, which we see over and over again. These people are being called slaves or indentured servants, and then when they call it indentured servants, they're still being treated like the term slave that we all became aware of, right? So in 1679, the colonial census of whites who fled slavery to scratch out the existence of subsistence and tenant farmers shows that they had to flee to the worst lands where they existed in extreme poverty. It's saying former Yaman peasant communities in the hill. It is instructive to note that the white Yamanry was mocked and scorned by both wealthy white planter elite. Now, we're gonna get into that later on, right? Wealthy white planter elite, as well as the Negroes. Now, listen to this, right? Listen to this. Rich white plantation owners joined with the Negroes in insulting white slaves. Now, I know that these white plantation owners are really Negroes, but it's just the way it's being written, right? But why would white plantation owners who claim Negroes is also slaves allow Negroes to join in and insult and call white people, what was they calling them? They said referring to them as poor white earth scratching scum, crackers, red shank, red leg. It's saying forerunner of redneck, a racial currently now.
20 minutes,
right,
brother. 20 minutes.
So let's just kind of process some of this shit, right? The story we get is white people hated niggas so much. That's the reason why they enslaved them, beat them, did all this terrible shit to them, right? But in the same breath, we getting white plantation owners allow Negroes to join in with them and call other white slaves these derogatory terms. Now let that process, right? All right, so we're gonna go to torment and murders of white slaves, right? So the case of the county from 1655 relates to how a white slave was fastened by a lock with a chain tag by his master and tied to a shop door and whipped until he was very bloody. The beating and the whipping of the white slave resulted in many being beaten to death. That in 1662, the Virginia Assembly passed a law prohibiting the private burials of white slaves because such burials help to conceal their murder and encourage further atrocities against other white slaves. Henry Smith beat to death an elderly white slave and raped 2 of his female white slaves in Virginia. John Dandy beat to death a white slave boy whose black and blue body was found floating down the creek in Maryland. Why you don't never tell us none of these stories, my man? Why you don't have no sources proving none of this, brother? Because they done hid all the sources. Then you ain't gonna find no records of these people calling these people white or calling white people slaves. The terminology was just slave in itself. And you the one who got slavery or the misunderstanding of slavery confused, right? So let's go into something else, right? Right, some more torment. Let me see. Is this the one I was looking for? Yeah, this is it. All right. So the article of New England Confederation provided that where a white slave fled his master for another colony, another colony in the Confederation, upon the certificate by one judge in the colony to which the white slave has fled, the fugitive would be delivered back into slavery. It's saying class with thief. Let me get that together. Class with thieves and other criminal. The fugitive white slave could be pursued by hue and cry, and the land and over water, and men and boats were often impressed in a hunt for him. Magistrates, sheriffs, and constables was authorized by the statute to whip the fugitive white man severely before returning him to his master. 20 to 39 lashes being the usual sentence imposed. Massachusetts authorized that any white slave who had been previously whipped for running away was to be whipped again just for being found. Yo, come on, man. Where's the stories at like this? Not a coincidence. Where's the stories that talk about white slaves? You are a fucking coon and a fucking sellout, my dude. You are the epitome of what a coon is, nigga. I wouldn't even call no black dude a coon, but I'm gonna call you one. You are the epitome of a fucking coon. You enforce this false history and this pseudo nonsense, and then you keep on pulling up the same records. But guess what? I came prepared. I got way more than that, my dude. So let's continue, right? Oh, you gonna love the next one? Oh, y'all gonna love this one, right? Listen, Indian and black bounty hunters. Interesting, right? So in Maryland, 1715, a reward was offered to American Indians who were recruited as bounty hunters to capture runaway whites. Now remember, Indians had slaves too, right? Indians had slaves too, right? So the reason we can see that they're the bounty hunters because they was the ones that was owning these people that was running away. But that's a whole nother story. Let's continue, right? It said American Indians were recruited as bounty hunters to capture runaway whites and return them to their masters for the better discovery of the encouragement of our neighbor Indians to seize, apprehend, or take up any runaway servant. It was decreed that for every fugitive white labor that the Indian court and bought before the magistrate, they shall for a reward have a match coat paid him or them. All right, so it's saying the British colonial government was not adverse to calling on unlikely policemen to suppress white slave revolts. Blacks, it's saying blacks were admitted to the colonial militia responsible for policing white slaves. The aristocrat planters has felt the necessary to arm part of the black men. I'm sorry, I can't. This fucking font is killing my eyes. To assist in suppressing white slave revolts. All right. So this is from a book called Becku's Rebels and Reactionaries. On page 17, the armed black militia patrolled the Carolina from the end of the 17th century to at least the 1710, when Thomas Nern reports that black continued to be the member of the British colonial militia organized by the local government. So now we see niggas being free, right? So what gave these niggas special privilege? Why do we see some Negroes free and some Negroes in bondage? We're gonna get to that. We already went over what indentured servant is. Let's get into it. Y'all already know at this point in time. Oh, let me give you my first source though, right? All right, so it's saying white slaves. Now, your boy got this right here, right? White slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such an extent that the Virginia Assembly passed the following law in 1670. So before 1670, not a coincidence, once again, white slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such an extent that the Virginia Assembly passed the following law. Now, this is only in Virginia. I just showed you Maryland, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, all of these places niggas own slaves, my dude. This is only in Virginia. Show me some laws where they stop niggas from owning slaves. And you just can't pull up no William Ellison or no Anthony Johnson because there's hundreds of thousands of them and you can't find a record for them. Not today, at least. Okay, so once again, this is a secondary source, right? What's the debate about? Did Negroes or blacks own slaves, right? That's what the whole in America, right? White slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such an extent that the Virginia Assembly passed the following law in 1670. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. I thought ain't no blacks own no slaves in the in America, my dude. I thought no black. Now you want the source for this one, smart ass? It is enacted that no. Now check this out, and this is kind of vague and ambiguous too, right? This is very vague. Now listen to this. It is enacted that no Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoyed their own freedom, shall be capable of any such purchase of Christians. It don't even say whites. It say Christians, nigga. It says Christians, nigga. White people wasn't automatically under the religious faith of Christianity, my dude. This is all speculation. So the Statute of the Virginia Assembly, Volume 2, page 280 to 81. Negroes also own other Negroes in America. Charleston County Probate Court Record 1754, 1758. It said while whites language in chains, blacks were freemen in Virginia throughout the 17th century. Willie Lee Rose, a documentary history of slavery in North America. Page 15, John Henderson Russell, Free Negroes in Virginia, 1619 through 1865. Page 23, Bruce Levine, Who Built America, Volume 1, page 52. Since you want fucking sources, go look them up. But once again, the debate is about did blacks own slaves. There's not a timeline. There's not a timeline. He's saying that they didn't own slaves. In America, never. Once again, the debate is about did blacks own slaves in America? I'm going to read the source again. White slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians. And remember, Negroes and Indians is one and the same. I'm not saying an Indian is an Aborigine and that's a copper color brother, that's a Negro or whatever else you want to call them. So Negroes and Negroes in the South to such an extent that the Virginia Assembly passed the following law in 1670, not a coincidence. And you know that this law exists, and we're going to get back into it again. Now check this out. I got some other shit for you, right? Now this nigga keeps saying that these slaves was mulattoes, right? And he think that the white man was running around here messing with these Aborigine sisters, right? And this is just
Hey, 9 minutes, 45 seconds, brother.
You gonna give me 9 minutes to run through this? God damn, boy. All right, so look, the condition of the mother. Oh, this picture real too. This is what niggas was doing. Look, and she got a fat ass in the picture. Look, and this is how niggas was perceiving these women. Okay, this is what was going on. Okay. They say contemporaries were aware that the popular stereotype in the white female indentured servants as whores, sluts, debauchery wenches. Okay? This is what they was calling them. Well, let's get into some more of this shit, nigga. Let's go. The condition of the motherfucking mother, not a coincidence. Hold up. Let me take a sip of this real quick. All right, let's go. 1662, the Virginia Assembly enacted that the law that a child was free or a slave depending on the condition of the mother. The legislation was passed defining the status of mulatto children. Children would be considered the same status as the mother. If the child was born a slave, the child would be considered a slave. Now, I don't know if you're ready for this next sentence I'm about to read, but anyway, in 1619, in 1691, I'm sorry, the assembly prohibited the manumission of white women. Now, just before we even go, since you don't know what the word of manumission is, it's a liberation from slavery, bondage, or restraint, freedom or feudal servitude. Okay? Also an instance of such release, nigga. So what? Check this out. In 1691, the assembly prohibited the manumission of white women who had children by Negroes or mulattoes were to be sold as servants for 5 years, as their children would be bound for 30 years. So you got niggas, right? And think of it like this, right? These niggas ain't slaves, or the Negroes or the mulatto. They're not saying that they're slaves. They're saying the manumission of a white woman who is already in slavery, right? Who had children by Negroes or mulattoes were to be sold as servants. So how would these niggas get access to slave women if they wasn't on the plantations with them? Oh, so they let the white women go out for a night on a night in the town and shit. How was these niggas having access to these women like that? Because most of them was the Negro slave owners. And I said, you want to see this time and time again in this right here, right? So it says a Virginia law 1672 recognized that there were masters who had lengthened the enslavement of the white female slaves by making them pregnant by the slave master himself. The mulatto was the most commonly used by the colonial county court of Virginia and Maryland when they prosecuted thousands of cases of bastardry concerning the children which white women had by Indians or Negroes descent. And the case where their daughters and granddaughters was prosecuted, the case in which a woman had a child by an Indian was prosecuted under the same law as white bastardry, for which the penalty was a fine, a corporal punishment. In some instances, the indentured laws virtually enslaved the person for life, nigga. Now check this out. Let's continue. Condition of the mother. Young females in bondage was denied the right to marry, a clever device for helping extend their servitude into full-fledged slavery. Since the penalty for a woman having a baby out of wedlock while a slave was the extension of her term. It's saying of slave labor, another 2.5 years. So they gave him another 2.5 years for having babies. How's all these white women having these babies by these Negroes? Okay. Get into this. Condition of the mother. Despite the efforts of the legislation, white serving women continue to bear children by black fathers through the late 17th century, as well as through into the 18th century. From the genealogy, there were primary sources of the increase of free color population in 1723 until 1782, when Virginia relaxed its restrictions against the manumission. Over 370 families in the history descendants from white women. Many of these women may have
5 minutes, brother. My bad. 5 minutes.
Many of these women may have been the common law wives of Negroes since they had several mixed race children. Okay, now remember, so they was a commonwealth of, hold up, let's read this again. I said many of these women may have been the common law wives of Negroes since they had several mixed race children. So they saying that these white women that was having all these children was the common law wife of Negroes. So that will put them under what? Family. And that will put the woman or the family under what? A household of slaves, right? Servants. Now, I already improved it up here, and I'm going to get into some other sources, right? I already improved it up here. White slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such extent that the Virginia Assembly passed the following law of 1670. Now, you need to debunk that. Don't worry about nothing else I'm saying, because you know that this is an actual law. So don't worry about nothing else I'm saying. If you can't debunk that, my dude, you already know what time. You already lost. But if you can't debunk this, then you already know what time it is, brother. Well, back into this right here, right? So got this one right here. Boom. So George Cumming, a Negro, had the indenture of his white servant woman. Her name is Christina Finney, extended by a year, and her child bound for 31 years by the order of on December 7, 1736, the Carteret County Court, because she had a mulatto bastard child during her service. She may have been the common law wife of a free person of color, for she was charged with having another mulatto on July 10th, 1739, and another on December 20th, 1743. When she applied to the courts for her freedom on June 9th, 1744, the court ruled that she serve another 5 months to pay off the cost of the court suit against her. When she again applied for her freedom 6 months later, the court ruled that on checking the record, she served another year since she had another mulatto child at the time of her servitude, nigga. Come on, bro. She having, how the fuck is all these white women having these slaves by just having random, and they're already in bondage. So how the fuck is they having random children by niggas? Oh, the niggas, they're not saying the niggas are slaves. They're not saying the niggas are slaves in this case. Okay? She may have been the common law wife of a free person of color, nigga. The fuck out of here. All right, so one more. Let's get into this one. Nah, I don't want this one. I want this one. Let me see something. Oh, matter of fact, here, bet the condition of the mother. On November 26, 1772, it said runaway from the subscriber in Cumberland, a mulatto man named Jim, who is a slave, but pretends he had the right to his freedom. His father was an Indian, right? So how the fuck did he become a slave if his father was an Indian? Because his mother was a slave, right? Hold up. All right, 1749, North Carolina made a law. Law is amended to include all white persons intermarrying with Negroes, mulattoes, or musty, or other person mixed blood. Okay. In Tennessee, 1832, Madison County, free man of color Richard Matthews seeks permission to marry a white woman. Okay. That's all this is. So I don't need to get it all into that. So go ahead. In 1705, the Virginia legislation passed into law that the offspring of an Indian and white is a mulatto. This law went on to state that if a half Indian mulatto was to marry a white person, then the mulatto and his or her offspring were to be legally regarded as white, right? A special meeting at the South Carolina House of Commons after a member has announced that free men of color with their white wives have immigrated from Virginia with the intentions of settling on Santee River. And this is reported by Governor Robert Johnson at the time, right? But bam, what do we got here? Your boy Richard Allen.
Hold on. Tom. Uh-oh. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We're going to get right into this not coincidences. Second round, that was A1. Second round, that was a fire second round. Shout out to not a coincidence, man. Let's get right into it. Get your screen ready. We'll be right ready when you're ready, brother. Let's get it, man. Shout out to not a coincidence.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back.
We back. We got not a coincidence on the screen. Your time is starting right now, my brother. Let's get it.
All right. So A1 tried to dance that 1670 law out there, but we're going to get into that. But let's listen to A1.
We Indians running around here in the dirt, and I even hear some of the Indians. Oh, the white man was slaves, nigga, until 1865. What? Didn't know white people had no power in America. And I even hear some of the Indians. Oh, the white man was slaves, nigga, until 1865. What?
So you hear 1865. So why talk about this? My screen shares still sharing. It's this the law. This is the actual primary, and this is I'm gonna get into why he doesn't like showing the primaries. Right? It says Negro and Indians could not own white servants. And again, like A1 pointed out, it doesn't even say white. It says Christian servant. But it is to be implied when they're talking about Christians, they're talking about them. So it says white servants. It doesn't say slaves. This is why he doesn't show the actual primary. But that's why I'm here. I show the primary. Again, what he did was the condition of the mother. Let me go over here. The condition of the mother. Negro women, children to serve according to condition of the mother. It doesn't say white women. It doesn't just say women. It says Negro women. We have the primaries. But A1 didn't want to show you the primary because then he can't take the word Negro out like he did on his slide. He deliberately took the word Negro out. What type of scholarship is that? Negro women, children to serve to the condition of the mother, not white women, not Slavic women, not any women, Negro women. This is what the law said. But he put it on his little presentation and he took the word Negro out. That's a damn shame. So he got to come on here and lie to make his point. We ain't got to lie. That's why I show the primaries. This is why I show the primaries. So this is from 1670. And no, in these laws, they don't call everybody servant because I'm going to show you what they said in 1699. 1669, just the year before that. What does it say? An act about casual killing of slaves, right? So in the law, they make the difference. And this is why I won on that debate with Hawk School. I proved there is a difference between slave and servant because they use these different words in the law. Here, where is the only law enforced for the punishment of refractory servant resisting their master, mistress, or overseer cannot be inflicted upon Negroes. Who they're calling a slave? The Negro. They're saying you can kill him. I don't have to read this whole thing. But he showed you this and took out the word Negro. He should be fired on the spot for that. He took out the word Negro. Now this is a slide he put up. The condition of the mother, right? One array from a subscriber in Cumberland, a mulatto man. Mulatto, he's mixed, he's not white. So I don't care how much of your infatuation you have with these white women, because you keep showing these perverted pictures. That really doesn't matter. You can't change history. That's why what you did do was you didn't show the primary. So you can try to change history. But we got you. We caught you. We caught you. That should be my 5 minutes. Let me get into... Let me get into my round. Again, A1 seems to not know what a primary source is. These debates are based on primary sources, not secondary sources. And you see why he doesn't put his sources on the screen. Why? Because he can get caught up. I hope y'all remember when it's time to vote that he took the word Negro out that law. He keep trying to stand on that law. He took the word Negro out. How disingenuous is that? Again, primary sources, we need to know what these are. Text, laws, newspaper reports, speech, diaries, data sets, survey. Original things that happened at the time. So let's talk about revolts. He tried to mention some white revolts, but again, this is secondary sources. We're going to get into the primaries, right? The Vermont Journal, October 18th, 1791, page 2. You see, I give you that. You can go and look up the newspaper right now. You can look that up and get the same article I got and read it right with me. A1 doesn't provide you that because he's not here to provide you information. He's here to provide a narrative. He's here to take words out of laws. That's what he's here to do. The northern plains surrounding Cape Francis were the seedbed for popular slave uprising during the Haitian Revolution in August 1791. Rebels began their assault on plantation complexes, burning buildings and factories. Within a few weeks, rebels forcing in the excess of 10,000 forcing many whites to seek refuge in Le Cap. Let me read this article to you. Boston, September 27th. Extract a letter from Cape Francis. Remember, they was talking about the Haitian Revolution. This is in 1791. On the 23rd August, the Negro slaves erected the standard of revolt in the country and have destroyed all plantations between Port Margaret and Lemonade, massacred the whites. Again, like I said, massacred the whites. We wasn't there rolling, laying down. We was massacring the whites. He wants to hide this history and just act like all they was doing was having sex with white women, which is weird. Massacring the whites, plundering and burnt everything. The distance of the country now laid waste and in ashes is 60 miles in length, 28 miles wide, 26. The Negroes are continuing their ravages. Every precaution is taken to secure the city. As many failures as could be spared, or as many sailors as could be spared from the shipping are on shore doing duty. All the slaves in the city are confined in the church. Again, who's leading these revolts? I told you, A1, you can't just mention these revolts. We need to see the primary sources, like this, the Pennsylvania Gazette, December 3rd, 1730, page 2. See, I could just show you it. He can't. That's why he has to take the word Negro out to fit his crazy white supremacy narrative. The account in our last of the insurrection of the Negroes in Virginia. Insurrection of the Negroes in Virginia. Why you want to hide this history of us fighting and killing these white people? Why you want to hide that? Make it seem like we were just some punks when we wasn't? It's confirmed by our other letters. The Captain Willis of the Amity, as he was coming from thence, discovered a Negro who had hid himself in the ship, and being examined how he came on board, said he was going ambassador from the ambassador from the Negroes to His Majesty King George. However, His Excellency was turned ashore and whipped through every country to the place from whence he came. It is wrote from Jamaica, July 5th, that 100 white men being sent out against Rome, against some runaway blacks, were all destroyed by those Negroes. Again, 100 white men being sent out against some runaway blacks were all destroyed by some Negroes. And that March 24th, 1729, to June 24th, 1730, 11,421 hogsheads of sugar have been exported.
20 minutes.
Has been exported from the island. And in 4,631 Negroes brought in there from the coast of Africa. It was so bad that they had to start making new designs on guns just to stop the Negroes from revolt. New guns, self-cocking and revolving pistol to stop Negro revolts. So where do you see the effect of these white slave revolts in history, where they had to come up with new technology just to stop us? Where is it? Revolt of Negroes. No revolt of Negroes will take place if it is known that one of the island's patent self-cocking and revolving pistols is in possession of master or overseer. Southern merchants, planters, and ship captains are requesting to call and examine this humane preventative over a destructive weapon when necessary to exercise its power. This is from the Evening Post, August 27th, 1841, page 3. You get the source so you can look it up yourself. So let's listen to something else, another one of A1's outlandish claims.
Think of it like this. The Nat Turner story is bullshit. But the Nat Turner did exist. He was paid by Judah Benjamin to go into Hampton County, Virginia, and kill black slave owners.
And then on top of that,
It's too many Negro slave owners in Virginia at the time when this shit.
About the Nat Turner Revolt. It took place on August 27, 1831 in Southampton County, Virginia. Over the course of 2 days, dozens of whites were killed as Turner's band of insurrections, which eventually numbered over 50, moved systematically through plantation and plantation in Southampton County. Most of the rebels were executed along with countless others who were suspected often without cause of participating in the conspiracy. So again, A1 brought this book up, Free Negro Owners of Slaves, and we heard him just say that Nat Turner was hired to kill black slave owners. Well, in Southampton County, there was only 2 black slave owners, and they only owned 1 slave apiece. It was Edith Turner owned 1 slave, Perry Taylor owned 1 slave, and you can find that on page 42. Where are all the black slave owners in Southampton County that Nat Turner was hired to kill? Where is that, A1? And this is the census that Edith Turner is on, 1830 U.S. Census. This is another 1830 U.S. Census for Perry Taylor. This is the other one. You see in both censuses, there's no white slaves, just black people. So only white families were killed by Nat Turner and companions. A large number of white residents of Southampton County were involved in the rebellion, in some ways as victims, as witnesses, or as owners of slaves, implicated in the revolt. The names marked with an asterisk are those individuals killed in the revolt. Number refers to the order in which the farms were attacked by the rebels. This is from the Nat Turner Project. Look at all these white people. They're not the slaves, they was the slave owners, and they got killed for that. Only white families were killed by Nat Turner and companions. This is continuation of this list. This is other white victims, witnesses, and so on. Out of the 46 people who went to trial, none of them are charged for killing a black slave owner. They're all charged for killing white people. Also, all are black Negroes, free or enslaved. There is not one white slave in sight. Look at all these people. And we have the trial records for all of these people. These are everybody who was on trial for the Nat Turner revolt. A lot of them were executed for killing white people. Here goes one of the people, Trial of Daniel, slave of Richard Porter, August 31st, 1831. This is from the Court Minute Book of South Canton, Virginia, 1830, 1835. Page 72, page 73. You can find Daniel's case. You see how easy it is to source that? Because I'm not hiding anything. Trial of Daniel. Charged with felonious consulting, advising, and conspiring with each other and divers of other slaves to rebel and make insurrection and making insurrection and taking the lives of divers for free white persons of this commonwealth. Witness Levi Waller. The witness saw the prisoner Daniel and 2 other Negroes named Aaron and Sam go into a log house where the witness's wife and small girl had attempted to secrete themselves. He saw the Negroes come out the house, and the prisoner, Daniel, had the witness's wife's scissor chair in his hand. The witness then made for a swamp farther from the house and was pursued by 2 of the Negroes, but they did not overtake him. After the Negroes had left the witness house, the witness returned to the house and found his wife and small girl, as well as many other members of the family, murdered, and an infant child mortally wounded who died the Wednesday evening following. Anybody can get it in this course of freedom. I don't know why you want to take this history from us. Like, we fought the whole time. But he wants to make it to white people who had it bad. Who cares how bad they had it? Witness Nathan Francis, also a witness of this commonwealth, was sworn and deposed to the following facts: that a number, say between 50 and 60 free white persons, were murdered on Sunday night, the 21st, and Monday morning, the 22nd day of August, 1831, by a number of Negroes. And it was generally believed that there was insurrection among the Negroes of this county. Again, you can find that in the Southampton County Court Minute Book, 1830, 1835, page 72, page 73. It's the trial of Nat Turner. In that same book, page 21 to page 123. His trial was November 5th, 1831. Trial of Nat Turner, or Nat, alias Nat Turner. Slave of Putnam Moore, deceased November 5th, 1831. Executed. Nat, alias Nat Turner, a Negro man slave, late the property of Putnam Moore, an instant charge with conspiring to rebel and make insurrection. So if he was hired to kill white or black slave owners, how come the court documents don't say that? Witness Levi Whaler heard that the Negroes had risen and were murdering the whites and were coming. Mr. Crocker came to the still where witnesses was and said they were in sight. Now remember, if I'm lying about anything I said, I gave the page number. He could show it like I did when he was lying about these women when it really said Negro women. He tried to imply that since it just says women, it could be white women. No, it says Negro women on the law. So we see the witness heard that the Negroes had risen and were murdering the whites. They're not murdering the blacks. They're murdering the whites, and we're coming. They're scared to death. Mr. Crocker came to the still where witnesses was and said they were in sight. Witness retreated and concealed himself in the corner of the fence behind the garden and the weeds. He's hiding. One Negro looked up, rolled up and looked over, but did not observe him. The attention of the party, he thinks, were called off from him by some of the party going in pursuit of another, which he thinks they took for him, but who turned out to be his blacksmith. Witness then retreated into the swamp, which was not far off. After remaining some time, witness again approached the house. Before he retreated, he saw several of his family murdered by Negroes. Witness James, that he admitted that he was one of the insurgents engaged in a late insurrection. They're talking about NAC, saying he confessed to him, and chief among them, that he gave to his master and mistress, Mr. Travis, his wife, the first blow before they was dispatched. That he killed Miss Peggy Whitehead. They're killing white people, not black people, like A1 like to say. After the revolt in Southampton, communities and state legislators across the South considered the implementation of new, harsher restrictions against enslaved and free African Americans. So these are laws passed in Virginia, March 15th, 1831. No free Negro or mulatto shall be suffered to keep or carry any firelock of any kind, any military weapon, or any power or lead. Number 6, if any slave, free, Negro, or mulatto shall hereafter willfully and maliciously assault and beat any white person with intention in so doing to kill such white person, every such slave, free, or mulatto, so offended and being therefore lawful convicted shall be adjudged and deemed guilty of felony and shall suffer death without benefit of clergy, no trial. Number 7, if any person shall hereafter write, print, or cause to be written or printed any book, pamphlet, or other writing advising persons of color, not persons of Slavs, persons of white people, persons of color within the state to make insurrections or to rebel, or shall have knowingly circulate or cause to be circulate any book, pamphlet, or other writing in this commonwealth, commit insurrection or rebellion. Such person, if a slave, free, and mulatto, discretion to the said judge not exceeding, you get the point. There is no white slave law.
10 minutes, brother. 10 minutes.
There is no white slave law. That's what we're looking for. Where's the white slave law? Right? We have descendants of Nat Turner. He said if he was real. Well, if he's not real, how do we have descendants of him? Descendants of Nat Turner gather on Southampton County Farm where Turner hid during the 1831 rebellion. They are from left, Brindle Hardy, Lamont Hardy, Louise Person, Evelyn Hawkins, John Young, Jason Turner, Joyce Lewis, Yvonne Reeves, and Alvin Turner. Right? I think A1 forgot what the debate is about because he ain't giving it to us.
What type of debate? What type of debate? Again, he just told me what the debate.
I don't know. I just told you. What was it?
Did the black people own white slaves?
Oh, man. And what's your position?
What's your man? Yes. Emphatically.
That black people own white slaves?
Emphatically.
And not a coincidence saying that black people didn't own white slaves?
No, he's saying yes.
Wait, he's saying no?
No, he's saying black people didn't own white slaves.
And you talking about United States?
Yes. There.
The United States, America. Where is it? We see no evidence of this. None whatsoever. We've been here 2 rounds, and we haven't seen any documents concerning the slave trade with white people. Nothing like that. Right? He gives us the Nat Turner story. He says it's fake. Right? But meanwhile, we have all the documentation for it. Right? We have the white families. We know how many black slave owners was there. What else do we need to do? Like I said, I think he forgot what the debate is. That's his issue. But let's go back to this. A1 tried to wheel this law out there, right? And you can get it from William Wyler's Henning Statute at Large, Volume 2, page 80. Remember, he said it. And we knew he was going to say it. And we knew he was going to take the word Negro out. Right? He did it with he took the word Negro out with the women's law. When it said no Negro women, children to serve according to the condition of the mother. He tried to copy and paste and take the word Negro out. But this is what he had to do to make it sound good. Other than that, he has nothing for you. How much time I got left? All right, let's go over some things. Like with the Nat Turner story. Only white people was killed. There was only 2 black slave owners in the area. He's saying they was hired to kill black slave owners. Well, how did so many people get killed? If there's only two black slave owners in that area, right? When we talked about William Ellison, right? For 30 years, for 35 years, from 1830 to 1865, he was the only black slave owner in Sumter County. Right? We got the primaries. A1 seems to not know what what primary sources are because he hasn't used one yet. So maybe we need to remind them. Maybe everybody needs to be reminded.
5 minutes, big brother. 5.
Right? Primary sources are first-hand accounts of topics from people who had direct connection with it. Primary sources can be can include texts of laws, like this law. Right? We have the actual law, like we've been showing y'all. Again, he took the word Negro out. Newspaper articles, like we see over here, of Negro slaves coming in from Africa. That's from the South Carolina Gazette, April 13th, 1769. When is A1 going to get historical with you? Right? A1 likes to paint this picture like we just laid down. No, we didn't. We fought something that he's trying to take away from your ancestors. I don't know why we take that. So newspaper reports by reporters who witnessed an event or who quote people who did. These are primaries. Ads, these are primaries. We got the sources. We're going to go into it further. Right? A1 still ain't show no black slave owners. He hasn't proven that there was 2 million black slaves, like he claims. Hasn't proven Anthony Johnson owned slaves. Not William Ellison. Not Antoine Dubuque. Now he could repeat the names like I said something wrong or doing something wrong by using them. But look what I'm doing. I'm giving you the primary sources. This is a federal census in 1860. If black people was running shit in 1860, why are they putting black on there and not putting white? Right? A1 wants to turn the Slavs into slaves, but then also tell you that's your family. You hear that ridiculous shit? Now these Slavs are your family. Like, I hope y'all not falling for the same old sermon. How come news articles from back in the day aren't saying that Negroes on white slaves when they talk about it? Why? Because it never happened. It never happened. But you know what did happen? Negroes fought. Just like you see here. Just like you see here in Virginia, in Jamaica. Just like you see here in Southampton, Virginia. Look at all these people that was killed in that revolt that we have the records for. This was big, but A1 wants to make it seem like it didn't happen because in his perverted mind, black slave owners just wanted to have sex with white women. That's all it was about. So much though, he got so caught up in having sex with these white women that he actually went and brought us this. Remember, he said the condition of the mother, right? When it didn't say, it says the condition of the Negro mother. Why are you leaving that out? But he shows us mulattoes. Look at this picture. That's all he's worried about. A mulatto man named Jim, who was a slave. That's not a white person. Matthew says he's of the Portuguese blood. They call him a free man of color. So is he trying to say white people are Negroes? Is he trying to replace you with white people? I don't know what he's doing. He's not making any sense. He hasn't been on topic. All he gave was a Jack Johnson. Where's the white men that was enslaved? Because the Mann Act only talks about white women. Doesn't even say that they was being sold like slaves and being on an auction block, things that we could prove. No, just, if you happen to bring this white woman across state lines to have sex with them, then you're going to jail. But if you stay in that state, you can still have sex with them. Again, I think A1 forgot what the debate is. So let's remind them.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. This concludes the second round, man. Shout out to both of these brothers. This is a fire-ass debate, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Y'all let me know who y'all got winning. Put an A1 in the chat if y'all got A1 winning so far. Put an NAC in the chat if y'all got the brother NAC winning so far. Y'all let me know what's going on. This is your brother Aboriginal Power. We're going to take a quick couple-minute break. Give y'all enough time to go use the bathroom, get something to drink. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
These niggas are straight hoes. Niggas know what's up with us, man. We don't be out here. Man, I get shit done, boy. Your ass tripping. Niggas call me blooders just like T out here. Let's get it. I'll be calling phone the phone, say I don't be out here. Catch him, knock his noodles back. Just don't tweak out here. Phone no sliding, late night hunting, ain't no sleep out here. 2 days back to back, that's 50 racks to be out here. Can't have no Fifi on your block as long as Steve out here. Can't try to slide inside a fishbowl, you got beef out here. No, can't wanna get you out the way, they say you're chief out here. Niggas hold, they tuck their tails cause they be scared. And that Hellcat on the E-way off the me. Say his name inside this song, my bros, I bet I see it. Niggas low-key want that smoke you do, you bet I see it. Get your ass back in that house, we got FN99s. My credit so A1 with killers, I be paying my fines. I be on my dick in songs, but I don't pay no mind. All them hoes that be with the odds gang, they broke they spine. All the crackers get robbed for they shit, they bad back. I keep my Glock and her Chanel, that shit costs 5 racks. All these hoes be going for real, low key, just bound X. He got shot up in his shit out here, he tryna flex. Never cared so much, ran out of wood, just past the Dutch. Your homies die, you don't never slide, it ain't adding up. Get caught with a pipe, you out same night, you fed or what? New op pack in the air, this gas or what? He'll still be alive right now if you niggas ain't gas him up. Give my shorty stingers and guns, I tell them slap for nothing. Everybody with this gang ain't shit, so they ain't dying for nothing. If she don't fuck on the first night, off the rip, I ain't bound to nothing. If I ain't got time for loving my kids, then I ain't got time for nothing. Then I slide home to my bitch, that mean no time for cutting. Why these niggas think they safe? Cause they locked in. Man, we thought this shit was over since some shots. You think you safe when you at out west, little nigga just popped in. I know some killers from out west, they keep them Glocks. Knowing they killer on the loose, they throw my vibe off. You lighting candles on that main street, watch that side block. You ever stood up over, I been knocked his dreads off. You know a nigga claim he haters, but he fanned out. Back then I pull up to them clubs, them killers was sitting in steams. How the fuck he say he ain't tell with the course they doing that nigga subpoena? Fuck Lil Durk, he ain't no shit, his ass the same. What else? Fuck Lil Durk, his ass a goofy, he not let Ron either. What else? Fuck Lil Durk, he talk the shit, not laugh about the street. What else? Niggas always say they out here, we don't never see them. But if we do, we pop out cars and we gon' know idea. Low key, I know they hurt so bad they don't act. Jumped off the porch back then when X was stacks and smoking meat. 6 nights for Aslan used to stay right there, right by the field. Loco, he stayed next door on Bishop, he was selling meat. 18 for exotic and Chirac selling 36. I'm not trying to die young out here like I'm Rowdy Rich. We get that Lolo, then phone them go sit outside the crib. Yeah. Sign to the streets 3 on the way, we going on a 50 cash show, motherfucker.
Shout out to everybody in the motherfucking building, man. What we doing, man? Y'all ready to go, man? What we doing? Turn up, man. What we doing? Turn me up, man. It's the fire one. Somebody said the internet keep kicking y'all out. I don't know what that is. Hold on a second. There's somebody calling me. Hello? Yo. Shout out to everybody in the building. Sorry for the technical difficulties on you guys in. Make sure y'all hit that link. Come on in. Shout out to the family that purchased the pay-per-view. We do appreciate everybody for tapping in. We about to get into the 3rd round, y'all. This is the 3rd round. Let's get right into it, family. Waiting on A1 to get his screen up. I think he already got his screen up. Let's get right into it. Shout out to my brother A1, man. Let's get right into it, family.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet.
All right, we got brother A1 in the building. What's the word?
All right, man. Let's get into it, man. Let's get back into it. All right, so let's go back to the condition of the mother real quick.
Time started now.
See, this nigga is so slave-minded, right? That everything I just presented went right over his fucking head. The condition of the mother. I use the condition of the mother in reference to 1691. The assembly prohibited the manumission of white women who had children by Negroes or mulattoes. Okay, stop, right? It's saying were to be sold as servants for 5 years and their children be bound out for 30 years. So what is that? If the assembly prohibit the manumission of white women, meaning white women who used to retain their freedom if they had children. My bad, that's why I just caught me. 1691, the assembly prohibited the manumission of white women who had children by Negroes or mulattoes. were to be sold as servants for 5 years and their children be bound for 30. What the fuck is that? Is that not a white woman who obviously is in bondage for her to be to where they had to come up with a law to prohibit her from being manumission? We just went through the fucking term on what manumission, liberation from slavery. So we have an actual white woman right here in the 1691 assembly that's prohibited from a manumission, right? Because she had children by Negroes or mulattoes. And these children was to be bound for 30 years. So why are they being bound? Not a coincidence. Is they being bound because the niggas is slaves? Or is the mother the slave, you goddamn idiot? You just sat there the whole time. Oh, he took Negro out because it ain't pertaining no Negroes, you stupid fuck. It's not pertaining no Negroes.
Hey, watch your language. Watch your language.
Okay, my bad, brother. It's talking about the manumission of white women who had children. They're not talking about black women. They're saying white women who had children by Negroes. And their children was to be bound for 30 fucking years. Now we just, oh, my bad. Go ahead. My bad, AP. We just read this one. Hold up. Let me see something. Oh, all right, we just read this. Despite the effort of legislation, white servant women continue to bear children by black fathers through the late 16th and 17th, as well as the 18th century. From these genealogy, there was primary sources of the increase of free-colored population from 1723 and 1782, when Virginia relaxes restrictions against the manumission. What we just talked about. Over 370 families in history descended from white women. Many of these women may have been the common law wives of Negroes since they have several mixed children, right? We just talked about this one with George Crump, right? George Cummins, a Negro, had an indentured of his white servant woman named Christina Finley, extended by a year, and had a child bound out to 31 years by the order of December 7, 1736, Carteret County Court, because she had a mulatto bastard child during her service. She may have been the common law wife of a free person of color, for she was charged with having another mulatto child on July 10th, 1739. And we know that they extended the time because I just read it. Okay. Now, once again, for the people that's on the back of the slow bus, right? In the beginning, right? I went over such terms like servant, right? This is out of the etymology dictionary, right? Servant, male or female, personal domestic attendant, one owning duty of service to master or lord, one employed by another and subject to his order from servant, foot soldier, servant, waiting, present to attend, wait upon. Now I say see serve. From early 14th century as a slave. It was the usual designation for slave right here. Do you not see this, my dude? You the one who has the distorted fallacies of slaves being Africans, my dude. That's the fucking problem. You talking about African slaves, and I'm talking about the real slaves. But let's get into it, man. Let's get back into it. And as far as, let me see something, because you said something else that was of interest, right? This one right here, right? Because I got another one. So hold on. Okay. My bad. All right, so it said white slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such extent that Virginia Assembly passed the following law. So why would they pass the law? They should already know at this point in time that Negroes, at least, right, are servants them goddamn selves. So why would they even utter the words or even have the fallacy that a Negro will have the urge to even own a slave unless they was already owning white slaves. I ain't gonna get into it, man. White slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such a extent that the Virginia Assembly passed the following law in 1670. It enacted that no Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoyed their own freedom, shall be capable of such purchase of Christians. Okay, now let's get into it. So we went through the condition of the mother, right? I stopped off right here with your boy Richard Allen and his white wife Sarah Bass. Okay, so Sarah Bass was born in 1764 in the Isle of the Wright County, Virginia, as a slave. When she was 8, she was sent to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was no longer enslaved as of 1800. That year, she met Richard Allen. They married by 1802. They had 6 children. Okay, it's saying Allen maintained the family finances and the general homemaking task was due to his wife. So when we went back to family, what else did it say? So she's already a Slough, right? She's already a Slough, but servant of a household, nigga. Servant, slave, okay? Household of slaves, nigga. So the word family, we're not saying people family slaves now. But at that point in time, the word family was equated with people being servants, and the word servant is synonymous with the word slave, as we just went through the word servant itself, right? So, the boy Richard Allen right here, right? So once again, right? Now, it says slaves and Negroes were in some cases their children of free fathers who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, as so many such husbands failed to do, then his own children was born his slave and were thus reported by the numerator. And this is in the case of a slave owner, my dude. And I know it's kind of vague, but to go with what we pretty much have already, Negroes already having all these babies by these Slavic women, then it would pretty much be on point to what we hear. And these children was not emancipated. That's why a lot of times these children was put into slavery with their mother. The only one who could free them or emancipate them was the father, right? So let's continue, man. You said something. This is a forgotten cause of civil war. I just want to touch on this real quick before I get into the meat and potatoes of my final round. So this is Lawrence R. Tenzer, ED, right? It said throughout the slavery days, a slave was a mulatto if she had any degree of white or black parenting. It must be understood that if after many generations, white people who had the mere one drop of black blood could be and were enslaved as mulattoes, white mulattoes to say, right? It's saying many people heard of the one drop rule, whereby the most infestimable amounts of black blood makes one black. What is often overlooked, however, is the fact that in the reality, this is a social classification. A white person and a person who has a distinct black ancestor but no discernible black traits look the same and are both psychologically white human beings. It was the common
20 minutes.
It was the common thinking in the North to hold that slave who look white were white people and not mulattoes, not black. It's saying, hold on, let me take this off the screen real quick because it's blocking. It's saying, as it will be seen in the public ramifications of white slavery was the ultimate cause of the Civil War. Okay, so let's get into it, right? So this is your man George Washington, right? And this is what they wrote and said about him, right? Say contemporaries of George Washington had commented that none of his portrait accurately resembles him. And a member of his immediately family is quoted as having said that the pictures of him painted by various artists all look very much alike, but are not really like the general himself. This is attributed to the fact that the expression of George Washington's face varied according to circumstances and the painter saw it only in repose, right? But this is what they saying George Washington looked like, right? So this is, it's saying, all right, and this is out of George Washington biography, right? So I said, did Bessie reject Washington? Another rich man. Let me go down a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna go right here where it said he had strong but quite regular features, except that the upper part of his nose was usually broad. His face, like so many countenances, whatever, of his time, exhibited a mark of smallpox. He had light blue eyes and brown hair, and was a vigorous male. A British officer who met Washington some years later reported that he had a dark complexion and looked like, which probably means Washington was tanning at the time, and they was joking at that point in time, right? But it says a great similarity exists also in the word pictures penned by those who met George Washington at different periods of his life and under various circumstances. One of his earlier of these depictions of a handsome young 19, it says 6 to 2 feet inches, slender, blue eyes and abundance, brown hair, and a clear, ruddy complexion. His manner, self-control, his speech well considered, but his personality is not revealed. Okay, so that's dealing with George Washington right here. They saying George Washington was a nigga, right? So your boy Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson, father and mother came from Ireland and was richly poor. The Virginia Magazine of History, volume 29, page 191, says that John Jackson was the son of a white woman who had intermarried with a Negro, and that his older brother had been sold as a slave in Carolina. Now you go figure that, right? It's another source, and actually this is from J. Rogers, the 6 Black Presidents. Just to quote, put that out there. It's Anthony Johnson, another American 7th president, was according to a 1921 article of Virginia Magazine History, the son of an Irish woman who had married a light-skinned black man, right? This is Thomas Jefferson, right? Thomas Jefferson, the chief attack on Jefferson was the Johnny Cake Papers and the general denunciation of him. It said, Thomas Jefferson, the son of a half-breed Indian squaw, sired by a Virginia mulatto father. It also called him a half nigger. Okay, this is another source of, according to these reports, which are based on books by late Jamaican historian J. Rogers, by African American Leroy Vaughan and others. Thomas Jefferson's mother was part black, as was his father. Mr. Jefferson was described once by a political rival as being the half-breed Indian squaw and the Virginia mulatto father. All right, so I just wanted to put that out there, right? So before we get into this, matter of fact, I'm gonna just go straight to Lincoln, right? So Lincoln was said to be the illegitimate son of Nancy, of a Negro, by Nancy Hanks. It's in the campaign for the presidency. He was often referred to as a Negro by his opponents. He was even depicted as a Negro. He was seen as Abraham Africanus first. Now, the reason I'm putting that out there, right? Matter of fact, let me continue, right? It said what gives strength to this was that the hair was more Negro than Caucasian. So was his color of his father. He said his face was round, his complexion was swarthy, hair black and coarse, eyes brown. It said of himself of a dark complexion with coarse hair and dark eyes. Now, when we look at Lincoln don't look like that. Neither does any of these other paintings and pictures that these people have put out there, right? So I'm just putting the point that history has lied to us all together. All together. This nigga is the only one who's enforcing this false history that got us coming up as we slaves. We've been oppressed all this time. Just the normal victimhood story, right? So hold up. Some more sources, right? It's from the life of Abraham Lincoln, right? It said, my father came to Spencer County, Indiana in 1828. Lincoln was tall, raw bone at 18. With 16 years of age, he was 6 feet high. He was somewhat bony, raw, dark skinned. He was quick and moved with energy, right? They said he was somewhat bony, raw, and dark skinned. The picture that they show us of Lincoln is not dark skinned, brother. is not dark skinned. This nigga is not dark skinned in any entire. So these people are lying about everything, right? But let's get into some more of this, right? Because it's only gonna get better. Look, this is Vice President Hamill, right? It said even more than Lincoln was the Vice President Hannibal Hamlin, said to be a Negro. While the United States Senator from Maine, he was often attacked from the floor because of his dark skin. To one of his opponents replied, "I'll take my color from nature. You get yours from the brandy bottle, which is more honorable." All right. So they even saying that his vice president was a nigga, right? Let's go on to the next one right here, right? So we dealing with Hamilton, Alexander Hamilton, right? Saying short proof Hamilton was a Negro ancestry, says Reverend Martin, is that Hamilton brother James, same mother, same father, also migrated to the United States, where he was treated as a Negro because of his dark color and hair. James was a merchant. It said was once refused a seat on the Broadway coach because of his dark complexion. That's something totally different. But however it go, showing you that this was a nigga, right? So let's get into it, right? So, all right, so this is at the time, this is Benjamin Franklin, and this is what he said, right? He said, hold up, let me see something. Let me make sure. All right. It said, all of Africa, Asia, and America are Swazi, black. Russia, Italy, Spain, France, Swedes, and the Germans are black. And this is from the Swazi Memoirs of a Black American Revolution, 1775, 1780, and this is by Lee Cummings, okay? And now here go the actual source. The observation concerning the increase of mankind, people in the countries, etc., by Benjamin Franklin, right? And this is what it said. It said, which lead me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia chiefly tawny. America exclusive of the newcomers, woolen so. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally somewhat what we call Swazi complexion, or as the Germans also. All right. So now he got you thinking Swazi, which Swazi clearly said, right? Remember, this is he got to argue with with this dictionary. I'm not arguing with it, right? It clearly says Swazi, being a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny, in warm climates, the complexion of men is universal Swazi or black. The Moors, the Spaniards, and Italians are more Swazi than the French, Germans, and English. But it's not saying that the French, Germans, and English are not Swazi themselves. So he showed you a definition of a remix single, and he wants you to believe it when I'm showing you from the actual definition of it. We know what they changed it to now to hide history, right? So once again, Swazi, being a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny in warm climate, the complexion of men is universally Swazi or black. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more Swazi than the French, Germans, and the English, right? So let's go back down.
10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes and 10 seconds.
That's all I'm gonna need. So when we get into all these individuals, right? We know all these individuals are not the original Europeans, right? Because we got the memoirs of what the people look like, right? Which we're about to get into. But just for showing sake, this is what reportedly said with King George III, Queen Charlotte, and these are other emblems of other higher royalty of coats of arms that was going on at that time, right? We see the same thing at the same time where they claiming that these people was white that was sending all these people over here, kind of find out that the royalty in them countries, niggas was black, right? So check this out, right? And go into this, see them niggas in the castle, right? Same thing right here, the wild men and the Moors, right? So it's in the storming of the castles of the Moors, on the left arm with sticks and stones and clubs. It said five tall wild men attacked the castle filled with the blackamoors. It seemed a clear-cut case of white versus black or good versus evil. It's saying two long-robed black defenders, one beside the mount and the other on the drawbridge. So you can see the picture right here, right? These were the people in the 14, 15, 16, 17, 1800s that was running Europe, right? So let's get into it, right? So these are some other images of the fake King Charles the Fifth, right? Which this nigga, he believed, not a coincidence, believed that this is the real King Charles the Fifth, right? And I show him that this is what the people said what King Charles the Fifth looked like. He don't agree with that because it don't go with the original narrative, right? We see other compositions of other fake drawings and artists drawing white people in a later time, right? We see more royalty in Europe, right? Right? So it's saying on April 10th, 1606, the Virginia Company in London was granted the royal charter by King James I, awarded in a large tract of land in present-day Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, with the objection of colonizing the eastern coast of North America, right? So it said the Virginia Company arranged with the city of London to have 100 poor white children, right? It's saying in a place sent to Virginia in 1619 for sale to work on wealthy planters of the colonies to be used as slave labor. Okay, now let's get into his memoirs, right? So I know this is another image from Lee Cummings' book, right? That we're gonna get real acquainted with, right? So it's saying, I know that the image of the Black King James can be a little confusing because of the Western education, but this is the truth that is known by the rich and the elite in the world. It's saying that was the reason I paraded all of the English historians and professors before I got into the bow of this book, right? So now look, here go the actual source right here, right? And this is from the New College Library of Edinburgh, UK, right? I'm gonna read from here. It's saying, I know that the image of the Black King James can be a little confusing because of your Western education, but this is the truth that is known by the rich elite in the world. That was the reason I parted all of the English historians and professors before I got into the battle of the book. I had to get your minds ready to receive the truth. King James came from a long line of Black Scottish Stuart kings. 340 years of rulership in Scotland. The Stuarts not only ruled in Scotland, but they ruled in France, Spain, and Ireland, and England. In Britain, the Wales, King James was able to rule all these lands because of these people were Iberian, Black descent. They were the same people. Okay, so this is a source right here that's telling us the nigga who put the charter to bring the so-called slaves here in 1606 in Virginia is actually a fucking nigga. It's actually a nigga, right? Now we hear all the stories, right? We don't never hear about the but hold up, that's Virginia and Barbados, right? So let's get a little further into this, right? You don't need to go into that. It's another image from his book. This is King James, the Duke of York, the Duke of Albany. It's saying the King of Scotland and England. It's saying the image of Duke of York depict him as the Black Scottish king. He was named after King James VI of Scotland.
5 minutes.
Okay, the Duke of York was granted these lands by his brother King Charles II. New York, the land between Connecticut, Delaware, Long Island, Pennsylvania, Nantucket, and Maine. Okay, saying this is the reason the book was titled The 13 Black Colonies, because based on the research of the original founders were 4 Black Scottish kings and 1 Black German king. Okay, this is the actual book right here. Okay. So he said, the Negro Question, Volume 6, proves that the 13 colonies were founded by 4 Black Scottish kings. King James VI of Scotland, King Charles I, King Charles II, King James II, Duke of York, and King George II of England, right? It's saying the book features the testimonies of a secret servant agent named John Mackey of England, in which he gives the black descriptions of the prince, nobles, the dukes, and the kings of England. Okay, so let's go into some more of this. All right, so I said this book also includes the eyewitness accounts of leading European historians and scholars such as Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Professor Boyd Dawkins, Dr. Albert Churchward, James Ritson, Winchell Alexander, and Professor Hawksley. It said on page 60 of the 13 black colonies, Benjamin Franklin said that the black nations of Europe in his generation were France, Spain, Russia, Italy, America, Asia, Africa, Sweden, and Germany. Okay, I don't even need to go no further because the motherfuckers who bought the white slaves here was niggas. Okay, so let's continue, right? Some more images of Charles V right here, right? He believes Charles V is the white man, even though we got Charles V right here on the motherfucking Inca kings list. We got Charles V right here, and he don't look nothing like this goddamn motherfucker right here. He don't look nothing like him. But not a coincidence. That's not, oh, this is what he really looked like. Even though you got an image of him who don't even look the same right here. Right? Oh, so let's get into this real quick. All right, he said in 1619, some 20 Negroes was brought to Virginia. At least 11 had the names of Spanish and probably Spanish character. Later were joined by Negroes and mulatto with such names as Antonio, John Pedro. These Spanish-derived servants could have well been part of American ancestry. Okay, they don't know where they came from. The Europeans is the ones writing these lies in, right? But check it out. Let's get into it. So it said between his arrival in 1635, Johnson belonged to Richard Bennett. Okay, it's saying on what was known as the whatever. It's on the south side of James River, the Isles. Hold up, let me see something. Hold on, I think I would pass my shit right here. Nah, all right, it's this one. It says 1635, Johnson was freed and given a 250-acre plantation where he was the master over both black and white servants. Servants meant what? When we just went through what a servant is. And we just heard accounts of other people telling you that they use white indentured servants as a fallacy. They was actually fucking slaves, right? Where we at? It said from early 14th century as a slave. All right. Let me go back down. How much time I got left, AP?
40 seconds.
All right. So once again, Negroes and Indians owned slaves. Okay. It said whites were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such a extent that the Virginia Assembly had passed the following law in 1670 and enacted that no Negro or Indian, though baptized, enjoyed his own freedom, shall be capable of any such purchase of a Christian. They put that law in place, and Negroes also own other Negroes in America. But they put that law in place because they was already owning Negroes, as we can see with Anthony Johnson. Okay? We got P.C. Richards, who's a white man, who his mother was a black slave owner. How did he become white today? Right?
Tom. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. That was a fire round for Big Bro. Third round down. We're going into not a coincidence. Third round, man. After this third round, the polls will be up officially. The polls will be up. Make sure y'all come in. Make sure y'all hit that like button. The polls will be up after the third round. We about to get right into Not a Coincidence. It's third round. I'm waiting on Not a Coincidence to get it pulled up. Let's go.
See my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back. Got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught.
Not a Coincidence. You ready to go?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
All righty, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Thumb up the video. Support the channel, family. Support the channel. This is one of the ones. Shout out to everybody that supported. Shout out to everybody that's in here listening in. Hopefully you guys are taking notes. Hopefully you guys are able to make an unrational or unbiased decision. Basically, you thought presented the information based off of the topic. Y'all know what's going on. It's your brother Aboriginal Power. This is Big Aboriginal Power Debate League. You already know how that's going.
Welcome to the Battle League. This is Big Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all Moors, all Indians. Come step in the ring and put your information on the table. Battle League.
Motherfucker up. What are Aborigines at up in here, man? Do your homework on AP. Asking where the Aborigines at, bro. Do it, Jim. Y'all know my song. Turn me up. Let's get right into it, man. We got my brother Not a Coincidence. You'll round it up. Let me know when you're ready. We can get right into it.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right. So A1 showed us this picture, and this is why A1 doesn't give us the primary source. This is exactly why, because he showed us from a book that has no sources, right? It's just somebody holding a picture, right? But when we go and look at this picture, what does it say? It says an unidentified man with beard, half-length portrait. So this is what A1 does. He does this is what you call fake scholarship, right? Again, he's showing you laws and taking words out the laws. He's showing you pictures and trying to act like this is Abraham Lincoln. This is supposed to be a picture of Abraham Lincoln. But when we go to the Library of Congress and we find this picture, it says unidentified man with beard, half-length portrait, full face. Nothing about Abraham Lincoln. So A1 got caught with the pseudo shuffle because he just took a book from anybody, any old author with no sources and jumped on it. Just like this Lee Cummins, right? He doesn't list any sources in his book. He just talks. You don't find any sources in his book. There's no bibliography. There's no nothing. This is not how you write a book. This is silly. This is copy and paste garbage scholarship. This is not a book you should read. It doesn't cite any sources. That's why A1 gets caught with this, pushing pseudo garbage to y'all. Why? Because he doesn't source anything. So he wants to run back to this skin complexion thing, right? Ruddy. Well, when we look at records for people who are labeled ruddy, they're talking about white people. And we know because the records say so. We know because they say so. Let's go. Like the word swarthy, they talk. That's it. Don't get fooled because you hear the word dark. It's only in comparison to white people. That's it. This shit moving too slow for me. Like swarthy. So this is a World War II draft card. All right, let's turn it. We can turn it somehow. Here we go. All right. What? This guy is a white person, blue eyes, black hair, ruddy. Again, A1 gets caught in this pseudo argument because he never goes to primary sources. Just like swarthy. Y'all keep playing with these words. It's not everyone with dark skin is swarthy. The word is usually used to describe someone whose skin is weather beaten or darkened by the sun or has olive complexion. Black people don't have olive complexion. Black people aren't ruddy. They describe people like Al Capone as swarthy. Walt Whitman, a white man, swarthy. Let's go over here. Like this, A1. These are not white people. He keeps showing up this condition of the mother. He's trying to show us black people having sex with white women and those children being slaves. Those are mixed children. So what? So now you're saying a black person and a white person makes a white person? Those are mulattoes. That's what they're talking about. When the law say Negroes or mulattoes, yeah. These are not white people, A1. They're not white people. Again, still not white. They're talking about mixing. You see it in the picture. And then you pull this up. You said throughout slavery days, a slave was a mulatto if he or she had any degree of white blood and black parentage, right? So this is the book, The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War. So it must be clearly understood that even, this is A1 source, that even after many generations, white people who had a mere one drop of black blood, they're not white. That's the whole point. And these people are not enslaved by black people. Nowhere in that book, and I told you this the other night, nowhere in that book does it say that they are enslaved by black people. You're making that up. You're trying to add that to it. It doesn't say that. In fact, it says that they make African and black the same. Remember, you kept saying black, 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 black. Now all of a sudden, all these other people is black, like Abraham Lincoln, with that's not even a real picture of him. That's a picture of some unnamed person. Everybody black now, but in this source that you pulled up, black are people with African ancestry. These are mixed people. Who cares if they look white? They're not owned by black people. A1 must have forgot what the debate was about. So let's show him.
What's our debate? What's our debate? Again, he just told you what the debate.
I don't know. I just told you. What was it?
Did black people own white slaves?
Oh man. And what's your position?
What's the mean? Yes. Emphatically.
That black people own white slaves?
Emphatically.
And not a coincidence saying that black people didn't own white slaves?
No, he's saying yes.
Wait, he's saying no?
No, he's saying black people didn't own white slaves.
And you talking about United States?
Yes.
Don't show us no Moorish pictures like you did. You want to show us some Moorish pictures. That was in Europe. Anyone remember? He didn't show us any documents. Where's the document? Right? Like there's something called Asiento de Negro. The chief contractor for trade in Negroes was celebrated, Asientos, or permission of the King of Spain to import slaves into Spanish colonies. The Pope's Bull of Demarcation, 1493, debarred Spain from Africa and compelled her to contract with other nations for slaves. This contract was held by the Portuguese in 1600. In the 1640, the Dutch received it, and in 1701, the French. The War of the Spanish Succession brought the monopoly to England, right? America was formed by English colonies. This Anciento of 1713 was an agreement between England and Spain for a monopoly of the Spanish colonial slave trade for 30 years. And England engaged to supply the colonies with at least 144,000 slaves a year. It seems probable that 25,000 Negroes a year arrived in America between 1698 and 1707. After the Asiento of 1713, this number rose to 30,000 annually. And before the Revolutionary War, it had reached at least 40,000 and perhaps 100,000 per year. This is on page 39 in this book. So the first company to get the Asiento de Negro was the South Sea Company.
20 minutes, 30 seconds, brother. 20 minutes and 30 seconds.
The Spanish granted a monopoly contract, the Asiento, to supply Spanish America with African slaves. After the end of the war, the Spanish succession, as part of the provisions of the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, the Asiento was granted to the South Sea Company. So where are the Asiento de Blanco? Allowing to the subjects of Great Britain the liberty of importing Negroes into the Spanish America. Negroes, A1, Negroes. This is a sale, and a slave boy named Jesse, April 6, 1830, Maury County, Tennessee. Notice that R.B. Passmore, clerk, will offer for sale on Public Square in Columbia one enslaved Negro boy named Jesse. One enslaved Negro boy named Jesse. And we see it on the primary. Named Jesse, 12 or 14, the property of James Dobbins, a white man. Jesse is being sold to pay a debt, right? And you can find this in the Knight Garrett collection, manuscript, aisle 5. So this is in Maury County, Tennessee. Negro boy being sold, not a white boy. We don't have Asiento de Blancos. We don't have bill of sales with black people exchanging white people for currency. He hasn't showed us any of that. He showed us books of other people saying shit and no sources. The document records a Negro woman who was being transported to be sold as an enslaved person to William Pepperell for 50 shillings. The document noted the woman was marked with a Y on your right shoulder. Captain John Morris of the ship, Sarah, created the bill of lading dated April 1790 from Barbados. And we see here on the document, Negro woman. Where's it at, A1? So this is a bill of lading, right? We have shipping. This is a shipping document. Bill of lading for sale, 1790, contributed by the Maine Historical Society. It's another bill of lading. By the Brigade Mary under Master Jeffrey Bedgood, Thomas Hall shipped 2 Negroes, not white people, 2 Negroes, 1 man and 1 woman, from Bluefield, Jamaica to Boston, agreeing to a freight cost of €3 for each, March 3rd, 1709. And as you can see on the primary, we see right here, 2 Negroes, 1 man, 1 woman. We don't have to make nothing up like A1 does. He doesn't even know what a primary source is at this point in time because he hasn't shown any. Remember, he pulled out that Abraham Lincoln photo, and it's not Abraham Lincoln. Trying to pass him off as a black man. Why don't you go to the primary source instead of a meme with somebody holding up a picture and then whatever you want on the side, reading from a book that's no sources? Because if it had sources, it would have led you right there where I got the picture, and you would have realized it's not Abraham Lincoln. Charlotte County, this day, John Williamson came before me, one of the Commonwealth Justice of the Peace for the county aforesaid, and made oath that a certain Negro man named Sunk, the property of Perrin Alday, deceased was committed to the jail of Patrick County and was sold by the sheriff of the said county as a runaway. He was acquainted with the said Negro and knew him to be the property of Paranal Day, given under my hands this 10th day of April, 1820, John Wyatt. Remember, he tried to bring up, runaway white people. Well, where's the slave ads where they're being called slaves? And we don't see it. We have the Negro man right here. We know who we talking about. We see it in the primary. A1 is not providing anything like that. He hasn't even gave you a real secondary source. So there's not even somebody talking about a primary source. It's somebody just giving their own perverted history. All right, we have account books. This is Charleston, South Carolina, manuscript account book in unidentified handwriting for George Austin and Henry Lawrence, April 1750, December 1758. This is page 17 on that book. It says 327 new Negro slaves. It says change and neat proceeds of 327 new Negro slaves imported of the ship Emperor. Now remember this, the ship Emperor, Charles Gwynn, commander from Angola. So we have the ship Emperor, Charles Gwynn, coming from Angola. This is the account book. Now this is the actual slave ad where they got these people to come and buy them. They put an ad in the paper, and when they come and buy them, they write it in their account book. And we can see how much they bought and sold them for, how many people they bought, etc. So this is the South Carolina Gazette, September 3rd, 1753, page 3. On Wednesday next, the 5th of September, will be sold an exceeding fine cargo of 350 healthy Negroes just imported on the ship Emperor. Remember, we seen the ship Emperor in that account book, Captain Charles Gwynn, directly from Angola. So this is what you call research. When you matching up the account books with the slave ads, because how are they going to make money? They have to put ads in the book, ads in newspaper to get people there. That's what they did at the time. They didn't have radios in 1753 or televisions or the internet. They put ads in the paper, and we see this ad matches up with this account book. A1 can't do that. We have another page in this account book. This is on page 21 in Henry Lawrence and George Austin account book. 82 new Negro slaves. Charging each proceed of 82 Negro slaves received of the Orwell Brig, remember the name, Orwell Brig, James Bennett, commander, from Gambia. This is the South Carolina Gazette, September 3rd, 1753, page 3. Also on the same day as above will be sold a cargo of healthy slaves just imported on the Brigade Orwell, Captain Bennett, directly from the River Gambia. So A1 loves to bring up this word cross-referencing, but you never see him cross-referencing with primaries. You never see, you see him picking and choosing out of pseudo books that have no sources in them. This is why he ends up showing a picture of Abraham Lincoln, and it ain't Abraham Lincoln. So what are some other documents we have? We have the Georgia succession document. This is when Georgia left the Union for the Civil War. And what did they say? The people of Georgia, having dissolved their political connection with the government of the United States of America, present to their Confederates and the world the cause which have led to the separation. For the last 10 years, we have numerous and serious causes of complaint against our non-slaveholding Confederate states with reference to the subject of African slavery. The question of slavery was great difficulty in the way of the formation of the Constitution, while the subordination and the political and social inequality of the African race was fully conceded by all. So all of them agreed on the inequality. It was plainly apparent that slavery would soon disappear from what are now the non-slaveholding states of the original 13. So they said, we gotta go. This is a declaration of immediate cause which induced and justified the secession of the state of Mississippi from the federal union. I know some people from Mississippi there, right? This is from Georgia. They told you they wanted to leave because of African slavery. They wanted to keep it. This is Mississippi. Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery. The greatest material interest of the world. It is labor supplies, the product of which constitutes by far the largest and most important portions of commerce of the earth. These products are peculiar to the climate, virgin on the tropical regions, and by an imperious law of nature, none but the black race can bear exposure to the tropical sun. These products have become necessities of the world, and a blow at slavery is a blow at commerce and civilization. They're saying they want to keep their black slaves. This is what the state of Mississippi is saying. That blow has been long aimed at the institution and was at the point of reaching its consumption. There was no choice left us but submission to the mandates of abolition or a dissolution of the union, whose principles have been subverted to work out our ruin. They're saying, listen, they're trying to bury us. We make money off of this. They're trying to end this. We're out of here. That's the state of Mississippi. This is the pamphlet declaring the cause which impelled the state of Texas to secede from the federal union. Know some people from Texas out there. I'm going to go down to the second paragraph. Texas abandoned her separate national existence and consented to become
9 minutes and 45 seconds, brother.
Became one of the Confederate states to promote her welfare, ensure domestic tranquility, and secure more substantially the blessings of liberty and peace to her people. She was received into the Confederacy with her own constitution under the guarantees of the federal constitution. Let me skip down to the next sentence. She was received as a commonwealth holding, maintaining, and protecting the institution known as Negro slavery. This is what Texas said. The servitude of the African to the white race within her limits. That's Texas for you. So now let's get to what A1 can't do. He can't put himself into the history. This is my fifth great grandfather, Sonny Alexander. Where is A1's peoples that owned black people? I mean, that owned white people. This is Sonny Alexander on the property tax list of Couple County, Virginia. It says, and names of slaves, 1783. You see, this is Jeremiah Early, Sonny. This is the actual portraits of people that owned him, Jeremiah and Elizabeth Early. This is my fourth great grandfather on my father's side. I descend from his son Richard. The oldest record I have on him is from 1866. A list. This is how you can find it. A list of register of colored persons cohabiting together as husband and wife, 1866, February 27th, Prince Edward County. And we can see my fourth great grandfather, William Nelson, here. This line is his family. Here's a close up. And according to the records, he was owned by Henry Stokes. Henry Stokes was a white man. In the 1860, here's a slave schedule. 1860, Henry Stokes owned 53 enslaved black people. 1860, my fourth great grandfather, William, would have been 30 years old. Henry Stokes owned 3 black males at that time. And here goes living descendants I found with DNA through William Nelson. So this is something A1 can't do. He can't do it with the records. He can't do it with the DNA. He's just telling a story some white man made up. You know what I'm saying? He's running with Michael Hoffman. This is William F. Bunn. This is my second cousin, 3 times removed. William Bunn was interviewed by the Brooklyn Daily Eagle in 1934. What did he say? He said some of the oldest families in Brooklyn and on Long Island is Negroes. He said, actually, the vessels went over to Africa and picked up cargoes of Negroes. So there was an unwritten law that if any Negroes on the trip over gave birth to children, the young ones could not be sold, but were taken back to Long Island. They say that's how some of the free black population came about. This is in 1934. Right? He said, Mr. Flood said, because he said his grandfather told him this story. He said, I think this story is true. I don't know that my grandfather used to talk about it. He said, I do know my grandfather used to talk about it a lot. So this is Paul Cuffey's petition to relief, tax relief, 1780, where he says that we being chiefly of African extract and by reason of long bondage and hard slavery, we have been deprived of enjoying the profits of our labor or advantage of inheriting estates from our parents, as our neighbors with white people do have some of us not long enjoyed. So he's saying white people are able to enjoy generational wealth, and we're not because we was deprived because we was enslaved. We have firsthand account, something A1 can't give you. He's going to tell you somebody who wrote a book in 1990. He's not giving you the live account right then and there, like Peter Williams Jr., born in New Jersey, A1's home state, right? He was a co-founder of the Freedom's Journal, right? And in 1808, he talks about the end of the transatlantic slave trade, going into British colonies. Going into America. 1807 was the British colony. Right? He says, but to us Africans and descendants of Africans, this period is deeply interesting. We have sensibly felt the sad effects of the abominable traffic it has made, if not ourselves, our forefathers and kinsmen, its unhappy victims, and pronounced on them and their posterity the sentence of perpetual slavery. Is 1808. We have black men talking about this. We got Thomas L. Jennings, born in New York. Thomas Jennings, a free black person in New York City and an abolition activist. Thomas developed his dry cleaning process called dry scouring as a tailor. See, he's one of the first black people to get a patent.
4 minutes and 30 seconds. 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
He's one of the first black people to get a patent for what you would call dry cleaning today. He was a money man. He was important in the community. And he, Thomas L. Jennings address to the New York Society for Mutual Relief, 1828 excerpt expresses the widespread anti-colonization sentiment of many African Americans. But what does he say? Our claims are on America. It is the land that gave us birth. It is the land of our nativity. We know no other country. It is a land which our forefathers have suffered and toiled. They have watered it with their tears and fanned it with sighs. Our relation with Africa is the same as the white man's is with Europe. So 1828, black people saying the white man from Europe. I don't know why A1's trying to put on this front like everybody know about. No, this is something new that y'all making up. Says we have passed several generations. Oh wait, with Europe, white man is with Europe, only with this difference. The one immigrated voluntarily, the other was forced from home and all his pleasures. Talking about being taken from Africa. We passed through several generations in this country, and consequently, we have become naturalized. Right? So 1828, 1808, 1780, there's no mistake on who, and this is the actual news article. This is the actual print in the primary from the Freedom's Journal, that what Thomas Jennings said, this is where that comes from. Right here. You see over here, our claims. So who else? We have Henry Highland Garnett, born in the state of Maryland. On Sunday, February 12th, 1865, he delivered a sermon in the U.S. House of Representatives, the first colored man who was on any occasion spoken on the national Capitol, the first one. On the occasion of Congress passage January 31st of the 13th Amendment. So prior to the 13th Amendment, they're saying there was no black man that spoke on the national Capitol. According to A1, we was running it. His ancestry did not come over here in the Mayflower, nor land at Plymouth Rock, nor kiss the Blarney Stone of the Pilgrim Fathers. On the contrary, his grandfather was talking about Henry Garnett. His grandfather was stolen by slave traders from the coast of Africa. Stolen by slave trader. This black man, this is his actual picture from his actual book. comes from this book, Garnett's Memorial Discourse. Something A1 can't do. This is why he gets fooled by books and show you a picture of people who's not really them. How much time I got?
You got a minute and 19 seconds. Excuse me. 15 seconds now.
So we can just go to this real quick. A1, he's Aboriginal. Why he's not showing you no Aboriginals? This is a petition of George Johnson and other Chappaquiddick Indians. This is in Massachusetts, 1799. Even they say the animals of white inhabitants trespass on their lands and do much damage. The white landowners have circulated a petition requesting that the law be altered to have the Indians build and maintain one half of the divisional fence. The Indians improve their lands, consider themselves as tenants, neither they nor their fathers for time immemorial have been obliged by law to build or support any divisional fences. It would be unjust because the settlement of land dispute gave the white people a larger portion of the land. It would be the same as white people taking the rest of their land and the Indians and their children be drove into the sea. This is 1799. A1 hasn't showed us anything. He gave us fancy tales. We can just go back through it. We got the primaries, we got the people, right? Even showed you how my family is attached to this story.
Tom.
A1.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. This was one of the ones, man. Shout out to Not a Coincidence. Shout out to A1. These brothers came to put on 25 minutes. They showed the endurance. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We're going to get ready to get into the answering and questions round. Also, the polls are officially being dropped right now as we speak. You should see it in there. If you don't see it, refresh the screen. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back with the answering and question round.
I really been feeling. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta carry on. Like Mr. Caldwell saying, I know that faith is all we need. I hear them church bells ring. A lot of strange shit is going on inside of this train. Programs is being ran and shit is running insane. When your thought pattern is different, they look at you strange. The same ones you used to see me with, now we are strange. Cause now my mission different. It's some shit I gotta attain. As I go inside my mother's womb, my soul was ordained. I battle on. The war zone is Babylon. My one task is to bring the flock and the cattle on. Trying to change the vibration.
Hold on, before we get into the answering and question rounds, I almost forgot. A1 do got a 5-minute rebuttal. He do got a 5-minute rebuttal. Let's get right into it, family. A1, let's get it. Your screen is pulled up. Let me get this off and let's go. We can't hear you if you're speaking, brother A1. Your mic is muted.
Oh, my bad. All right. So this nigga came up here to show us a genealogy lesson, right? This is what he came to show us, right? Now, real quick, I just want to go back to the forgotten cause of Civil War, right? Let's go back to this real quick. All right, it said throughout slavery days, a slave was a mulatto. If he or she had any degree of white or black parentage, it must be clearly understood that even after many generations, white people had a mere one drop black blood could be and were enslaved as mulattoes. White mulattoes to say white slaves. The individuals looked white and had no visible African ancestry whatsoever. Many people have heard of the one drop rule, whereby the infestimal amount of black blood makes one black. What is often overlooked, however, it is the fact that in reality, this is a social classification. A white person and a person who has a distinct black ancestor and no discernible black traits look the same and are both psychologically white human beings. It was common thinking in the North that to hold that slave who looked like a white who looked like white people were white people and not mulattoes, not black people. As it will be seen, the political ramifications of white slavery were the ultimate cause of the Civil War. Okay? So he said another thing, right? He said something about Lincoln, right? Now, forget if this picture, we know that this ain't the real Lincoln right here, but you believe that this is the real Lincoln despite the fact that I just showed you 3 sources showing you descriptions of what they said he looked like. We know goddamn well this ain't no motherfucking swarthy or dark skin complexion person with coarse hair. But your dumb ass will believe it, right? Let's get my language. I forgot, my bad, AP. You also said something to the effect of the ruddy, right? This is a British officer who met Washington some years later reported that he had a dark complexion. Do this nigga in the picture look like he got a dark complexion? So we know that this picture ain't real, right? Let's go to something else. Hold up. What something else you said? Oh, the Benjamin Franklin. Okay. Okay. All right, you said Benjamin Franklin. You said I just showed you a picture, right? I showed you from the observation concerning the increased mankind, peopling of the countries, etc., by Benjamin Franklin. This is a primary source. So it said, which lead me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All of Africa is black and tawny. All of Asia, tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, tawny. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, the French, the Russians, the Swedes, it said are generally what we will call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans. Now, fuck what you, I mean, forget what you showing up there, right? We're going to go to the original definition of what swarthy means. It means being a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny. In warm climates, the complexion of men universal, swarthy or black. The Moors, Spanish, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. Okay? I showed you the other source right here. I showed you the Mann Act, right? Which equates to slavery, right? Showed you the Indians. How much time I got left?
30 seconds.
Showed you that white slaves were actually owned by Negroes and Indians in the South to such a thing in Virginia Assembly passed by the following law in 1670. And all this nigga been showing you is more black slaves, his genealogy, and reading half a sentences. He not even really debunking or he's not really doing nothing, brother. He came up here to show us his ancestry and show you other Negroes like all right, the boys. We know he was Boule. Peace to God, man. Peace to God.
Time. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We about to go straight into the question and answer round. Like I said, I am gonna give y'all a chance to get a little break in between. We'll be right back with it in just a second. Make sure y'all hit that like button, thumb up the video.
My niggas, they Babylon. Not focused on getting my money tower. Babylon, my catalog. self-subscribed, I'm staying strong. I know my destination, I travel, don't know the roads. Don't give a fuck about the status and status quo. Combative is down low. The next computer is blockchain. I'm pinging off of towers, can't triangulate my ping game. I'm off the grid. The lyrical EMP, they try to follow down a rabbit hole that's filled with TNC. The last of a dying breed, just aim fire and squeeze at demonic chapters. I know the sigil on his sleeve.
And crush the regalia, shining like diamonds to deceive. I'll show you Wonderland. It's up to you if you believe. The son of the matrix, shining like nothing you conceive. A bomb with a pen, removing nothing's gonna leave. Alarmed by the wind, we smell percussion in the breeze. The drummer go in and leave nothing but the leaves. A nod and a grin, be the last thing you ever see. And the problem with him lead to a problem with a den. A lion sent down from Zion, bringing drama to your kin. I promise I'm like Obama or Osama. It depends on how God order my steps. When you stepping up to him, I'm different. Can politic or demolish them, pick a fence and stay behind it, cause the lions is out again.
Yard. Make sure you hit the polls. I see brothers saying that they don't see the polls in the chat. People saying that they don't see the polls. Do y'all see the polls in the chat? Do y'all see the polls? Do y'all see the polls in the chat? 78 votes. We about to get ready to close it out. Well, I'm gonna let y'all finish y'all question and answer round. Let's get ready to set that up right now. Shout out to the brothers and sisters in the building. We got a 15-minute question and answering round. Let's get into it, family. Not a coincidence. A1, y'all with us?
Yeah.
Well, y'all know how it go. Y'all get 2 questions apiece, and then you can ask your question within a time frame of 60 seconds. The person get a time frame of 60 seconds to answer it. You get 2 questions before it goes to the next person to ask their questions. Which one of you brothers want to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, let's get it.
So you mentioned Sarah Bass and Richard Allen. Was when Sarah Bass was free in 1800, 2 years later she got married to Richard Allen. Why would you equate that? Why would you equate that to her being his slave when she was already free when she married him?
That's the first question.
Yeah.
All right, so I don't know, did you miss the opening? You was here for the actual debate, but all right, let's go back real quick. He was married to her, right? So that would mean that she was his family, that they was family, right?
She was free.
No, it doesn't matter if she was free.
Wait,
she still
you're supposed to answer my question.
I'm asking. Okay, so the fact that he was married to her, then that would mean that she was part of his what? Family, right? Right? So the term,
she's not white, though.
Okay, what you mean she not white? Well, what the fuck she look like? Man, brother, hold up. Hold the fuck up. Oh. Now she not white. Hey, look, hold up.
She's white.
Showed you. We can see what she look like, nigga. We talking about. Hey, look, I just showed y'all.
You showed the picture of Abraham Lincoln, and it wasn't Abraham Lincoln.
What you did. I gave you a description of what, and I showed you 2 pictures of Abraham Lincoln. The real one ain't him neither.
You said this is Abraham Lincoln.
If you don't believe the black one is not Abraham Lincoln,
no, this ain't about belief. This is about evidence.
No. Hey, we're not.
You answer my question, please.
Brother, I just answered your question.
I hope you ain't sharing them links out there, family, because I see it's 93 cast votes. We only had 70 people, 74 people in here max all night. I'm looking at the max. It was maxed out at 76. I'm probably gonna end the polls, fellas. Is that cool with y'all? Because I think people sharing the link, family.
It ended. I mean, shit.
Is that cool with y'all? I want to make sure we got agreements on both of y'all.
Yeah, I mean, how long you want to keep it up? Shit. Of course they cheated. That's what they want to do.
Hold on, everyone. I can't hear another coincidence. What do you say, brother?
So it's been up 15 minutes already, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna get ready to drop it right now, man, because we almost had 100 votes and people ain't even bought that many tickets. So the poll is officially in the chat. We got 95 votes cast. We got 63% saying A11 and 33% saying not a coincidence one. Somebody can screenshot it and make sure you have to verify the end results. I'm gonna let y'all finish y'all question and answer round. Y'all got
Abos is running in there. That's crazy.
Yo, man, you out of here, my dude. I told you, man. Yeah. Once you lose this debate, you start.
You're gonna ask the question, John. You're gonna ask the question. I don't
want to do the question answering now. I don't even want to do that. Fuck that, nigga. You lost.
I got another question. Go ahead. The books Forgotten Cause of Civil War. Do they say that black people own those alleged white people?
Do history tell you that? The
book Forgotten.
No. It don't. It absolutely don't.
So why are you using that book to try to portray to the people that this is black slave owners when that book doesn't say that?
Because all right, okay, let me just explain it. I'm gonna say this because sayonara, right? But real respectfully, right? You can show all the sources of Negroes because they don't hide that information. They hid this information. White people was looking through.
All right, so what book says it? Because that book doesn't say it.
What book doesn't say what?
The Forgotten Cause of the Civil War doesn't say that black people own them people. You just admitted to that.
That wasn't my point. That wasn't my point.
It's hidden and it's not in that book.
No. That was not my point of using it. My point of using it was to show you that they lied, but they said that the cause of the Civil War, according to nothing. Brother, listen, let me.
Black people.
Are you gonna let me answer you, or are you gonna talk over me?
I'm waiting for the answer.
Okay, so according to the narrative of their history, They tell you the Civil War was over niggas, right?
It was.
So isn't that something?
I just showed you Georgia secession documents, Mississippi, and Texas.
Brother,
and
you ain't showed me only secessions. You showed me other.
I showed,
brother. Just because they succeeded from the Union don't mean that them was brother.
Civil War.
Dude, you got European history.
It was over black slavery.
Nah. You don't understand what I just was saying.
I guess that was, no, you don't understand.
The cause of the Civil War was over white slavery, nigga. They tell us black slavery. Of course you want to enforce black slavery, nigga. Because you get sold your answer and you don't even know if them genealogy records that
sources for what you're saying.
Man, whatever,
you had no sources.
You ain't
sources, not one bill of sale, one census record.
You showed nothing. That was
no contemporary evidence. Everything I showed you can read. I made sure I showed you stuff you can read. I showed you where it said Negro. Yes, I could. I was reading them. I was reading them.
All right, whatever, bro.
Now, you don't know what you showed. You showed no sources. None.
So
I knew he was going to do this. No sources.
I gave you the 1670 source. I gave you that source.
You took the word out. You took Negro out. You took Negro out.
With white women, right? I gave you George Crumb Cummins.
Negro out. And then
no, I did not.
Service. It's the Christian service.
Look, I gave you George Cummins. I also finished it off with your boy Anthony Johnson, who had white servants. Servants are slaves.
No, servants are not slaves. Those people had indentured contracts. I won that. I already won that. That's just settled.
You lost. The way you won, only way you win that debate is by calling up the dictionary that printed that, and you arguing with them. That's the only thing. I didn't make that up.
It didn't say nothing about America. That etymology dictionary said nothing about America.
It says, brother,
nothing about America.
Okay. Now let me ask you.
The debate is about America. What is you talking about?
Whatever happened with that? All right, now let me ask you my two questions. Okay, whatever. All right, if you feel as though you got that off, cool, right? Was it white slaves brought to America?
No. There's no primary evidence for it. No primary evidence for it.
Of course, there's no primary evidence for it because they too busy trying to flip history.
I'm glad you admitted you showed no primary documents in this debate. You showed no primary documents. You said, of course, there's no primaries. You showed no primary documents.
Listen, okay. So
it's all made up.
Okay, so it's made up.
You have no evidence for it. You just admitted it.
No evidence. What you mean? I just admitted it.
You showed no bill of sales.
I showed. Oh, look, all right.
Where was anything? Where was the bill of lading? You showed nothing.
Okay, so because
you just admitted you showed nothing.
Some fabricated sources of showing you Negroes that was brought over here that was done at the Reconstruction.
Fabricated nothing. Everybody, you can look up everything I put down. You look it up right now. Nothing fabricated.
My nigga, it wasn't calling nobody black.
You didn't prove nothing was fake. And in none of your rebuttals did you ever say anything was fake. Now, it was fake.
All right. Okay. All right. You answered both my questions. You answered both my questions. So, I guess you won the question answering. But you know what? I think I'm gonna take this to an old victory, my dude. And I know damn sure you
damn shame you ain't show not one source.
Where you should go
you didn't show no source.
You shouldn't come back around.
No primary sources because they don't exist.
Come back around these parts. All right, so look,
no primary sources because they don't exist. You just said that.
So what you niggas can do is this: you shall one Storm P. Lucky, and I see an old girl. Go get a 6-pack.
No white man.
211. Go get a 6-pack of 211. Go get some weed. Make sure it got seeds in it. Roll it in your easy wire, and go put your Uggs on.
How you know?
Put your Uggs on.
The documents are missing. How do you know?
Go cry about it over there.
I made it up. I don't gotta cry about it because
you cried about it now.
I ain't crying about nothing. Just like every time on the replay, you're gonna look stupid like you always do.
It now,
on
bro.
replay, you're gonna look dumb like you
Thanks
always
for
do.
coming out, my dude. Thanks for coming out. I'm glad that
I'm
you
glad for
showed
teaching.
genealogy. I'm showed you your Mickey Mouse genealogy because you ain't go to none of them places and look up none of them documents and none of these fucking
You don't know what I
did.
did. You don't know what I did. But for sure, you ain't got no black slave owners.
You too busy learning about black Aborigines.
You ain't got no black slave owners in your family.
You too busy. Listen, my dude, I'm not even gonna get into my. I'm not.
No black slave owners.
Genealogy is my personal.
Show not one primary source. No court document.
Last dude on there, I ain't believe that was your family, nigga. That looked like copy and paste remix. You put a picture up to tell me, yeah, this is my family right here. He said he was a slave, nigga. The fuck out of it. Call
he didn't say that.
Call your cousin for the phone.
He didn't
call
say
your
that.
cousin for the phone right now.
He didn't say that. He didn't.
And they say, yo, your father name was such and such, right? You ain't got no proof that's your family, nigga. None
you
of
don't got no family. Y'all whole history is made up. Just like this whole shit you just did tonight is all made up. You don't have anything. You don't have nothing.
You have
nothing. You have a fake existence.
I ain't even get a chance to say that part right there, but hold on. You gonna love this part right here.
You have a fake existence.
I got a fake existence, okay? You gonna love this part right here, right? Hold up. Let me find it real quick, right? All right, boom. Here you go right here, right? So it say the 5 black founding fathers of the 13 colonies, nigga. King James Stewart, King Charles the First Stewart, King Charles the Second Stewart, King James the Second, and King George the Third. In 1607, Virginia was founded by black Scots, King James the First. 1620, Massachusetts and Maine was founded by King James the First. 1620, New England founded by King James the First. 1632, Maryland founded by King James the First. New Hampshire in 1629 founded by King James the First.
He wasn't even alive. First of all, stop.
Founded by
King James was not alive in the 1630s.
Delaware founded by King James.
It says 1632. King James was not alive.
Are you crazy?
King James died in 1625. So King James died in 1625. He didn't start nothing in 1630 anything. You reading them dumbass sources got you off.
Okay, look, I'm gonna continue.
Dumbass books.
Want me to continue? The 5 black founding father of the 13 colonies, nigga. Get over it, nigga. You've been duped. You run around here. Listen, my dude,
Maryland
all you doing is running around here.
King James died in 1625.
That's why you lost. Because don't nobody believe you shit. They ain't believe your genealogy when you say you a slave. Ain't nobody. Why you ain't show us no
don't care what you believe. Why you ain't show us no records? You ain't got no sources. You ain't even put your sources.
Why you can so easily find a slave?
That shit was trash. You made the whole shit up. You got Michael Hoffman and some other white.
You know what? You know what though?
No primary sources.
It wasn't by 1%. So it wasn't by 1%.
Not one primary. Of course, the coach following.
Like I told you. Hey, brother.
The whole film.
My dude.
I'm watching. I was watching the last couple minutes when all the people came in. They wasn't voting for me. They was voting for
1%. It wasn't by 1%, bro.
Nah, your votes went up. No,
it went up. It went up. It ain't not the last. I was on 33% for the last 3 minutes. I was watching.
Hey, Sky One, you was rooting for not a coincidence.
All Aboriginals running in here.
Look,
you took the L. We seen it.
You little bitch. You took the L with him. You was in there pom-pomming. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. So not a coincidence. Lost, nigga. All that energy you helped.
You ain't show one primary source. You're trash.
Nigga. You feel devastated, Shy One, don't you?
Abels will sit there and vote, and the guy admit he ain't show no primary sources. What type of shit?
Shy probably crying right now, nigga. He probably crying.
It went exactly how I thought it would go.
Man, go
no primary sources.
Go get your boy man. He needs you.
Still vote
go
for you.
After party over there. Drink your Still Reserve or your 211. Smoke your motherfucking Ari, nigga.
You always talking about that shit. That's the shit you drink.
Nigga, I drink Sweet Red, Red Moscato. I mean, I don't even really even drink like that, nigga. I do. I'm more of a fitness workout type dude. So I don't really be putting a lot of poison in my body. I tell you one thing, you need to stop putting that poison in your brain, nigga. Running around here telling you ain't pull up not one. You know it was white slaves here. Why you didn't pull up no records of any white slaves?
Why you didn't pull up no records of any white people being owned by black people, brother? All them books you reading from, none of them own black. None of them. Not one.
Did Anthony Johnson have white servants?
He had white indentured servants, yes, that got free.
So did anything that I read about how
only slave he had was John Chaser.
That's Tom.
Only slave he had was John Chaser.
Everybody in the building, man.
Welcome to the Battle League. This is the Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all Moors, all Indians. Come step in the ring and put your information on the table. Battle League.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. It's your brother, Big Aboriginal Power. This concludes today's debate. Congratulations to both of these debaters. Not a coincidence. Shout out to you for coming to put on.
Hold on. Before not a coincidence, leave. Hold
on, A1. Hold on. Shout out to A1 for putting on some fire ass shit too. And congratulations on your win. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Make sure y'all drop them fire emojis. What were you saying, brother A1?
Oh, we got not a coincidence. You lost the debate, right? Did you lose? Yes or no?
Yeah, I ain't stupid. Yeah, I lost.
Okay, all right. Just remember that. So when you go over on your platform telling niggas you won, we gonna play that sound bite, nigga.
Look, I always say the same shit. I lose in the polls, but when you look at the information, you lost. You just admitted there's no primary sources.
You pull a bunch of primary sources.
Hour and a half presentation. He didn't show one primary source.
Hold on. This is done with the back and forth. I appreciate you brothers for coming through. I'm gonna hit y'all brothers up in just a second on the back end. And I do want to say shout out to everybody in the building. If y'all can hear my voice right now, drop them fire emojis in the building. I do want to make a special announcement. Drop that fire emoji in the building. Drop that fire emoji in the building. If y'all can hear me, I want to make sure I got everybody's attention. Shout out to everybody in the building. I really do appreciate everybody for tapping in to this. This was a fire-ass debate. I appreciate everybody that supported. The special announcement, man. Let's get into the special announcement. January the 30th. January the 30th, we got my brother Hawk School versus Dr. Longo. Hawk School versus Dr. Longo. We'll get into the topic. And later on, we announce that when them brothers come on the panel. So you'll probably see them brothers in the after party sometime tomorrow, if not Monday. Shout out to them, Hawk School and Dr. Longo going head to head. It's going to be a movie. Make sure y'all tune in to that. With that being said, man, shout out to everybody that's in the building. We looking forward to the debates 2024. We got Chief Holiday versus Garfield Reed. That's going down. Supreme Chief Holiday versus Garfield is going down April the 21st. Hey, it's going to be one of the ones. It's going to be one of the ones. You understand what I'm saying? So shout out to everybody in the building. We got some heat coming up. Y'all keep on supporting, appreciating what we got going on. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. We working behind the scenes. Shout out to everybody. I see y'all in the after party either today or tomorrow. We out of here, man. Shout out to the real ones, man. This your brother Aboriginal Power, and we out of here, y'all. Peace.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back. Got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jail. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. Is that feeling in your stomach? You can feel it coming. Is that feeling in your stomach? You can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, it's fake you in your face, love.
man, hold up right quick. Hey, what's up? Not a coincidence. What's up with it, homie? Why you got my motherfucking name in your mouth, nigga? What's up, homie? What's up?
Yo, you know why, bro? Because you stay.
I don't even know you,
about
nigga.
something. Right?
I know why.
No,
I
don't listen. Listen.
You tag me on IG,
this is
nigga.
Why, this is why I didn't want to talk to
you, nigga.
I'm
trying to figure out who the
so
fuck is you, nigga, why you got my name in your mouth like you know me or something, nigga.
See, look, you know, let me ask you the question now. I'm about to tell you why. Because you be fronting all this non-African shit, but you got videos talking about Sankofa tribe.
We gonna call it Sankofa tribe, man.
Sankofa is a West African word.
Sankofa is a West African word.
So this is only 2 years ago. So where did you get this great revelation that you're not African? Because 2 years ago you was talking that African shit.
Okay, all right, let's talk about it. Hey, 2 years ago I was talking African shit. So Sankofa boxing was a boxing show that I was doing, a motherfucking boxing series. In that series, which is still up, you know what I'm saying? You can go still see that series. All of the stories is about motherfucking Indian information. All of the boxers was motherfucking Indian people. All of my shit's still up, nigga.
You don't say Indian one time, though.
All right, then,
bro, you don't say Indian one time. You don't say Indian one time. You say Sankofa tribe.
The video,
I know.
Okay, so let's deal with Sankofa. What is Sankofa, brother? It's a my ass, nigga. What's Sankofa? You on mute?
It's a Twi word for basically don't be afraid to go get your past. It comes from Ghana, man.
It comes from Ghana. You sure about that?
I'm positive.
Okay, you said it's a Twi word. Who came with the top? Who brought them the Twi language?
Those people. Ain't nobody bringing them that language. Who brought it then? Who brought it then? But that's still listen. Those.
Hey, hold on. Let me moderate this.
All right, now check it out. Now check it out. What they say Sankofa for me.
You are of African descent, brother.
All right, brother, just hold on. Calm down, brother. Calm down. We'll get to this. What does, okay, so what do they say is Sankofa me? You don't know where the word come from. You talking about Twi.
I just told you. It comes
okay, you don't know who brought the Twi. Okay, now let's go here. What does they say that it means?
I just told you. It means it's not taboo to go back and fetch something from the past. Like, to look at your past. That's what it means, bro. It's not afraid to visit your past, bro.
Okay.
What does it mean? What does Sankofa tribe mean to you? No, come on, I'm answering mad questions, bro. Every question you ask, I answer. So now, why would you talk about Sankofa? So tell me, no, you asking me questions. Why would you talking about Sankofa tribe, but everything is anti-African, bro?
That's why Sankofa ain't got nothing to do with no Africa, bro. That ain't really. Sankofa is a West African word.
Brother, you in the beginning of your show, if everybody go watch it, in the beginning he says Sankofa is a West African word. That's what you say. This is your word.
You're correct.
And then you go, go into describe. Then you go to describe how you're going back into the past and looking at these boxes and identifying your ancestors. But you're using an African mind frame, and then at the end you say Sankofa tribe. What is Sankofa tribe, bro? I watched a couple.
You watched it? Okay, so what
you don't say nothing Indian?
Was we talking about Africa? Did we talk about Africa?
Yes. When you say Sankofa tribe, yes, you're talking about Africa.
No. The series, brother, because it's 6 series.
Oh, the series
6
about
videos.
Listen, they're about old boxers of African descent.
So we talk about Africa.
No, but don't change it now in 2021.
The video's up, nigga. I don't have to change.
I know. Yeah, I
not
know
a coincidence. The videos are up. Anybody look up Black Murderers Road series. The video's up. And what we was talking about? We was talking about America on there. We talked about Indian history on each and every last one of them motherfuckers. Each one is 6 of them up. Videos up. You ain't watched it. That's what happened.
No, I watched. Listen, I did, brother. I watched it.
Fuck out of here, nigga. Now let me tell you the reason why I use Sankofa. Now let me tell you. Hold on, brother. Let me tell you the reason why I use Sankofa. All right. So when I found out what Sankofa meant, I got it from one of my older homies. That's where he was at that time. But it was to go back. So when I did it, it originally started from hood documentaries. I go to different hoods I used to hustle at and I talked to the old school doughboys and shit in them times that was on back then. And they was giving me the stories of how different hoods and sections were. I used to watch Kel Mack. On my first video I ever put up on YouTube, Kel Mack came and shouted me out. Like, hey man, do your thing, boom, boom. I like that. And so I used Sankofa because that's what the big homie from the corner had put in me. So when I went back to get them to tell their stories of the past, that was the best way that I can identify it, you know what I mean? Because it came from that vibration of what the big homie had gave me. And so it had nothing to do with Africa. None of the niggas that came on the screen talked about nothing about Africa. When I brought it in the boxing and shit, all we was doing was going back in the past. So I used the word Sankofa, but it had nothing to do with Africa. All of the series are up, the Black Murderers Row. Y'all go check them out. That motherfucker got nothing but indigenous history. Soon as them hoes come on, them hoes got nothing but indigenous history of America in it. Then we go into the boxing story. That was my introduction to how I started teaching, coming to bring the history, but I was a boxing channel at first. So I had to, you know, bring the, mix the history in there with it to trick the niggas at first. You feel me? But that's how I got in, bro. That Sankofa had nothing to do with Africa. Nothing but if you would say it was a West African word. But we just took the meaning, you know what I mean, behind it. It had nothing to do with a West African president, brother. You don't know me, but I'm
so basically, hold on, bro. I just let you go. So basically,
go ahead. You got the floor.
No Aboriginal or Native American word for looking at the past. There's no word that you could have chosen out of your own culture. Not only that,
listen, bro, that's not okay.
Hold on. Not only that, but it's just the fact. It's fine that you use it, but you go so hard against these Africans or people of African descent. How it just mind boggles you how you think these people are not, when they call themselves African American. When you put your history out there, you put your own genealogy out there, you make yourself public. So you got people in you who you call in your family, like Buck Colbert. If you go look at his book, he specifically says he's an African American. He specifically says he was enslaved by these people, these Indians, these Native Americans. He makes distinctions between him and those people. Now, I think it was his son, you can help me out, or his grandson who also wrote a book who talks the same thing, African American. So it's kind of funny now. I see you in 2019, you talking Sankofa, and then now you see a little movement 2021, you're trying to jump in there with like, nah, we was never that. And you also, another thing that's funny that you do is you make it different from the Native Americans, them Asian looking motherfuckers. But in your clubhouse profile, you got somebody named Billy Powell or whatever, or something like that, or some Native American. You can go look at his paintings that was drawn at his time, and he looks just like them people from Asia that I took out now. So it's like you got Asian people in your lineage, you got Africans in your lineage, but you just straight up disrespecting all of them. It's just crazy, bro. It's crazy.
I'll tell you out on that, brother. All right. See, this is what happens when you be on the internet. You know what I mean? Nigga get to guessing and assuming shit. Well, you got
ain't no guessing. This is what you said. This is what you said.
Let's talk about it. So when we did it, we'll start with Buck Cover Franklin first. If y'all don't know who Buck Cover Franklin is, they were freedmen. They was in Tulsa, Oklahoma during the massacre. He ended up representing them, and he ended up writing a piece on the event that took place there. All right, he got a son named John Hope. All right, that's what he's talking about. All right, well, anyway, they were the Colbert family. All right, and so when he say they was enslaved, if anybody know anything about indigenous history of America, then you know that the Colbert family, who was of Scottish Irish descent, they in the Scottish Irish, they end up hijacking these different tribes. All right, and so this Colbert family that he's talking about, that they was enslaved by, wasn't Native Americans, they were mixed in. So it'll go back to damn, I can't think of the nigga name. It'll come to me. The Colbert that it started from. But James Colbert, my bad, turn up. James Colbert. His kids ended up becoming Levi Colbert ended up becoming chief of the Chickasaw tribe. See, you gotta go get you gotta understand history. So when he's saying that, it was the mixed races was enslaving the other Chickasaw, the original Chickasaw. All right, now that's why when we say this here, You said you brought up
they call
Osceola.
themselves African Americans, brother.
Okay,
they call
with
themselves African Americans.
So what year was that, brother?
The year was what? When the book was written?
What year was they calling themselves African American?
So in the beginning, you can go right to the first chapter.
Hold
on, I'm giving you the source of my information, which is your people's autobiography. So you can go to the first chapter. He says, my grandfather, Buck Colbert, was enslaved by Chickasaw Indians. Then he goes on to say he was the first. He was, nigga, you didn't have to. I read it, brother. Then he goes on to say he was the first African American to fucking practice law in that area. He called himself African American, the whole shit. He even says when they say words like state Negro, this was all the way from the late 1800s to the early 1900s. He's talking about.
So when was the first? Yeah. So they was calling niggas African Americans back then.
He's calling himself that. Your peoples is identifying that as that.
So he was the first person ever to make up the word African American. Then that's what you're telling me.
Of course not. But I'm telling you, your peoples is identifying African, and you're the most anti-African person I ever met. That's my question. Why are you so anti-African?
The book is wrote in the context of this time. Evidently, if you're speaking about African Americans. That's wrote in the context of this time.
But that's what I'm saying. You go to say you know who they was. They always knew who they was. Nah,
so they was African. So that means since if the book says African American,
if your people that came before you, if your peoples that came before you say they African American, you're African American, brother. If you're claiming that, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, family. Look, you've been calling my name for this shit. All right, let's walk, man. Let's get to the OCO.
I'm just showing you how, brother. Just say you had a revelation. Just say you woke up one day. I understand. But don't act like you always knew this. Just say you woke up one day and you realized you
brought out a
Hey, Big Ab woke up one day too.
You brought out a source that said African American, bro. You brought up a boxing information, bro.
I brought up your words. I brought up your words.
Sankofa. It is a West African word, but where did they find the Sankofa from, though? Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a drop on that.
Hold on. No. First of all. They already had that. Listen.
Sankofa, the Sankofa.
Now he go to distraction. He about to go to the Negro burial ground, African burial ground in New York.
Look at it.
He's trying to distract you.
He's trying to distract you. Nigga. You see my drop on that, nigga.
Bro, I can tell you who did it. Yo, you don't even know who Fatima Jackson is, who did the DNA research on the shit. You doing surface shit, brother.
Hey, look,
you doing surface shit. You doing surface shit, brother. Come on, I already know where you going, bro. I know this whole playbook, bro. Bro, Sankofa was around before that.
You was dropping debunk it then, nigga. My shit up. Anyway, let's go to the Osceola point, since you a Google type of ass nigga. All right. And so my kinfolk Osceola and them fought in the Seminole Wars. All right, these was the Seminoles. Now he said that Osceola was a Mongoloid. All right, this nigga here. When I did the drop, matter of fact, I just did it on the Cowboy drop the other day too. I brought out Osceola genealogy and walked it down. Who they was? They was his ancestors really came from Cuba. All right, now some of them came from Cuba. If you know anything about Florida and Cuba, they had been going back and forth to Florida and Cuba. The original Wiley Indians, who they called the Wiley Indians, the original Gullah Indians. This was Georgia, areas of Florida and shit like that, the Appalachians. After 1763, the Proclamation Act, most of them left. After the Treaty of Paris and shit, most of them left and left Florida even, and went back to Cuba. A lot of them migrated over to Cuba. And so you get these Seminoles, bro. This nigga, his family was the governor of Cuba, and they he ended up marrying a lady over here, indigenous woman in America, bro. You don't even know what the fuck happened. That's why Osceola and John Hoyce was fluent in Spanish. Both of them was fluent in Spanish. They got reports when they got to the fort. There was some dudes who fought with him. They even identified the nigga as being Spanish because of how fluent he was in it. But he had his family. He had a side. his daddy's side, well, not his daddy people in them side was, I mean, his mama's dad in them side was fluent in Spanish as well. And then that was black people. Listen, I got the books and shit that tell you that these people was black people.
All right, so
what the fuck are you talking about?
This is what I'm saying. I'm about to tell you what I'm talking about. You see, he switched the whole Sankofa thing. He don't want to talk about that no more.
Man, look,
he
bro.
Switched the whole. Hold on, bro. I was.
Go give me some information on me teaching on Sankofa.
I'm about to.
That's all you gotta do.
Listen, I'm talking right now. Can I talk? Can I get the same respect I gave you, please? So he switched that whole shit. He don't want to talk about Sankofa. He don't want to talk about his people saying they're African American. He went to the Ocelli thing, but he doesn't tell you that he was locked up and a man named George Gatlin came and painted pictures of this man. So I don't care what he's trying to say Spanish. Spanish could look black. It could look white. It could look Chinese. That don't mean nothing. Anybody can speak the language. Don't let him fool y'all with this word.
It ain't got nothing to do with the language, bro. His family.
No, but that's
family was his family spoke Spanish. My nigga, what are you talking about?
There was a painting that was painted of him while he was sitting in jail. I know you know.
Nigga,
I know you know it is. So that's a primary source, and you can see
that. Ain't no motherfucking primary.
That's a primary source. So that didn't happen. Are you saying that didn't happen? This one.
Hey, that ain't the real pain. That's what I'm saying.
So everything is revisionized history. I know, brother. I know. This shit is ridiculous.
Bro, you Googled that shit. Stay off of Google, bro.
I Googled it. Yo, bro, stop putting.
Then you Google
what you need to do. What you need to do.
And his goddamn logo.
What you need to do is stop putting so much of your personal business out there. If you didn't have you someone tighten up.
Listen, bro.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. You saying you come from these people,
African American in that time. Go give me some African Americans from that time, bro.
And what time?
And the time you talking about, since my kinfolk was the first person to create the word African American.
I never said. Who said he was the first?
All right, bro. Don't come
Who said he was the first? No, I said your peoples claim to be African Americans. So why aren't you? That's the question, brother. That was the question. Why are you so anti-African if your people is African?
I'm not in control of the family lineage. It's not me that can come out here and study something and go back and tell my grandma and my auntie and them that, hey, this is who we are. Now they know exactly who they are. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of these people who gonna come out here and tell you that I'm 100% Indian and I ain't got and I know what the hell happened here. You know what I'm saying? We have our burial sites down in Louisiana. We have 2 burial sites down there, one on 40 acres, another one on 100. On one of them, they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Right. I'm not here to lie though.
Then you're black. Right. Just show me, then pull it up on the census that they're termed and classified as white. That's easy.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
He put an ancestry link in the back chat. Do you see it?
I said the curator of the
Can you
see how y'all missed that?
No. No, you didn't say that.
The curator is
not a coincidence. Do you see the ancestry.com link in the back, sir?
Yeah, I see it.
That's just like ancestry. That's like 23. So
before you hold on. Yo, this is why I put you in the back, nigga, because when the niggas just trying to talk calmly to somebody, can you shut the fuck up, bro? Can you just be quiet?
Do what you do because you're weak.
I'm talking to not a coincidence, not you. I'm trying to get something straight. So can you give me a minute to clear that up with him so we can get that straight? And then I don't give a fuck what you say after that. Not a coincidence. Can you please click on the link in the back chat and pull that shit up after you play this video so we can walk through, supposedly this is his tree. We need to be looking at William Wooten.
Oh, this is his tree.
That's what he says.
William Wooten, he's showing Shadrach Wooten.
He's claiming that this is William Wooten, the white man. He said he ain't white.
Not according to the census record, sir.
What census record? You ain't got no census record for him.
You said you go back to 1766.
It's the only record he got for him. Yeah.
It's a white man, I'm telling you.
1804. Oh, it's definitely.
Don't tell it, show it. Don't tell it, show it.
You this nigga, boy, he don't even know what he just did. This nigga rude word. This nigga's not. I mean, what's that dumbass nigga name? Smoke Hawkins, the second.
Hey, bro. Yeah. Hey, but that's my question. How does somebody live from 1693 to the 1900s?
1760. Yeah, he just skipped over shit.
Yeah, I don't know. No, that's just the record. The record is 1693 to 1960.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the wrong. I got it.
So Jones, he claiming that Black European descent. That's what he doing.
The royalty of it. You got that right.
What was wrong about the Wootens?
The crest.
No record.
Nigga, that shit man-made like a motherfucker. I'm looking at the crest. The shit's man-made like a motherfucker, bro. Hey, sure. Nothing significant about this shit. Ain't no policies.
Go and pull that up so we can get a consensus on your opinion. Pull it up so we can get a consensus.
Why are we pulling up your family records, bro? Why are we pulling up your shit? That sounds crazy.
I don't know. You should ask yourself that, bro. You should ask yourself that.
I'm asking you because this is your shit. Why the fuck can't you provide your own sources? That's crazy to me,
bro. If y'all don't see these white people,
so we studying and showing myself approved. Go ahead.
What?
This nigga dumb, bro. He's about the dumbest. Hey, this nigga's root word and
hey, bro, I mean, understand with the weak ass genealogies and the weak ass American pedigree, bro. Y'all are pressed.
All your shit is weak.
Why do he think people are pressed about his stupid shit?
Whose joint is we watching right now? Whose tree is this? I had stepped away for a little minute.
No, this is that link in the back that I had not to see pull the shit up.
So Wooten enslaved his family. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's all.
No, the Wootens had Slavics.
What?
So nobody pulled that up either. I gotta run from that term like they don't exist. That nigga's a silly.
Listen, man. Wooten, listen, bro. Y'all come from this nigga's nut sack. He's a white man. He fucked one of your grandmothers, nigga. That's how the fuck y'all got here.
You got a European Y haplogroup. It's okay, man.
Bro, that's a nice trial.
It's okay.
40%. Bro, 60% of African Americans have a European haplogroup.
They got military records, bro. You're sadly mistaken, bro. And it's okay.
The stats will be right.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. It's okay. There wasn't no barbarians running around in the 1700s. Just get real. Come on. They just coming out of the daggone black plague. Are you serious? But I understand. I understand, bro. You don't have an American pedigree, bro.
This nigga dumb.
You're an American, like a designer breed. You one of them designer breed American types. I understand, but I gotta run with that CIA timeline. Like the Jews, y'all are niggas like the Israelites and them over there, bro. That's how fake and fraudulent and staged y'all shit is. It's sad.
What are you talking about?
But you know what I'm saying? We can go back and you can call on these names. When you can call on these names and resurrect them, it's just, I mean, it hits a little different. I understand the weakness and the fragility. You know what I'm saying? I understand, bro. You can't
I
stand on
understand that you
bloodline.
like using your vocabulary words this week, but it's unnecessary.
Vernacular, basically,
But I
very
gotta ask
extensive.
you
Vernacular is
something.
extensive.
I
Vernacular
gotta
is
ask you
extensive
something.
as fuck.
Diction is
You
I
know what
gotta
I'm
ask you
saying?
something. Where are you from?
You can try. Go ahead.
Where are you from?
Kansas
Where was
City.
I born? Where was my family come from? I was born in Kansas City. Been there 100 years. Previous to Kansas City, 1919, we was in Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Hugo, that
Yeah,
part. Like we was down in that area.
So you descend from people that were sold from Virginia to Maryland. I mean to Mississippi,
No,
and
they
then were
moved
shipped
around.
to
We was
Oklahoma.
never, so we always had businesses and doctors in our family. So there's no record of
Right?
the.
No, not according to this. Who on them doctors?
Not according to this.
I mean, come on,
But
man.
read the according because we're gonna say that about slavery and servitude.
No, you say you kin to this white dude.
Not according to
Bro,
this.
if it's white on the internet, you don't know the trick of that system, bro. That's what throw you off course.
No, you have to prove your conspiracy, bro. William Wooten's a white guy. We can find his family now.
We just
bro,
we can find his white family. You can do?
Like I already told you, the royal crest is older than that. So any other white variants
what would a royal crest have to do with anything?
You can't do nothing about that.
What would a royal crest have to do with anything? You said you came to the
Britons. That's the bloodline. That's the bloodline.
Who are the Britons? Who are the
Williams? Who are the niggas over there? The first niggas and kings and royalty.
No one ever
like
described
Charlotte,
them as niggas.
Like Queen Charlotte.
They were called
I got a grandmother named Charlotte too. In Blaine County, North Carolina.
Because they painted themselves blue.
After Carolina was equal family. I mean, so come on, that's not a slave. That's not a slave narrative, fellas.
You're running from something that's too easy to prove. You're running from something too easy to prove, bro. You need to stop reading those little funny ass books you're reading. It's talking about the Britons being fucking black. That's not true, bro. Nobody has any reason to lie about that. And there's no Britons in the damn there were no Britons besides the Welsh would have been the only one to make some silly claim like that. The Welsh or maybe the Irish, the only the Gaelic speaking people who were still there. You know what I'm saying? In the colonial era.
You mean the Irish, bro? They're not the Irish like Jewish. They were the Irish.
It's called Irish. It's called Irish. It's called Irish. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that.
Okay, well, make a claim. And then was niggas.
No, they were not. No, they were not. No one ever said that. No one ever said they were.
Niggas want to claim everything but
yeah, no one ever said they were. Why in the hell would you want to claim Ireland? I mean, more shit going on.
The Irish, bro. It was the magical people, bro. The Irish, bro. It was the magical people.
I'll make a snowmobile and zoom away.
Frosted Lucky Charms.
They're magically delicious.
You got St. Patrick's Day. What are you talking about?
That's some Christian bullshit. That's thousands of years later.
That nigga said that they was magical, nigga. That nigga said that they was magical, nigga.
They Lucky Charms. Magically.
This nigga said they was magical.
They couldn't feed themselves, bro. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, they had an potato family.
Is why
they had the potato family.
You claiming to be people that the British damn near starved because they were surviving on a indigenous plant, to be honest, because potato is from here.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I'm trying to understand this. Are they magical because Lucky Charms are magically delicious?
That's what I'm thinking. They gotta be.
That's gotta be it. They magical because Lucky Charms is magically delicious. That's the only thing that would make sense.
To be an Irish person, that is ridiculous.
This nigga is Braveheart. So William Wallace and shit.
Another Abo we done pulled up their slave master. He's saying that he was black.
Nah, this is ridiculous, bro. Like, this not even fun though. This is ridiculous.
Look at that private chat, bro. I dropped that family crest shit.
Oh, what?
Oh, you found this saying the Wooten family crest?
Bro, look at the private chat, man.
Yeah, shit. The white people that enslaved my family got a family crest. So what? Like they fucking crazy, bro. They all of them had family crest over there. Okay, so what?
It proves their royalness.
Hell nah.
You trace that shit back to Dukes over there and everything, but they enslaved my family, so I don't give a fuck about none of them niggas. I don't give a fuck about it.
Yeah, they certainly wouldn't have anything. I'm looking at it now. They Anglo-Saxons. Those are Germanic people who came over there hundreds of years after the Romans. About 1,000 years after the Romans, to be honest. Yeah. Well, no, not 1,000 years. About 200 years. I mean, they Germans. He claiming that they the old Britons. You know what the hell he talking about?
716 to 737 is obviously a Anglo-Saxon place name.
He said because they got a black head at the top. Okay.
A black head at the top. Wow. That's a damn shame. So that's his people now because of the ancient. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Coming from Anglo-Saxon in the early 700s. Okay.
Yo, shout out for the super chat from Tunda. Good looking, bro. Appreciate it.
And it's something else, man. These albums be up here saying the dumbest shit, having the dumbest conversations in the world, and be patting each other on the back for saying this stupid ass shit. And then when they try to have conversations here, they end up sounding like a fool. But funny thing, they'll go back on their channel and act like they said something intelligent. You guys, come on, man. You guys got to do better, man. This don't make no sense. You guys literally rode the short yellow bus. I'm trying to tell you. Remember them portable classrooms? That's what these niggas was in them portable classrooms, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
Callie, the nigga said the curator from the museum did his genealogy. We asked him about the curator. Well, Shaw asked him about the curator. He said the curator is the building.
Yeah, I heard that shit, bro. That nigga was fucking idiot, bro.
We should have left it right there, bro.
Nigga, that nigga was capping.
Teach one in the chat.
Whatever, boy. Oh shit. Hey, but I saw one, yo. Shout out to Bob.
Nigga said the building did to your genealogy. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Come on. This shit is stupid, bro. These niggas talking about magical people, bro. Come on, man.
He did admit that Wooten was an enslaver, right? But he lied about who he enslaved. He said he enslaved some what did he say? Some with the white people from Eastern Europe.
The Slavs. He's like, yeah, they own
Slavics.
Yeah, they own Slavics.
All this because they don't want to be. They do all this shit all because they don't want to be an African. So they want to try to separate themselves with the trans. You can't. You can't. There's no way to avoid it. It's so. Yeah, you know, it's so well documented. Like I heard Cujo, you talking about earlier. Yeah, some of the other Senegalese, some went to Louisiana, some went to Mexico. They were spread around the Senegambia region, and then you'll see it in the genetic makeup as well. But man, these people are something else, bro. I just sit back, I laughing at them now. I can't even get upset at the shit. This shit is fucking funny. You guys are clowns, bro. This shit is hilarious. You guys are.
He said drop the StreamYard. He said drop the StreamYard.
Okay, you're good, bro.
These are the slow niggas, bro. I swear to God, bro. All these niggas are dumb.
These niggas are so dumb. I'm starting to wonder if it's mental health. Y'all talk all that stick talk, but y'all throw a nigga down. Y'all throw a nigga down and then come up with these little ad hominem attacks. So that's
ad hominem attacks. No, bro. If the shoe fits, wear it, bro. You're not a joke.
No information. No, nothing. No,
I'm not attacking.
No.
It ain't an attack. Ain't an attack.
No problem.
Nigga, weren't you the one talking about magical people? When you the one talking about magical people?
Yeah,
my magic there, nigga. Yeah. Abracadabra.
He did say that.
Right, but you don't possess it, bro.
Jones,
you don't possess it, but you don't got your junk DNA still junk. Your junk DNA is still junk.
Jonesy, you're not putting up a fight. You're supposed to show us how Wooten was black. You know what I'm saying? He was a black European. You were supposed to prove that. You didn't give us any proof. We looked it up and we found that he not even Britain. They descend from Germanic people and shit that moved in later on. So you don't even have a connection you have a connection to the British Isles, but those people came in later. They're not black though. You have to show us that they're black, bro.
Bro, if their descendants came out as that particular status or record, how would they come from anything else? There's no scientific proof that it can work in the reverse, bro.
No,
what are you talking about, bro?
The reason that they got black descendants is because their descendants had sex with black women. Is that fucking clear? That's why they had black descendants.
That's cloudy. But that's a story that you could. That's a story that you could land on. But if you can't put up the census record, if you can't put up the census record that shows them that part, then slave owners.
We can find his descendants right now that are white. So why are they white and you're black?
Right, just show me. Then pull it up on the census that they're termed and classified as white. That's easy.
Jonesy, is this your record right here where it says slave owner? It says Myrick. Is this Jonesy's right here? Does it say slave owner?
Entrepreneur, business owner, yes. Slavic owner.
No, that's a slave owner, bro.
Manager. Well, you got to break down slave. Y'all haven't broke down slave. That's why y'all ignorant as fuck. Slave comes from Slav. All words have an origin. And the English language is multiple older words put together. Y'all don't know that? That's why there's synonyms, antonyms.
No, that's not why there's synonyms.
Get your study, bro.
Bruh, look, I really know. Okay, English is a Germanic language that has more Latin vocabulary.
No,
because of the 1066
it's a trade
battle of Hastings when William the Conqueror took over.
It's a trade language. It's a commerce language, sir.
It is now. It wasn't. That wasn't always the case. That's why we say lingua franca.
Oh, lies. Objection. Objection. You're in dishonor. Objection. Yes, it was.
No, it was not. England was a minor player in the game until the late 1600s. England wasn't doing shit. England didn't even become Great Britain until 1706.
Can we get a source? Can we get a source, please?
You know the history. You should know what I'm talking about. I mean,
I'm talking about justifying and substantiating your claim. You made a broad claim, bro.
That's not a claim, bro. That's not a claim. That's a easily verifiable truth.
Hold on, is Myrick's last name Easter? Is it Mike? Hold on.
It's easily verifiable, but nobody's easily verified.
Is his name Myrick Easter?
Well, that's his last name because you got Francis Myrick right there, Rebecca Myrick.
Oh, Myrick is his last name. What's his first name?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for too.
Yeah, what's his first name?
Myrick right
there. And where was he located? Where was he located?
Some shit. This is the treasure hunt. Help me.
No, I'm saying, where was he located? Like, what state?
Yeah, are we able to click on that?
He said Virginia, then he said North Carolina. But you actually want proof that the Battle of Hastings took place.
Them two territories back in that day, they wasn't even really like the lines wasn't drawn like y'all are contemporary.
No,
so if you don't consider like the Indian territory
you're really misusing those vocabulary words, though, bro. But
well, no, you have to look at them by the definition.
No. You're asking me for proof that
they are defined.
That William the Conqueror conquered England in 1066. You're asking me to give you a source on that. I refuse to. That's ridiculous. You should know that. You learned that.
I'm not even claiming that. That's pseudo history. That history is a daggum a psyop.
Why? Why would it be a psyop? Why would it be a psyop? I mean, how would it benefit anybody that to lie about?
Because the adversary wrote, produced it, disseminated it, peer reviewed it, and they're all nefarious forces. That's why.
Well, why did there other kingdoms recognize it as well?
Rockefeller Foundation.
You can find records of this happening. You can find records of this happening in Constantinople. Why would they be down with
You
that?
posing the question to me. Pull it up. You posing the question to me. Drop the link of what you're talking about, just like I do.
Dude, I'm not dropping no goddamn link for the Battle of Hastings.
Okay, well,
That's
then
ridiculous.
you don't know what you're talking about. I can't.
No,
I can't accept
you
what
don't know what I'm talking about. That's ridiculous, bro. 1066, the Battle of Hastings. I mean, that's what the King of England right now, he descends from those people.
No, man, Germans.
Well, actually, they would have been Scandinavians, but they would have been French Scandinavians because Rollo was granted
Slavic. Scandinavian, Slavic.
No. Slavs are Eastern Europeans. Scandinavians are Germanic people. They are Germanic people. Slavs are Eastern Europeans, like Russia and Poland and all that. They're not Germans. That's a completely different set of people. Russians are Slavs. People from the Czech Republic are Slavs. People from Slovakia are Slavs. But people in Russia are Slavs. People in Poland are Slavs.
No.
People in Germany are
Czechoslovakia, West Slavic, Polish,
Czechoslovakia
Serbia
is no longer a country, young man. So that's why I didn't name that one. I said the Czech Republic.
The name, because the names changed. Like Hindustan became India.
Now, Hindustan is still India. Some people still call it Hindustan. That's not a big deal. That means land of the Hindus. That's all it means. Just like Afghanistan means land of the Afghan. Uzbekistan means land of the
Uzbek.
Yeah. Turkmenistan means land of the Turks. No big deal. Next.
Okay. In America, it means land of the Amirs or Amaru.
What?
In America, it means land of the Amirs or Amaru.
Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
No, it does not.
Oh, that's why I can CNG.
No, it does not.
CNG is interchangeable.
No,
If you know anything about LinkedIn.
No, it does not.
He really tried that shit.
Yeah, no, it does not.
I mean, it's fine. Like this is on record. I'm fine because this is on record. The replay. I mean, the truth is
England means land of the English. America has nothing to do with that. What you just said, absolutely nothing. That's silly,
the breakdown of the last four, the con, the gon, the gan, however you want to pronounce that, depending on the phonetic little area that you're talking about.
But why are you making that connection?
G, the letter G and C can be interchangeable, and whatever word that you use. So when you put Afghan,
that's
true. And the gan means something. Well, the can. All right, bro. You're unlearned. I love it.
No, you're right. That's true. That's true. C and G are interchangeable in some languages, just like B and P are. Just like F and P are in some languages. It's not a big deal. Like some people say Farsi, some people say Persian. It's the same word. But so what? So what? That doesn't prove anything. And you're saying it, and you're highfalutin, man, like you're really saying something. You don't be talking to some adults, man.
What it proves in this Western society, when you read shit that says Creek, and it could be Greek, but Greek would
no, dude. The Greeks didn't even call themselves Greeks. We get the term Greek from Latin-speaking peoples, the Romans. That's where we get the word Greek from. The Greeks didn't know, sir. No, sir. They were the Graikoi. And that's what the Romans called them. They called them Graikoi. And in time that got anglicized, and we say Greek now, that has nothing to do with a group of people in America called Creek Indians. You just call a homophone. Something sounds similar, you're making it the same thing. That's not the truth, though.
But their history over there that we know is fake. They made this shit up. That's why they added the years to the time.
Made it up for what? Made it up to fool you? They made it up to shit. I mean, you could talk about Constantinople.
Like the Bible said, they wanted to graph themselves into this endless genealogy. I'm in touch with my endless genealogy, sir. I mean, you can't do nothing about that because you can't prove nothing otherwise.
You are being misled by someone, or you are misleading yourself.
You can't name your 4 great-grandmothers and 4 great-grandfathers. You can't. I can't. That's the difference between us.
I do. I actually been doing this for quite a while, young man. I have quite a bit of information on my family. However, I know that you don't because of the thing you said about the white boy. Because you're saying that he's not a white boy. He found records on white people.
According to the census, the shit they allowed to get on the internet, allowed peer review.
Why would they lie about it,
and because they have to, nigga, they have to give you some running room for you to play games. But if you know how to do in-depth research, you know the words to use on the internet that give you different results. So you don't understand that little process. Using the antonyms and the synonyms in your search will give you broader results.
Jonesy, I got a question about your family tree, man. So you did this family tree?
This branch, you got a question about this branch?
Yeah, about these people, John Wooten and his son William Wooten. You're saying these are white people or black people?
And his grandson Shadrach? No, those are not Caucasoids.
Well, so okay.
It's virtually impossible in 1766. What are you talking about?
Well, well, see, on your tree, you don't have them in the 1790 census. I found them in the 1790 census. I found them in the actual tree with somebody who has more information on them than you, right? So this is somebody's family tree, William Wooten. You see his father, John P. Wooten. They actually have his mother, Mary, and his wife, Nancy. You see Shadrach right here. So we have Shadrach.
Meshach and Abednego.
Yeah. So when we go and find him on the 1790 census, as you can see, William Wooten and his family listed as free white person.
Wow. And white was a status back then, not a color.
Should I look at the replay? Oh, please.
You're black. Right, just show me, then pull it up on the census that they're termed and classified as white. That's easy. White was a status like the Mexicans do now when they come up over here, ain't it? Jamaicans and all the rest of them. So see how y'all put it together? Don't try to do a contemporary narrative. Keep the same concept. Because the Mexicans come over here and classify as white, right? Because it was a status.
You're doing, dude. That's what you're doing. You're taking our concept down and
putting it on there. That's what the history and the record reflect, bro. What are you talking about? That's what the history and the record reflects. If you go back and study the times,
you're doing exactly what you said we're doing. Go ahead,
1766, there wasn't no Caucasians running around here in 1766. If they put up a false image, I ain't got no control with that.
Who told you they were
Caucasian? That doesn't fit in the bloodline.
That's even wrong. It
doesn't fit in the bloodline formulation, bro. That formula doesn't. That's not an integer that can be added, Sam.
You know him, his white cousins. Not a coincidence. The white people he went to.
No, you can give me your second great grandmother on your mother and father's side, and we can check your mitochondrial DNA.
These are white people. These is white people.
All right, we can play cards. I got a hand of ancestors. Let's play my hand of ancestors against yours. We'll pull them out, mother for mother, father for father, and so on and so forth. Who's up for the challenge?
This is even him on the 1810 census, right? They listed as they listed as free white persons also. And I also found a record of a will. Right, so here we go. William Wooten, listed as free white person. They also have 22 slaves.
Oh shit!
So not only
workers, 22 workers in that business, huh?
So are these slaves?
That's not what slaves.
Are these slaves white or black?
Bro, the slaves denote Slavic. Unless they was his kids or family members, the slave indentured servant would be a white person. So I mean, okay, well, she say it's not true. You're gonna ask me, and then you're gonna tell me it's not true. You should answer the question when you ask me first.
They weren't.
Okay, that's according to you. Who are you?
No, that's
what's your credential? What is your history? What is your family members at that time that we talking about right now? Let's do that. Let me let you take yourself back to this time. This 1760.
Listen, hold on.
Let's deal with this right here.
How are you trying to make these white people black? If you got white ancestry,
bro, it's a free white person. That's not a race. That's not ethnicity. That was a status back in the 1700s. Bro, get real.
White person is a white person. The same white person as we know today.
Well, and they're not white. That's a social concept. It's a social because they were in status. They had the status. What are you talking about, bro?
Because you said white people weren't over here to a certain time point. You're like, oh yeah, white people weren't over here.
Yeah, not to be having no names of prominence. Not having no names of prominence. They could have been a little slave worker, refugee, immigrant, trafficking.
What are these 22 slaves that they say they have? What are they? White, black.
Repeat that.
If you look in the will, you might find some of his ancestors' names.
Interesting.
The 22 slaves that William Wooten owns, are they white or black?
Bro, I'm dealing with the word it says slaves. That denotes, based on the linguistics of slave, that's a Slav. That's the only thing I can give you. If you can prove something or pull something up that can send me somewhere else, I have to go with that.
Who
you
told
saying
you that?
that's a white person?
Bro, this is deal with the record. Keep on clicking. I'm sure you can dig deeper in the clicks that you can get. That's it. Let's dig.
No, but you saying Slav and all this, like, what are they?
You want the definition of Slav according to this American language?
I just want you to tell me if they're white or black, brother.
Well, white or black didn't exist back then, so that's not something that I can even deal with.
What do you mean? Your people are listed as free white person, but then you're saying that it didn't exist. How? You're not making any sense now.
Bro, the question is nonsensical. I told you that free white person is a status.
Right, when you looked at these 22
back in
states,
1766, if you check back in what's going on in 1766, sir, during slavery, allegedly, there should be some easy records. If said slavery in the words in the context that you think about you should be able to pull it up right here.
Well, how come you don't
was
have
employee, slave was school.
It's a simple question. You keep saying Slav.
It's a simple thing. It's a simple click, bro. That's according to the dictionary. I'm not doing nothing else but going by the dictionary, fam. Slavism, Slavish.
Jonesy. If you look at these 22 slaves that your 1810 that William Wooten owned, would they be pale skin or melanated?
If his family worked for him, then that's the only determination that they could be, you know what I'm saying, a part of his corporation, his business. But as far as indentured service or workers, employees, those would have to, on the word denotes itself. According to when it was used when it came out, and late 17th century, West Slavish, Polish, Serbian, Czechoslovakian, Croatian. What are you talking about? Russian, Ukrainian, Little Russia, White Russia. Like what? But it can't be White Russia because there's Russian icons that are niggas. So if it can't say, it can't mean the same thing, sir.
Damn, are they? So you're saying they're pale skinned people? Okay, we're gonna take that as you're scared to say that they're white, but they're white.
Melanin deficient, dude.
Yeah, okay, melanin deficient. Cool. So this is actually a will.
Go ahead.
This is a will to Nancy, William's wife, and his first son, Arthur. He had his oldest son named Arthur. But if we go and look at this will, it's hard to read. But more.
And you know he made up two lies, right? He said, "Oh, slave means Slavic people, the people that were Slavs that were."
I said slave, though. No, I said slave originates from Slav. Nigga. That's according to the dictionary. So
the building did his genealogy.
Yeah. I said the curator of the museum did the research and sent me the records that he found.
The curator is the building, i.e., the building did his genealogy.
Hold on.
Put words in his mouth, but that's not what the record reflects. Y'all running.
I know, but let's let the record reflect that William Wooten, these Slavs that he owned, these slaves, they are Negro people. As we can see, it says following one Negro man.
Then that would denote that they were family members or some kind of close associates. Duh. Don't you have people that helped out your business?
No, you're making that up. First of all, you didn't even know this existed.
Making it up. Can't be. Can't be, bro. That's the only narrative that exists in 1766, bro.
You didn't know.
There's no embargoes or there's no embarks on record in 1766.
We're not doing that.
Nigga.
James Jonesy, chill out for a second. I muted you because I'm trying to say something and you over talking. Right. So when we go to Jonesy has an incomplete tree, right? He doesn't.
Bro, you're looking at one branch. What are you talking about? Fifth generation of one branch. What are you talking about? Incomplete.
And we're looking at the right branch because the people that we're looking at are white, according to the records, and they own black
white persons. That was a status, nigga. That's why they own. Come on, bro.
Own black people, as we can see in this will. One Negro man. We got a one Negro woman, a Negro girl. They just passing around.
You too.
No. Right? One Negro boy, right, by the name of Amos. Another Negro boy down here. So they just passing around people as estate property, right? This is not family. This has nothing to do with family. This is property that they're passing around in a will. White people passing around black people as property. Somehow Jonesy wants us to believe
passing down the inheritance to the white people's passing down the inheritance to the black people. Is that what you're saying? They spreading out the goods to all the
nothing of the such. Jonesy, you're done. You cooked
bro.
yourself.
You're not saying nothing, bro. You want to try to take something and make it something else in contemporary times when it's older than that. It predates that. And so if you're not going to go back in time to the situations and the lifestyle at that time, you're not dealing with the shit. You know what I'm saying? And genius. You know what I'm saying?
We know Negro,
you don't know anything. You're a legend, and you're claiming
equates to black
is
and
new.
African. We know the word
Negro
equates
refers
to
to Indian. No, Empress Hobart already did that.
Same dictionary that you're saying.
Hold on. Empress who? Empress who?
Mulatto is basically Indian too.
Empress who?
Now look, it just gets worse. Look, this is Jonesy's tree right here. We got, how do you say, shade of red? Right? He has no sources for him, but he wants to make it seem like he's black.
What do you mean source? It says fifth great grandfather.
No.
But y'all want to go and talk about that DNA match, the motherfucker that y'all ain't never seen before. But now, when the shoes on the other foot, and it's a direct
You ain't never seen this man.
Check out my AKC pedigree. Check out the pedigree, bro.
I think Sister Bethy did his genealogy. Look, so we got Shadrach. This is Jonesy's tree. There's no sources. There's not no sources, nothing here. This is just got people's names.
There's records, bro. You got army records. What are you talking about? You talk stupid, bro. But go ahead. Where's
the records for Shadrach or Shadrach? Where's his records? You don't have none for him. But I found some records for him.
Bro, it's 1766, of course. Nobody. Nigga, you don't have records of your DNA, but you just let a motherfucker do an experiment and then y'all take it. But this is the direct ancestor that, you know what I'm saying? You climb the ladder of life, nigga, and you see who you are. But you know they hiding it, so I mean, understand. You can't. I'm almost square. The shit's royal, nigga, and the Johnsons, Royal Jacksons, Williams. I mean, white people did borrow. I mean, they do the identity theft, and you know what I'm saying, name things. That's historical pattern. You know what I'm saying, for a certain group of people. But if you don't recognize that you was the ones that they wanted to come usurp, I mean, I can understand y'all's thinking, y'all's processing. I mean, it's limited, which is okay because you only are what you know. So if you can't be something that you don't know. You can't
no, that's you,
power that
bro. You're projecting.
This nigga
You are literally. Hold on. You are literally projecting. You are literally projecting what you are doing onto us. You have no idea. You have never read about history, bro. You really have never read about history. You don't know how to use ancestry. You don't know how to pull up the census. You don't know who these people are whatsoever. You are freestyling and making up shit on. I mean, every time you speak, you have no evidence of anything. You have not presented one source,
but you have no idea. Like
you have not presented. Okay, then go pull a source. Any source,
bro. What's idea? You haven't addressed, bro.
No, you have not.
What's on the table, nigga?
Bro, you have nothing. Everything you put up, not a coincidence. It's already about you. The people that you were referring to are white people. White people who are Europeans.
What's idea?
That's what he pulled up. You have been debunked.
Look. This is the 1850 census with Cedric Wooten on it. He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 black slaves. No white slaves. Black slaves.
Workers, you slave every day at Amazon, so it's not the contemporary breakdown and understanding. That's all.
Man, you sound like white folks now. They were workers now. Come on, bro. Why are you in such denial? We sitting here looking at it. Nobody's lying.
What are you talking about?
1840, Wooten's listed as white, and he has 11 slaves. I just showed you some of them.
Get it right.
Yeah, free white. Right. You sound stupid.
That was a biz. That's a business designation. Y'all are silly. But go on.
No,
I mean, you're calling people names, but you're getting taken to school. Come on, man.
He even fought on the Confederate side. You have no records, and so that's why you can make a tree. You can make a tree like this with no records. You just got names, because
or you can go spin the tube and send it across the world.
And we so you can spit in the tube. That's what you need to do.
I mean,
So you
I'm
get
sorry,
more.
y'all haven't done no family investigation, bro. It's not important. Y'all family ain't worth shit. I'm sorry.
It's extensive. I've done that plenty of times.
Your family
And
ain't worth shit. But they
anybody I click on, anybody in my tree I click on, I'm gonna have the record for to show.
So what, man? I mean, that's the flex. You from fucking Kansas, dude.
I was born in Kansas. I'm not from Kansas,
Same
sir.
thing.
I
Oklahoma, Kansas.
got a family cemetery.
Oklahoma, Kansas, basically in the same region.
I got ancestors. I've got ancestral land.
Back to the Congo.
And that's what y'all don't.
You got ancestral
land.
Virginia, North Carolina, according to this paperwork.
Bladen County, cemetery. Johnson, sir. Easy. Bladen County, Iowa White.
Hold on, you can let that Jane. Where did that name Johnson come from? Hold on. I want to ask you a question. Where did the name Johnson come from? What's the name origin of Johnson? What? You broke up. What's the name origin of Johnson?
I said, give me a second. You want the origins of the Johnson name, the Johnson surname, which is breaks down to son of John when you go back, or son of William, Williamson, Garrettson. All the sons is just that's where that kind of concept started. But hold on, hold on. Come on.
And not a coincidence. Why you doing that? Can you pull up another tab and pull up the Johnson surname origin?
Man, no,
please,
that's a waste.
Please, oblige, please.
No, I know. No, it's not a waste. We already entertaining this dude, so we might have to go ahead and continue.
I mean, I was enjoying the ancestry beat down.
Yeah, because
that's going to continue. That's going to continue because this is all in his family.
That you was leading him into the black slave thing. That's when I shut the hell up because I knew what you was doing, getting them to say they weren't black or they were Slavs, and then you could show in the records that they were Negroes.
Yeah, we know we knew that was gonna be easy anyway. We knew that not a coincidence was gonna put this up. These dudes, once they expose their family, they always get exposed.
They're gonna say,
He
that
was
was family
scared to death to commit. Yeah, that was family my ass. These niggas is crazy, man.
That was his corporation.
He got that shit from was it Chief Holiday said that shit? And Fat Boy. What's Fat Boy name? That wrote the books. They both said that. Oh yeah, that's family. Who?
Callaway.
Saying that
yeah,
shit,
Callaway. Yeah.
But these dudes is weird. Like, come on,
Fat Boy.
History says it all. Like, you point us to some white people trying to make it seem like these are some Indian, Aboriginal, black people. No, these are white people.
Indian nowhere in it.
Yeah, that dude definitely using white supremacy talk. But I'm gonna read it for you, bro. So Johnson is a surname given a given name of an Anglo-Norman origin, meaning son of John. Name derived from Yochanan, a Hebrew name meaning God, right? Gracious Johnson, right, is the second most common name in the United States. Let's see. Where it says that Johnson, let's pull it up. No, let's go even further than that, right? Let's pull it up.
And I'll drop the link in the chat so you can get the real history of it.
It is a common family name in Scotland.
The Scots, the first Scots.
English and Scots, yes.
In the 1700s, wasn't no pick was written on the Scotland, so
Hey,
keep on going.
Hold on.
Keep on. You're justifying it. Y'all think Scotland and Ireland, y'all think white folks, but y'all silly in the head. That's Tyrone thinking. But go ahead, bro. Carry on.
Scots, nigga. They enslaved so many black people. Get out of here with that shit.
Bro, what are you talking about? King James was of Scotland, nigga, and that was a nigga. What are you talking about?
James
King
got pictures of this guy.
Scotland, nigga.
You know, he actually had a portrait painted of himself, right?
Really
King James.
Black? Really?
He actually had a portrait of himself, stuff done. The dude's white, very white and gay, white and gay. But that's a guy that you want to be tied to, right? You want to be tied to this homosexual white man?
From the Hebrew Israelites, he got that from the
Hebrew
Israelites.
I didn't get it from nobody.
This dude backs a gay white man.
Pedigree, bro. You can't match the fifth generation like I just did, bro. You the one don't have an idea. You got a narrative in the CIA op. Like the foreigners and the little
CIA. Here we go with all the conspiracy shit, bro.
You gotta
no evidence, bro. You are a psycho, bro. You need help. This dude is demented.
I understand. I overstand, my nigga. You can't stand on your bloodline,
bro. You can't stand on bro. Go get help. You have mental health. This dude gotta have mental health issues.
You
For real.
You speaking
That's
for a point
crazy.
like grandma could be like weak lice hair, something like that. She's probably one of them haplogroups on the quadrants. You ain't got no real history, my nigga.
Insane.
You can't go back to Freeport, nigga. You can't go back to motherfucking
This nigga think that King James is black
cities, nigga.
And there are magical people.
Yeah. I can't take it no more. I'm about to get up out of here. Jonesy, it was nice talking to you, man.
No, you know what? Not a coincidence. Keep on digging and go back and tell the whole story.
Oh, I got this whole shit. Like, he done fucked up. He did the wrong person in his genealogy.
Yeah, he did. Hey, yo, you done did way more than that museum did for him, brother.
Yeah, he done
Ain't
fucked
the building.
And just think of how you shaming your ancestors that were owned by that man. You shaming them. You claiming the man they fucking hate.
Yeah, he claiming to be the owner.
Yeah, they hated that man. They hated his guts, and you over there claiming them over them.
You talking about?
But you know what though, Cujo, you trying to just this man was claiming people are magical.
Yeah, I know.
This dude was saying to do with magical people. Do you think this dude is rational in his right mind? He's clearly somebody.
I think he's very young. I think he's a very young.
Y'all sound like some little fucking sorority girls, motherfuckers. It's crazy. But go ahead.
Yeah, see, like a man wouldn't say anything like that about another man. You see, so you sound like you're a youngin. I mean, it's okay.
Niggas sound like girls at fucking beauty shops and shit. But y'all ain't propose nothing of yours.
Yeah, he's probably. You hearing this? He's probably a teenager. You how you talk? You talk like a teenager.
I'm reading the book of life. I'm found in the book of life, so fuck what the silly say. I mean, that would be, you know what I'm saying? I can't.
You still in high school, kid? Or you just got out of high school?
You're underling, bro. That's like peon. You know what I'm saying? You just need a little edification, my nigga. And the family, your mama and grandma.
So let me say this before we get up.
Weak mute strategy.
You talking about how we sound?
These $5 niggas.
And when he came on here, trying to make he tried to make these white people black. He came on here just straight fronting, but we sound weird. But he don't sound weird changing his ancestry. Like, get out of here, man.
But that's what Abels always do, man. But then once I continue, when you notice how you see with Abels, right? All these Abels, once again, are conspiracy theorists. They're all think that it's some conspiracy.
Y'all see, we got another one, right? We get into their genealogy. I know, Shy, you out there, you seen it. We get into their genealogy, and it's just not what they say it's going to be. But yo, I got to get up out of here. It's late. Been on here 5 hours. Definitely appreciate y'all.
You got another one to work on for a while, man. To pull up some more stuff.
Oh yeah, we gonna crack into this.
You probably gonna end up finding that'd be funny. You find an African relative, somebody coming directly from Africa.
Especially he down in there in them Carolinas, so
it's a good chance that he may have somebody directly tied to it.
African. You should take this as a learning lesson. You should be like, hey, thank you, not a see. Like, it's open up for me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to believe this crap no more. Listen to autonomous history and all that. Yeah.
He just too caught up on the conspiracy theories and all of that nonsense. You know, the feel good thing. That's the only thing they want to do is
we got another Aboriginal body, right?
Yeah.
Hardline boss. Hold on a second. Hardline boss, bro. There are no black Europeans, bro. That's not a thing. Those people are African.
We could put Jonesy in the Hall of Fame with Smoke Signal.
Yeah. I knew you was. That's why I went ahead and muted because I saw you was walking it down.
Yeah, because I was quiet. I was looking at some things. I'm like, oh, I found them. Yeah, we got they definitely own black slaves. We can see them on the census, right? The slave schedule censuses. They got wills where they're passing around Negroes like it's nothing.
Yeah, and why did white become a status? You know what I'm saying? Like he's saying white's a status. Why did it become a status? Why was it looked upon like it was a status? Because of goddamn Baker's Rebellion. You know what I'm saying? Because to separate whites from poor whites from blacks, and Indians, to be honest.
Yeah, that's exactly that's the reason why they came up with the social
that's where the
construct.
white thing comes
right?
from.
The revolt too.
Mhm.
Facts.
They had to, because we know that the wealthy white
up,
elite,
Bill Prosser.
there was a concern. There was a real concern about poor whites and poor Africans uniting because they had a common cause. So in order to break that up, they had to create this whole white and black thing, and it worked, and it still works today. And it works so well that we have a bunch of black people in America who hate themselves, who want to run away from being of African descent so hard. They got to come up with these just phenomenal stories that don't make any sense whatsoever. These magical stories that are just don't work. And whenever they actually have to put up real information, they end up collapsing. So I don't care which one of you abos or anybody who thinks that they're not of African descent, put up your genealogy. That's why a lot of y'all be afraid to put your genealogy up, because every time you send it to Not a Coincidence, that Africa gonna go show up, and the last thing y'all want to be is that. All of you. Let me say this again. Every last one of y'all are of African descent. All of you.
All of you.
It's not some of them. Because some of them say, well, it's not everyone's story, right? They be saying that because I had this Abel tell me this like 3 weeks ago on fucking TikTok. They was telling me that's not everyone's story. Yes, it is. That's all our story. That's why we are a member of the same ethnic group. We are an amalgamation of many Africans, Europeans, and sometimes indigenous. I'm sorry, you don't want to be that. You don't want to claim that. Well, you have it's America. You can do what you want to do, but your genetics are your genes are your genes. You can't change it.
All right, but on that note, we out of here, man. Peace. I appreciate y'all. Everybody in the chat, share, like the video. Definitely. Until next time, brother. Peace.
Hey. Talk randomly. How many of y'all ever heard y'all had Indian in your family?
Absolutely.
Everybody heard that before, right? Where did you hear it from? Who was the person that told you?
Our grandmother.
Once again, thank you very much, lady. I appreciate it.
All right.
Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Hey yo, these apples think they it, but they not. Every time I look around, they be on TikTok. Every time I look around, they saying something pseudo, knowing it's a lie, acting like it's really true though. Harriet Tubman's real, Nat Turner is a hero. I'ma keep it a buck. Dan Calloway's a weirdo. I'ma keep it a buck. Corineo is too. The research lie, he could never tell the truth. That coward A1, he's a miss no more. Just give me a shot, I can miss no more. Just give me the rock, it's a must. I score. These apples need to see a doctor, it's for sure. Hey, Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Hey yo, these apples think they real, but they fake. Always on YouTube, we could never get a break. All they do is cherry pick, die at their own sources. Pick the copper color, but not the hair of the horses. And DNA is not real, it's only for entertainment purposes. Can't believe how many times I heard this shit. Can't believe how many times I heard the same shit. Asking for the slave ships. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said I'm not an African. Grandma said I'm an Indian. Grandma said, how many times Grandma said we got Indian in us? It's a legend. It's a family legend. Grandma said we had Indian in us. Grandma ain't say we was Indian though. Stop taking Grandma out of context, man. Stop lying on Granny, man. Cause Grandma ain't say shit, man. You said it, man. You said it, man. Stop lying on Grandma. Grandma said.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that Miro. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. I'm just gonna. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. I'm just gonna keep it real. Everybody know the Aboriginals ain't got nothing for themselves. We're gonna keep this shit real. If you're an Aboriginal, man, I hate to be the one to break it to you.
Damn.
But nigga, you ain't never saw no Aboriginal war, nigga. Man. Send me a video with a timestamp. You ain't never seen no Aboriginal war, and they won a successful military only when they fought with us last year.
So he's saying they over. Yo, he said they got no wins.
I didn't know he was going hard like that on them.
Oh,
he said they ain't got no wins, and the only time they did win was when they linked up with them. You heard him say that?
Look, shit. Look, hold on. Get your shit off. Top. Get your shit off.
Get your shit off.
Seen no Aboriginal war, and they won a successful military only when they fought with us last year. And they didn't even win out of them phase.
Nah, this is classic, y'all. This is classic. This is classic, right?
Yeah, I think
Where's smoke signal go?
Yeah, let's get some. I want to keep playing this, but let's get an Aboriginal up here for this, man.
Yo, the link is pinned, y'all. I need.
Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Gentle beat.
How you think you Aboriginal, but you look just like an African? Call them out for a debate. Pick the video and then I laugh at them. Many niggas ain't even know shit. I kept trying to get this nigga to shut my screen, he wouldn't even show this shit. That nigga keep trying to play the straw man like I ain't noticing. But he out here blind as hell, he talking about his eyes open. He think he really doing something, whole time I ain't even going. I told him come on and shoot that screen, the apple you pump fake. Call him Chicky, he don't even pop out, Chief Holiday in. Act you like he started something, but he can't even defeat. Now the apple's looking at you like shit, what you want? Now you gon' let cuss while they like you take the decoy phone. So he say fuck the apple doctrine, man, don't you stand up. He say fuck that look of shit, my nigga, he said that. You better quit lying on granny nigga, she can tell you that shit. How you got open smoke panel when you known for ducking fades? How you think you Aboriginal, where you look just like an African? Call them out for a debate. Pick the video and then I laugh at them. Many niggas ain't even know shit. I kept trying to get this nigga to shut my screen, he wouldn't even show this shit. That nigga keep trying to play the straw man like I ain't noticing. But he out here blind as hell, but he talking about his eyes open. He think he really doing something, whole time I ain't even going. I told him come on and shit and scream, the apple you pump fake. I told him come on and shit and scream, the apple you pump fake. How you got open smoke panel when you known for ducking fades?
In the park randomly. How many of y'all ever heard y'all had Indian in your family?
Absolutely.
Everybody heard that before, right? Where did you hear it from? Who was the person I told you?
Our grandmother.
Once again, thank you very much, lady. I appreciate it.
All right.
Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Hey, yo, these apples think they it, but they not. Every time I look around, they be on TikTok. Every time I look around, they saying something pseudo. Knowing it's a lie, acting like it's really true though. Harriet Tubman's real, that Turner is a hero. I'ma keep it a buck, Dan Calloway's a weirdo. I'ma keep it a buck, Carinio is too. The research lie, he could never tell the truth. That coward A1, he's a miss no more. Just give me a shot, I can miss no more. Just give me the rock, it's a must. I score. These apples need to see a doctor, it's for sure. And Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Grandma said, I'm not an African. Grandma said, I'm an Indian. Hey, yo, these apples think they real, but they fake. Always on YouTube, we could never get a break. All they do is cherry pick, die at their own sources. Pick the copper color, but not the hair of the horses. And DNA is not real, it's only for entertainment purposes. Can't believe how many times I heard this shit. Can't believe how many times I heard the same shit. Asking for the slave ships. Grandma said, I'm African. Grandma said, I'm Indian. Grandma said, I'm not African. Grandma said, I'm Indian. Grandma said, I'm not African. Grandma said, I'm Indian. Grandma said, I'm not African. Grandma said, I'm Indian. Grandma said, how many times Grandma said, we got Indian in us? It's a legend. It's a family legend. Grandma said we had Indian in us. Grandma ain't say we was Indian though. Stop taking Grandma out of context, man. Stop lying on Granny, man. Cause Grandma ain't say shit, man. You said it, man. You said it, man. Stop lying on Grandma. Grandma said.
Peace to everybody in the building, man. Appreciate everybody for pulling up. Bazillion Monk. Appreciate that super chat. Definitely appreciate it. Word. So we are gathered here today because we catching apples in what they always do. They always lying. They always fronting about their genealogy. Well, saying they got genealogy, they never really show it. And when they show it, just like when we got into smoke signals genealogy, it never turns out good. Right? So let me set the stage for y'all. It was on Aboriginal Power Channel yesterday. And in the conversation, we bring up the King Philip Wars and how these Native Americans was enslaved. Like, that's supposed to stop the transatlantic slave trade because the Europeans came here. They went up to the New England area and went to war with the Native Americans there, the real Aboriginals there, and the ones they was able to capture, they sent down to their colonies in the Caribbean. That's in the 1600s. How does that stop the transatlantic slave trade? So they arguing about that. So me, y'all know me. I'm from New York. I tell you, I have a long history in New York too. The Native Americans here and the first Africans here. Well, I ain't gonna say the first, because they was in the 1600s. But I've traced my black ancestry, my father's line, my African, and I know it's an African because of the haplogroup. My Y haplogroup is EP252, and I traced it down to a man so far who was born around 1800, maybe a couple years before, a couple years after, and he's in New York. So that's pretty early. He was there. He was there pretty early, and I have other family that dealt with the natives there. That's just how it is. I have a long line in this New York area, and I also have some from Connecticut. I have a ancestor. My fourth great grandfather. He's from Connecticut. He was a Native American, and so this is where the conversation picks up at. All right.
Truth, but what does that don't have nothing to do with anything?
Bro, you not even fully aware of the
That-
40,000 Lucayans that got snatched up out of their lands and shit, bro, and sent into slavery. You don't know none of this, brother, but you asking questions as if you do, and you giving us answers like you got all the answers, and you don't, brother. It's too many moving parts in this shit, and you don't want to accept that, and that's fine.
That's sad, very sad. But go ahead. The darker Indian was always downgraded.
They was never even called Negroes.
The ones with the lighter, yes, they were. The ones with the lighter skin.
So they're trying to act like these Indians that was in the King Philip Wars was called Negroes at some point in time. No, they wasn't. They was not.
Were deemed the Indians. They were able to be called the Indian, and that's a fact. That's across the states.
Oh, Bab, I really can't share my screen. What's up, man? Now you gone.
But I mean, how does people from Africa come in here and try to tell us about our history? I don't understand.
You just telling me about my history. I asked you if you're related to these people. You
I'm
said
not.
no, but
I'm
then
not
you
from
become an
Africa.
expert on these people.
I'm not
No, I'm
from
talking
Africa.
about, no, we were talking about the Pequot Indian. You're talking about the Pequot Wars, but you're not related to them. But you're just talking all. Y'all
Yeah,
know
but
everything.
I'm not a
about them.
foreigner. I'm not
And
a
nobody
foreigner.
here is related to them.
Yeah,
That shit
but
is
I'm
crazy.
not a foreigner.
All them Indians, nobody's related to one of the first contact people. Like, come on, man.
I'm not a foreigner.
That shit is crazy.
Bro,
But
we talking about the chicken
about
stop when
something
you
else.
go where smoke and you ain't related to them.
I'm not the one complaining about it. She was just
First of all,
complaining about, this, and that.
I
So-
said foreigner from Africa. I did not say not a coincidence. Secondly, I studied them. I've been in this fucking state 58
Look how long it took Bap to show my screen, man. Terrible. He heard me. He was doing that shit all night.
years, and you gonna tell me I can't talk about tribes that I lived in their territory? I've been here
All right.
57 years.
All right. So this is my fourth great grandfather, Levi Phillips, right? He was born in 1809 in Connecticut, died in Suffolk County, Long Island, right?
I can't see
So-
that. Can you make it bigger? The screen. Matter of fact, let me blow it on my end.
Hey, do you believe that people was misclassified, indigenous people was misclassified? Not coincidence.
No.
Okay.
Not in the way y'all trying to abuse it. So
Your grandfather was born September 20. He was born the day before me in the same state. I was born in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Let's go.
So look, this is something that you don't see Abos do. They can't do this because they're really not from here. They don't have a history here. They don't. These Abos, these Moors, none of them. Anybody who tries to act like these Native Americans ain't who they are and try to say they was here before them, they have nothing to go on. So what we're gonna get to is you're gonna see people have to lie. They have to lie. They have to make shit up. And then try to provide fake sources behind it. This is sad, y'all, but let me show you what Abos can do. Okay, so this is from a book called the let me see. I can't get the name right now, but it's the Setauket, Oldfield, and Pequot. So it says Dr. Levy Phillips Sr., widely respected as a herbal doctor, Dr. Phillips regularly walked from Brooklyn to Montauk, even as an old man, and became a local legend. Shown here about 1870, he is believed to be a direct descendant of King Philip, chief of the Wampanoag Indians. Between 1675 and 1676, King Philip led a coalition of local tribes against the English and attempt to drive them out of New England. Y'all was just talking about that.
Okay.
This is not, hold on, I'm not finished. I got one more thing to do. I'm not finished. This is not a Negro. It is not a Negro. Here is an article written about
I'm
him.
just laughing because they said it was believed.
So let's put this in perspective. That's my 4th great grandfather. I have 64 of those. This is one of 64. When you hear numbers like 164, this is what they're talking about. But as I provide evidence on who this man is, you see they want to cut me off. They don't want to let me talk. I don't need that long, right? It takes me a couple minutes to get this done. They making it harder than what it is.
To be, you're either not.
That's
Come
fine.
Okay.
To be,
I
yeah.
could be believed to be
Yeah, guess what?
James
You know what they
Brown
didn't
Randall.
have? You know what they didn't have back then? Birth certificate, right?
They
So
didn't.
no, they
That's
didn't.
true.
Right. So it's not the same tracking system, but
He was
they
believed to be.
all say he was a descendant. Listen,
Okay, he
hold
was
on.
believed
I don't
to
know.
be.
The birth
That's
certificate
cool.
been around since 1666.
Listen,
cool.
hold on. Y'all like to
cool.
draw. Listen, this is something y'all can't do. Y'all can't even show y'all people's even being called Indian. So we not.
I
even
want to
gonna-
see it. This is a fairy tale slave or Indian in your family, bro. This is like some cosplay shit.
Nah. I know it hurts. Y'all can't do this, but I'm a genealogist around here. So Dr.
And I'm a
Levy Phillips,
genealogist
look,
too, and I can't show my family.
here we go.
business.
Here we go. This is in 1909. Dr. Levy Phillips, he's 100 years old. But I just want to bring you to the short part right here. It says his first wife was
the white man to tell me who my people's is.
That's
man.
cool. I know. That's why y'all keep me because it hurts. So
No,
look,
this
his
don't hurt.
first,
This is very
They can't do this right here. They can't
Nah,
do
they
this.
can't. Look, check this
No,
out.
wait. Hold up.
All
We
I
don't
gotta do
need
is read one sentence, and y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. I know it hurts.
Hold up. Hold up. We gotta back up. We gotta
I
back
was
up.
quiet the whole time. I can interrupt anybody. I
No, you didn't. But I'm gonna say this.
Let them get it. Let them get it.
One of
Let
y'all
them get
see
it.
my genealogy, so let's get the record straight.
Listen,
You
if
didn't
y'all
see
had
my
Indians and
genealogy.
y'all be showing them like I show them all the time. Also showed them descendants from those people. I mean, his descendants did. Excuse me.
His ancestors took a DNA test.
His
Clip
descendants
that
did.
shit, nigga. Clip it.
You can say whatever you want. His descendants did. These are all the same people. These are all his people.
You reaching. Man, shut
Yeah.
up, man. You know niggas playing.
I'm the
bro. Why
king,
you
bro.
on that-
Stop it,
Nah,
man.
I'm the king of New York.
Stop
You niggas
it,
my
bro.
prince.
And this is not- So basically, I showed them a tree. I showed them an ancestor that ties back to these people that they was having a whole conversation about that they don't know nothing about, trying to say that they're black and they're not. Some of them did have relations with the Africans that came in. Right. So Bethy was gone for maybe 40 minutes. And she comes back and wants to share her tree. Right? She wants to share her trees. Like she's doing something big. And 111 Truth was out there when this was happening. Right? And he jumped right on the bandwagon like she did something so spectacular. Right?
That's me. That's my mother, Diane Elizabeth. She's still alive. That's my.
Mind you, nobody asked Bethy to do this. Nobody asked her to jump out the window and try to save the Aboriginals, because the person who's claiming that they're of African descent, who claims to be an African American, a Black American, he's the one that came on the show and actually showed a real live indigenous Aboriginal to American person in their family tree. Something they never do. They can't do it. And they talking about they scared. Yeah, they scared to be exposed. Talking about people stealing ancestors. Like, get out of here, man. Yes, even the genealogy, even a genealogy is fake. Everything is pseudo. Everything is pseudo. Truth, you was agreeing, you was immediately jumping on her bandwagon. She didn't show not one source, not anything about these people that she was showing. You was like, oh, she showed people. No, I showed sources attached to these people. That's what I did. I showed people talking about them. But let's go.
Grandmother, she's dead. That's my great grandmother, South Carolina. That's my second great grandmother. You see her and her husband. That's her and Cornelius. This is her mother. They look exactly alike, as you can see. Exactly alike. Now let's just hold that thought right there.
Y'all hear the conviction in her voice, right? Y'all hear how she's trying to sell this shit. She's like, look, she looks exactly alike. She's gonna later on say, when she goes live on her show, right after BAP's show, that this Margaret George isn't really her ancestor. She added them onto her tree. But let's listen.
Let me get this shit up. Where the fuck is my grandmother at and dead at? Where does it say she's dead at?
So mind you, you see how hard she's going. It says Catawba Indian Nation, Indian Reservation, Rock Hill, York County, South Carolina, right? She's trying to sell this Indian hard. She's trying to sell this Indian hard. She is flat out lying to BAP's whole chat, to everybody there. Talking about, you're going to see what her excuse is. We're going to get to all of that. But just listen to how hard she's going, trying to sell this.
Let me get this shit up. Where the fuck is my grandmother at and dead at? Where does it say she's dead at? Where? Do I need to do I need to go any further?
Man, this the quietest they ever been on somebody.
No. That's now. Can I
Who's the first one to jump out there? Our very own 111 Truth. That's my guy, though. He's the first one to jump out there. Oh, this the quietest they ever been on somebody. No, we're listening. We're soaking in the information, right? Because we know what we're gonna do. We're gonna see if she's really about it. We told her we're gonna do it. She asked us to do it. And this is what she got.
Screenshot this shit. You screenshot this shit and you go check it. That's the record right there.
They got they is. They gonna go on.
No. But see, when you dealing with ancestry, anybody can edit that born part.
Wait.
And YK brings up a good point. You could put born and death with everything. Well, you could put anything. You could put Mars there if you want to, right? You can make it up. It doesn't matter. So that's a good point, YK. But she didn't really make it up, but she made up people. That's the crazy part. She made people up.
No. But see, when you dealing with ancestry, anybody can edit that born part.
Wait.
So can I see a record, sis?
We're gonna get the motherfucking records. Wait, but I ain't finished. This is her mother.
She was never gonna show us the records because she never does. But we got the records though. Sean, what's good, Sean? You got something you want to say real quick?
Nah, I ain't got nothing. I'm listening. It's a good part. Yeah, it's a good part.
See how she trying to sell this, right?
She picking it up.
this is her genealogy. Look, she got Catawba. They was living on a reservation. But if you ask BAP and them, they'll tell you that they not no reservation Indians. You know what I'm saying? So they don't have nothing to do with reservations. So
Yeah, Bam says he ain't. He said he not Abo. He said he is. What he say he is? American now. He didn't change his whole argument. He ain't even Abo no more.
they switch everything up, man.
So he running away from everything that he taught all the way up until now because he see that it's muddy. So now he trying to identify as American, the first people that the Europeans saw. But if you look at the definition, if it says it's the definition says it's the people the Europeans first saw. They didn't look like that. Remember, they got somebody with them from the motherland. They look like
would have went to like Benin or Togo, they would have found somebody like that.
Right. They would have said, "Oh, these people look just like the people we brought here from the such and such."
Exactly.
Baptacular. That's what I'm calling him. His new name is Baptacular.
But look, you see our boy Truth co-signing this, right?
Yeah, I heard him.
He co-signed. He can't run from this. He co-signing this. He gonna go hard. But let's go back.
You see that? And I'm gonna give you the records in a minute. And this is her motherfucking mother in the 1700s. All of them fucking Catawba. Don't play with me about my family. Now let me get the motherfucking records.
We're gonna close out on this, man. I gotta get the hell out of here. We're gonna let
you motherfuckers screenshot it, call them up.
That want to run. He know it's about to be bad, but it don't get bad till after, because we got to go to her show, and then we're gonna show y'all what's really going on.
Do what the fuck you agents do. I want you to.
You know they're gonna
go.
Hold on. How are we the agents when they're purposely lying?
Yeah, that's the remix stuff. They got to say that word as a remix because it's a trigger word for the people. It's like a rallying cry. So whatever y'all say can be falsified or denied because you're an agent.
Remember we showed the shit from the COINTELPRO. What number one of their main tactics was to discredit the opposition, right? What do they want to do? They want to discredit us, trying to call us agents in this, but they're the ones lying. That's the crazy part. Watch, bro. This shit is ugly.
Motherfucking records right here.
And listen, I know.
And look, you hear her mouth. Nobody asked her to do this. We wasn't. If we go back and listen, we didn't even really get the rebuttal to say anything. We being respectful while she talking. We want to hear this shit. You know us. Once you start giving us something with some sources, we want to soak it in to see what's really going on. But we don't even have to wait long because she let the cat out the bag before we even had to do any research. Just watch.
No, but listen. What's funny is, hold on, sister Betty. What's funny is YK said, how we know that you didn't write that in, but you didn't say that we're not a coincidence. Show this record.
I didn't say that.
You just showing out the biasness, bro. You said that.
No, I didn't say that, bro.
You said that you edited on her, but you didn't say what you chose.
I edited that book. Hold on. Because not a coincidence showed a document. I said
I want you to screenshot it, and I want you to go.
Yeah, I showed a newspaper article and I showed a book talking about my ancestor with pictures. A picture from 1909 when he was alive. The article, it was him turning 100 years old. He was still alive. He died maybe 2-3 years later. And in the picture you see, he's not a Negro, but nothing's good for them.
Look it up. I want both of you to do that shit. I want you to.
All right,
and I
cool.
hope you screenshot it.
Not a coincidence show documents. Anybody can edit. The reason why I say that is because the research guy did that to my ancestors and tried to turn one of my ancestors into a Cherokee and said that they died at the Cherokee Nation, then he got caught doing it. So this is why I'm saying anybody can edit that part of the tree. Now I'm trying to see a specific record that ties her to those people. That's
Back
all I'm
got
saying.
the show. Back got the show. He ain't gonna put it on private. You could go and look at it and freeze it and go call them motherfuckers.
So she did all that selling. She did all that selling. But hold on, we gotta fix this because yeah, I don't want to show her shit because she's gonna act like a little. But we can hear it though. She's gonna act funny. But we can hear it, and dude, I'm gonna let her speak for herself.
Look at this shit. I don't know nobody past this is real. All this is real.
So right now she's showing she started at her mother. She's like, this is real. Dorothy Wright, her grandparents, well, her great grandparents, I think. Yeah, Dorothy Wright, her grandparents is real.
This is real. All this is real. It's my grandmother's kids. Those my aunts and uncles. These people are real.
So we're gonna show. I'm gonna show the tree. She's saying Maddie Fisher, her great grandparent, is real.
They're real. I don't know who the fuck.
So the one she is saying she don't know who it is the Margaret George, right? This is the one, the Margaret George one, the one that she was going so hard about the Catawba. That's the one that she is saying is not real. Let's listen.
These people is right here, all the way up. I don't know none of them. That is not part of my tree.
Oh, that's crazy. Hey, that's
I made it up. I made it up. I don't know nobody up above this shit. I don't know who that is. On my real.
Oh, that's crazy. Hey, that's
I made it up. I made it up.
That's crazy. Hey, that's
I made it up. I made it up.
Yo, you hear smoke signal, Sean?
Sure do. I hear him over there going with the lie.
Yeah, but you hear his laugh. He's like, "Damn, that's crazy." Like it don't sound like he wasn't really comfortable with it, but you know they're gonna go along with it. If Sean catch me up here lying, Sean's gonna stop me right there. I'm telling you that right now. He be like, no, that ain't right. Even if he catch me wrong, fuck lying, because she's purposely putting this shit on for the people, right? And then she does that on BAP's show, tainting his audience, tainting his audience, right? But then goes to her show and be like, I got over on them. But what about all the people that was watching? What about all these lost souls that was watching that are already confused and think that she really did something? That's the crazy part. So hold on, here we go. Let me just show y'all this. So this is one of the people right here. This is the Margaret George that she said that she was selling so hard to the people. She was going so hard and selling it. Right? This is the one where she was like, oh damn. Like this is supposed to be like her third great grandmother. Let me see on the tree. Yeah, probably about a third. What? Now we can see. You can say whatever you want. I don't think this is a Negro woman. And she's not. That's why she lied and put her on there. Right? Here's another picture of her. So when she showed that part on BAP's channel, when she was doing all this, right? This is BAP's channel. Remember when she was cursing everybody out, showing the genealogy?
Yeah. Let me get this shit up. Where the fuck is my grandmother at and dead at? Where does it say she's dead at?
You hear that? Where does it say she's dead at? This is not even her family, y'all. It's not even her family. She came over here and admitted it. Where's it at? I think it's right here. She admitted it. This ain't them.
Hey, not a sense. The reason that she can do that is because of the same reason that she can change the documents and it have no validity of being heard either way by her people, her followers, because they're gonna go with her moves. So if she can present some information and tell you that she changed it and you accept it, then she doing that on everything. She been doing it on genealogy. This ain't the first time. Y'all done caught her numerous times mixing up people's genealogies and messing it up. So that's how we know that the validity of genealogy coming from that camp of the people claiming to be indigenous or Aboriginal or this new wave of American, it's a lie.
Can't believe nothing from her.
Oh, that's crazy. Hey, let's go.
All the way up. I don't know. Are real. The uncles. These people are real.
So she's saying, just listen to her. These people are real.
They're real. I don't know who the fuck these people.
Matter of fact, I got to see her saying this shit because it's only 2 seconds. Listen to her. So we know we on the same page.
They're real. I don't know who the fuck these people is right here.
Y'all heard her. We know who she talking about. Sean, is it clear who she talking about?
Her genealogy, her tree, because they own her tree.
But look, this same lady where she going in right here. Watch this. This same lady right here.
Let's just hold that thought right there. Let me get this shit up. Where the fuck is my grandmother at and dead at? Where does it say she's dead at?
Yo, if that's not a sick person, that got to be a sick person, bro.
Hey, maybe she did crack before that show.
All right.
That got to be a sick person, bro.
I think she might be high. No cap. I think she was high, bro.
Y'all remember what she said here, though? Remember what she just said? She was going hard. Like, you see when my grandmother died at? It's not even her grandmother, bro. But she's selling this shit. She's crazy. Let's listen to it again. Let's listen to it again.
They're real. I don't know who the fuck these people is right here. All the way up. I don't know none of them.
You went mute, not a see.
She don't know who Margaret is. This is Margaret. Remember what she was trying to say? Look at my grandmother. Look where she died at. Truth, what you got to say about this? Rhetorical about what? About she made something up? What are you talking about? There's more to the video I'm going to play. Like, she made that shit up. I don't even know why you're trying to save her.
She went on her channel and said, yo, I was over there and I made that shit up. I don't know who the fuck these people are. And you was over there buying it. Like, you want to hear yourself again? Come on, Truth. You need to come up here and say something, man. I'll let you come up here and say it. I just want Truth up here if I drop the link, because I'm not finished. I got a little bit more to play. What's up, Truth? You want to come up here and explain yourself? Because I don't know what you're trying to defend. YK, yeah, YK did a video bodying her. Yo, the link just for Truth real quick, y'all. I'm gonna drop the link in a little bit. I don't want too many people up here right now. But he got like, what could he defend though? Sean, what could he defend?
Nothing. He don't know what he gonna defend. It's a mess. Let's just listen to him try.
There you go. Peace, Truth.
What's
You made a
up,
mistake.
man?
You
What's
made a
up,
mistake.
what up?
That's all right.
Come on, man. How you gonna say explain myself and cut me off, bro? You funny.
I just said you made a mistake. It's all right.
Nah, look, bro. This is all I'm saying, cause all I'm hearing is like a little loop sound bite, and I want to hear this entirety, but based off from what happened on Bab channel, I find it highly likely that she would go live on her own channel, and the very people that she was going hard for to say that she don't know who them is. So just based on what I think it is because you playing in like a loop, that nigga, you know how niggas be like, yeah, you right. I don't know. Woo, woo. I don't know.
No.
But you know,
I'm gonna
no,
play it. I'm gonna play it for you.
I need to hear it in entirety, bro. You know,
I'm gonna play it
I
for
ain't
you.
caping for nobody though. You feel?
I'm gonna play it for you.
Yeah,
I
yes,
played
sir.
it in. Look, I played it in its entirety. All right,
I
look.
didn't hear it, brother.
Look. So listen now. I'm gonna put it in the back though, because she already said she gonna strike me, right? So we're gonna hear the audio. All right. Here we go. You ready?
Look at this shit. I don't know nobody past this is real. All this is real. It's my grandmother's kids. Those my aunts and uncles. These people are real. They're real. I don't know who the fuck these people is right here. All the way up. I don't know none of them. That is not part of my tree. They're real. I don't know who the fuck these people is right here. All the way up. I don't know.
So do you understand or not?
I ain't got shit to say.
You don't think that's kind of crazy the way it happened? She trying to pull one over on the people, like.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, like, you know, those pictures, I mean, we seen, you know, who she showed yesterday. And I would like to think that those are not the people that she saying she don't know who they is. But I really can't tell because I wasn't watching the show, bro. I just, I say, I heard it that you just kept looping it. I'm thinking like, nah, man, this gotta be some shit rhetorical. I know she wouldn't say that after that.
Bro, you think I give it up like that? So this is the show
yeah, niggas be doing some shit like that. Gee, let's get
never, bro. So look, this is Bap's show from yesterday when she was going hard.
Yeah, I remember that.
This is her mother.
Yeah.
They look exactly alike. As you can see. Exactly alike. Now let's just hold that thought. Right there. Let me get this shit up. Where the fuck is my grandmother at and dead at? Where does it say she's dead at? Are real. They're real. I don't know.
Stop right there. Now, hold on one second. Let me zoom in on this because I just want to make sure. Say less. Keep going, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna stop there, but I'm just making sure that you can see it's the same person from yesterday that she was going so hard for, right? The same exact person is the fake one, right? The same exact person is the fake one. So, but we could deal with her real peoples though, and she don't stop lying even with her real people though, bro.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you on my tree. It's people that I don't know of, but then when you start seeing who their parents is, and that's how they line up, like
Yeah.
my great grandmother, her sisters and brothers and shit, they had kids and like obviously I don't know them, but I know they family because they connect back to her, and I know that that's my great grandmother's sisters, even with my great great grandfather. Going back into that point, I see who his brothers and sisters is and shit. I also see during that pandemic when a lot of babies was dying and shit, you feel me? Because on the list it asks how many kids are alive and how many are deceased and shit. Because it was like a big epidemic going on like in the late 18 in like the 1880s up into the 1900s. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but you see that on the census records from that time period, but you don't see it no more. You don't see it before then, and you don't see it after then. You feel me? And I even seen some kids that they had that wasn't around this shit. Just like, my great grandmother had 2 kids when she was married to a gentleman by the last name Clark, and they died young. And I don't know who they is. You feel me?
Yeah, but that's fine. It's not about
yeah.
not knowing who this and that, but she's
Right.
literally put somebody in her tree that she said isn't her relative.
Yeah,
right?
I don't do that, bro.
But it was to prove a point about an Indian ancestor. Why she couldn't just go on her tree and find an Indian? She had to add someone to her tree to find one. You get what I'm saying?
Man,
but look, check this out. But it don't stop there, bro. For real, watch this shit. It don't stop there. So I'm gonna play this real quick so that we can see that I'm dealing with her same peoples, because it don't stop there. The madness is crazy. I'm lost for words. With
My mother
Hey,
died.
nigga, you come kick me off, nigga.
Still alive. That's my grandmother. She's dead.
So her grandmother's Dorothy Wright.
That's my great
Maddie Fisher.
grandmother. South Carolina. That's my great.
You see, Rebecca A. Brown, Cornelius Fisher.
Great second great grandmother. You see her and her husband. That's her and Cornelius. This is her mother.
So that's where the lie. That's where the lie begins, right? So let's see something. So what happened is we really found. So remember, she said that Cornelius, and then she went to some Indian. She went to some Indian. She made a fake ancestor for Cornelius, and right. So why is she hiding Cornelius?
How do you and I'm just asking because I ain't like, it's some shit that I heard YK say yesterday that's kind of crazy, bro. That dude did that to him. Like, nigga, I don't agree with that shit. He said that the research guy went and changed, I think it's one of his grandmother or grandfather death location, and then change, their ethnicity and shit. Hey, bro, that's some foul shit, bro. But I didn't even know niggas can do that shit, bro. You feel me? And like, yeah, so
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, but it pops up, right? So this is really who Cornelius's father is. It's Moses Fisher, right? This is them on the 1870 census. I should go to the part where because she has a conversation with YK. She has a conversation with YK, and she gives up more information. So that's how we know who is who, right? So in 1870, this is their census, right? They're listed as black, right? This is the family. This is the ancestors she's trying to hide. Let's go. Hold on, I gotta look at it a different way. Damn. Oh damn, how did I get to that shit? Well, anyway, we see it say black. Hold on, I'm gonna get to it in a second. We see it say black. She actually changed this to Indian. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So it don't stop here. On the actual record, right? It's the 1870 census. It says black. Well, you see under here, somebody put Indian, or it has Indian in the quotations. Look at this. It says male Indian labor farmer. This is the information sheet. This is the contributions. It says this is what other ancestry members have added to this record. If you have something to add, click on add your own and tell us what you know. Info, male Indian farm laborer. So that's what she put on it. Added additional data not found on the record. She added no information to this record. She just changed it because she can.
Yeah, I ain't even know niggas can do that shit. Like I say, it ain't the first time I heard YK say that yesterday. I heard him say it before when my stand still stands, for a nigga to go change his family member ancestry and they ain't had no connection to it. That's some foul shit. But shit, I ain't even know niggas can do that shit, bro. Just to keep it a buck. Like, y'all put me up on game.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. A Pan-African came on here, our brother that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to sneak together and throw this nigga $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. I'm just gonna. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. I'm just gonna keep it real. Everybody know the Aboriginals ain't got nothing for themselves. We're gonna keep this shit real. If you're an Aboriginal, man, I hate to be the one to break it to you.
Damn.
But nigga, you ain't never saw no Aboriginal war, nigga. Man. Send me a video with a timestamp. You ain't never seen no Aboriginal war, and they won a successful military only when they fought with us last year.
So he's saying they over. Yo, he said they got no lead.
I didn't know he was going hard like that on them.
Oh,
he said they ain't got no wins, and the only time they did win was when they linked up with them. You heard him say that?
Look, shit. Look, hold on. Get your shit off. Get your shit off.
Get your shit off.
See no Aboriginal war, and they won a successful military only when they fought with us last year. And they didn't even win out of them phase.
Nah, this is classic, y'all. This is classic. This is classic, right?
Yeah, I think
Where's smoke signal go?
Yeah, let's get some. I want to keep playing this, but let's get an Aboriginal up here for this, man.
Yo, the link is pinned, y'all. I need.
Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. goofy motherfuckers.
Say that again. What you were saying?
I said, yo, West African slave trade fallacy is a Royal Society concoction in conjunction with the Rockefellers.
So when did this
the Rockefeller?
Hold on, when did this start? Can we get a date? Roundabout?
No, I don't have all the dates right now. I'm just pointing you in the right direction.
No.
Instead of you picking up a book,
that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable, brother. So again, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. Again,
instead of you picking up a book by Henry Clark, pick up a book about the Rockefellers in the compulsory school curriculum.
No. So you don't have a date for us. Do you have a date for us? Yes or no? A roundabout.
No. Early 1900s.
So under your premise, before the early 1900s, there was nobody talking about they from Africa. Because you're saying we was taught that in school.
If it was some people talking about they were from Africa, they was probably actually from Africa. But they would be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas who's calling y'all African, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you, brother.
All right, that's a great speech from the preacher, from the pulpit. But so if we listen to what Smoke said, before they created this school system to indoctrinate our folks in the early 1900s, nobody was talking about African. Well, guess what? Smoke Signal, he's been on the show plenty of times. He said that he is Chickasaw. He told us he was Chickasaw. So this is the Chickasaws in 1882. So in 1882, what are they talking about? They're making a petition. They're writing to the government because they feel they're not getting certain rights that they should be getting. But I want to point you to just one quick line, right? Because they acknowledge, my bad. Damn. They acknowledge something that Smoke is not man enough to acknowledge. Now, mind you, this is Chickasaw Freeman in 1882. This is who Smoke say is his people, right? In 1882, this is what it says. Your memorials represent not only themselves, but also that class of persons known in the nation as persons of African descent, of which class there are about 3,000 individuals. So again, these are Chickasaw freedmen who are Smoke Signal's peoples, and they're admitting to being persons of African descent. Now, it's not just one person. It's not two people. It's not 100. It's 3,000 of them. So if we go by what Smoke said, this is before this indoctrination of the school system. So how are they coming to talk about they African?
Say that again. Say that again. Hold on. Say that again.
This is before your Rockefeller school system conspiracy theory. This is why I asked you for a date. You said the early 1900s.
What did it say about the Chickasaw?
Hold on. Are you listening to this part first? You gave a date of the early 1900s that nobody was talking about African before that. I gave you something before what you're talking about in 1882. This is way before you're talking about. And we have the Chickasaw. And I don't know why you're acting like you've never seen this before. I showed you this plenty of time. You have the Chickasaw freedmen admitting to being persons of African descent. And they say there's about 3,000 of them.
That's just blow that up, bro. I just need to be investigated.
It's been investigated. I gave you this shit about 3 times. I have a video of us talking about it. So you don't remember this? You don't remember this?
Yeah, but I got some additional information.
Do you remember this document? Because you're acting like you never seen it.
It might have been in one ear and not the other, just like
You're really acting like you never seen this before.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. I'm gonna enlarge the print, brother.
What part you want me to enlarge? Because it won't. The whole thing won't fit in. So what do you want me? I mean, I already enlarged this one sentence I was telling you about. Can you see that better?
Would it say your memorial? What they say?
Memorialist.
Your memorialists represent not only themselves, but also that class of person known in the nation as persons of African descent. No, I want to go to the freedmen part. Where it say the freedmen?
It says it right up here. You don't see it? The memorial of Chickasaw Freedmen.
The memorial of Chickasaw Freedmen.
Yes.
And these freedmen were supposed to be Chickasaw?
Yes. Chickasaw and Choctaw.
Chickasaw and Choctaw, right?
Mm-hmm.
The freedmen were never adopted into the Chickasaw Nation or acquired any rights depending on such adoption. So there basically wasn't no Chickasaw freedmen. If you was a Chickasaw, you was a Chickasaw, brother. And my great-grandmother was a Chickasaw. So there were no freedmen adopted into that particular nation, brother. So yeah, you can take this garbage off the screen.
So why on your Dawes rolls of your ancestors it says that they're Chickasaw freedmen?
The freedman part is a complete fallacy because the Chickasaw never adopted freedmen into their tribe, brother. So if you are a Chickasaw,
Smoke signal. It says it on the record, smoke signal.
Brother.
He got that shit from that Kamal nigga. I just heard that Kamal dude talking about that.
You know what? He fucked up now. Watch this, yo. See, now he pissed me off. So I gotta go a step further.
Smoke signal, like getting his ass whooped on here, boy.
I'm gonna go a step further because, right? Let me see something. Now watch this. Now, smoke signal, you gonna maybe go and find your people? Huh?
Please do.
All right.
Oh, she ain't on there.
Nah, she is on there. I think I found it right here. I think I found it. Birthday 1892, James, Lizzie Young. I think this is on there.
Yeah, 1892.
Yeah, this is the one I was looking at before. Yeah. I had the wrong card number, but let me see. Can y'all see this? So as we clearly could see, it says Chickasaw Nation Freedmen Roll. Remember, he tried to say that it don't say freedmen.
No, I didn't say it don't say freedmen. I'm saying the Chickasaw didn't accept freedmen. They didn't adopt freedmen.
Yes, they did. They was forced to. No. They was forced to. They was forced to, right, by the American government, or they was gonna lose certain things they had. But guess what we could see on Smoke Signal's family's Dawes rolls? What we could see on his application. What does it say here? Slave of.
Yes.
They tell you who they was enslaved by.
Slave of who?
It says, I think it says Lucy Hawkins.
Lucy Hawkins. That's what it looked like.
Lucy who?
Like. Hawkins.
Lucy. Lenny Hawkins.
It looked like a Lucy. I don't know if it was, or it could be Lenny. It could be a Lenny Hawkins, yeah. Yes. So your Indian family was enslaved by Lenny or Lucy Hawkins. How do you feel about that, brother? Yeah. No, actually, on the record it says Lucy. It says Lucy Hawkins on there. It's Lucy. That's what they got to translate as, Lucy. How you feel about that, brother?
I say further investigation is required.
Of course it is.
Right? That's your favorite. That's your favorite thing. So
true statement, brother.
All right, so on the back of the card, right? They got something else. So let's look. So on the back of the card, right? This card is for James Young, right? So they got James Young here, and they're listing the James Young family. So this is James Young. He's the person who this card is about. Then they got his wife, right? And then they got his kids, his son, daughter, or daughter, son, daughter, son.
Who is he? He's supposed to be the slave of Lucy too.
No, he was not at this time because this is at a later date. This is after slavery, brother. Right. So we got James Young, who was enslaved by Lucy Hawkins. Now on the back of the card, here we go. So we got, I think, to say Jim Young, which would be James' father. So name a father, James Young. And then they even tell you who the father's owner was. I can't make this out. Right? And then they have James Young mother, right, with Edel Young. Right? And then they also tell you who she was enslaved by. She was also enslaved by Lucy Hawkins. So you come from a long line of enslaved people on both sides, or whatever side.
Yeah, they look good on paper.
On paper, this is it, brother. You can't keep denying these records that you showing us.
No, I'm about to find out about Lucy Hawkins.
You need to.
Yeah. Until I can find out about Lucy Hawkins, I can neither confirm nor deny, my nigga. Because Lucy Hawkins got to turn out to be a Native American slaveholder, right? To substantiate that particular piece of paperwork right there.
Lucy Hawkins is a Native American slave.
No, you don't know that.
Family.
You
do. No,
you don't know that, but you do not know Lucy Hawkins, bro. You do not know Lucy.
So what do you think Lucy Hawkins is? She's white. What is she?
I don't know what she is. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm telling you, I don't know what Lucy Hawkins is, and I'm also telling you, you don't know what Lucy Hawkins is, because you just got a name. You got a name up there that just says. You got a name up there that just says what? Slave holder or whatever, slave owner. That's not identifying Lucy Hawkins as anything else but a slave owner. It don't even say whether or not she was a Chickasaw.
But it's definitely saying that she enslaved the Yo people, right?
Well, she was a member of the Chickasaw Nation. She was a member of the Chickasaw Nation, regardless.
No, it don't say that though, brother.
I mean, she's being listed. She is listed on a Chickasaw Nation.
I'm not the dude that you can walk on a leash, my nigga. The document doesn't say that. Show me that on that document, brother.
So
you can't do that. What are we talking about?
Why would they say Chickasaw Nation if she's not in any way affiliated with the Chickasaw Nation?
Brother, all I'm saying is this is a random name that says slave owner. Additional information is required. It's dead on it.
What other additional information would you need?
Plenty of additional information, like her stock, who was her father? How did she acquire slaves?
She probably bought it.
I'm just saying. That'll be some pivotal information to substantiate a claim, my nigga. Other than that, I'm looking at words on a piece of paper.
I mean, that's not a claim, though. That's like evidence. It's not a claim. That's actual evidence. So you need to look into it and dispute it instead of just writing it off. Paper. It's ridiculous.
No, I said additional information is required. I ain't writing nothing off. You niggas is trying to make up a narrative surrounding this random ass name.
Why would she be listed with the Chickasaw Nation?
coupled with the fact that
why would she be listed with the Chickasaw Nation if she wasn't
the
Chickasaw?
Chickasaw didn't adopt freedmen into the tribe.
They did. That's why they have door rolls. They have the doors rolled.
Man, there was people paid to be on the Dawes rolls, bro. What that mean?
So your people paid to be on the Dawes roll?
I'm just saying it was people paid to be on the Dawes roll. That's what I'm saying. So how valid can it be? What does that prove? When you have people that was not Indians paid to be on there, brother, what does that prove?
Did your people pay to be on it?
No, they don't prove that.
So why are you bringing up?
But we know for a fact people paid to be on the Dawes roll.
Oh, show me somebody who paid to be on the Dawes roll.
Yeah, okay. Let me pull that up for you.
I want to see an actual person who paid. Don't show me something that said people paid.
It's like I want to see Lucy Hawkins. I feel you.
Listen, I did my job. I showed your people on the Dawes roll with their slave master, and it said freedmen. Like what else? What else could you do?
Mm-hmm.
Your people are freedmen. On the records, it tells you who you was enslaved by. So you're just the one that's in denial, brother. It's terrible.
Right.
Share my screen, bro.
I don't see nothing up.
Hold up, let me pull it up. You see that?
Go.
Do you see that, brother? Hello. Yeah, I guess you do see it.
No, I see it. What's your point?
It may be fashionable. It may be fashionable.
What I asked you for, brother.
But it was also trendy 125 years ago when people paid $5 a piece for falsified documents declaring them native on the Dawes rolls, bro. Since y'all love paperwork so much.
So that's definitely not what I asked you for, though.
I'm just saying.
That's
bro.
not what he asked you for. I mean, we could have done that. I mean, we've all heard the same thing.
Yeah, we know that. That's what I said.
Well, what I'm
can
saying.
you show
That's
me
all I'm saying,
anybody who did that?
What I'm saying.
I'm amazed you think we wouldn't have known what a $5 Indian was.
Well, you was acting like you didn't know. Now
come
it's
on,
confirmed.
man.
That wasn't
that's why nigga wanted to ask you that.
Exactly. Because we know that already. But can you show anybody? Or you just going by what people tell you?
No, I'm not just going by what people tell me. What I'm saying, that alone plants a shadow of a doubt, bro.
How? You're showing a fucking Google search, brother, and you don't even go into the actual article. I'm simply asking, can you actually show anybody? Can you actually show anybody who actually paid $5?
There was an excerpt from the actual article, brother. There was an excerpt from the actual article.
And you read from the top Google search, brother. That's what you did. We seen you.
You don't get it.
We seen you.
No,
he doesn't get it, Cujo.
What need was there to go any further? What need was there to go any further?
No, you know what we don't have to do? We don't have to go any further than this right here. Right?
You don't have to go no further than that.
So wait.
So
how do you explain this?
Them not your folks, brother. You don't have to go no further than that. You can be satisfied with what that piece of paper say, my nigga.
So how many times Smoke Signal came on here and called us slaves and all types of shit?
A lot. It was sickening, actually.
And meanwhile, he actually. So now look, we identified 2 slave masters who own this man's family. two. The white guy, we can go and find him. I forgot his name.
Let me know when you get to let me know when you come off that pulpit, my nigga.
I'm just saying, you gotta. We doing a lot of ancestry work for you, brother. We helping you with this reparation case. For real.
You can win.
Okay, so y'all don't know that family means a house of servants.
No, you're not doing
y'all didn't know that.
Oh man, how?
Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that Negroes classify some of their family members as slaves when they?
Okay, so Smoke Signal, show us how Lucy Hawkins is your family member, because she owned y'all.
Wait a minute, hold on. I didn't say Lucy Hawkins was my family member.
Lucy owned y'all.
I said, did you know that there was Negroes, right, who?
Of course. Did you know that Lucy Hawkins owned James Young? Did you know that?
It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
How is it a possibility when y'all say y'all was never enslaved? And y'all the slave masters. So how the fuck is that the possibility?
The head of a household, was considered the master of the house.
So Lucy,
everybody in the household, under the head of the household, was considered servants, brother.
So Lucy was the head of your household.
So it's quite possible that Lucy Hawkins is related to all them other people, including James Young, including Matty Young.
So, like he said, you're saying that you're related to. You just saying you weren't saying that. So you are saying that you are related to Lucy Hawkins. Them your folks.
No, I'm saying that's a possibility. That's what I'm saying. Because I understand.
So look, Cujo, he's not really saying anything. He's not saying anything. Do we understand that?
Yes, we do.
Because he makes a statement, then we'd be like, okay, so this is what you're saying. They'd be like, well, no, I'm just saying it's a possibility. So you're really not saying nothing. But we have this tangible evidence in front of our face.
What does the tangible evidence say?
That says that your people are freedmen, and they're freedmen because they used to be enslaved. That's the evidence. And we have the name. We have the name of the slave master.
I understand that. Are you aware that Indians were also enslaved, brother? Are you aware that Indians were also enslaved, brother?
Of course.
Yes, but guess what?
Okay,
freedmen.
All right.
Hold on. Look. No.
What are we saying here, my nigga?
This is what we're saying. Remember, we started this Chickasaw conversation because we were showing what the Chickasaw was doing in 1882. And what they was doing was writing to the federal government, talking about they're not getting the rights that they were supposed to get because as they were supposed to get from the 1866 treaty. These people are claiming to be persons of African descent, being enslaved by these Native Americans. Right? So this is, let's just set the tone. This is what we're talking about. So now when we go to your family records, we actually see this. We see this. Do you not understand that? We see these people talking about they used to be slaves, and we actually have records of your family, guess what? Used to be enslaved.
Let me know when you get through.
I'm done. You should be too.
Are you saying emphatically that Lucy Hawkins is a Native American that owned my ancestors? Are you saying that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Fuck it. I'm saying
now I need you to now that you can look, now that you acknowledge that, I need you to prove that Lucy Hawkins is indeed a Native American.
Look up Lucy Hawkins.
Hold on. We don't even gotta go there.
I mean, it's obvious. She's listed on the Chickasaw Nation.
What I need you to do is stop telling me what's obvious and prove to me that Lucy Hawkins is indeed a Native American, brother.
Listen. The only people owning slaves in Indian territory was Indians. Wasn't no Negroes. I'll tell you that. So let's go.
You telling me that based on what, brother?
Prove to me in Oklahoma that Negroes was owning Indians or whatever you want to. You say Indians and Negroes the same thing, but
right, basically.
So
different classifications of the same people. Just like I gave you the example of the Crips and Bloods, you have different identities of the same people. Yeah, I know. Terrible. Yeah, different identities of the same people, my nigga.
They certainly didn't think so. The Indians, they didn't agree with that, and they still don't.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna come back with a full dissertation on what's that lady name? I hope y'all got her name right, Lucy Hawthorne.
Oh no, get it right. Hawkins.
Do they got a birthday up there for her? Do they got a birthday for Lucy Hawkins?
No,
it's gonna be hard to find a loose Lucy Hawkins. That name sound like it would have been very common back in those days.
Why does it sound like that to you?
Yeah, Lucy Hawkins, that shit sound common as hell for them days. Old school name in the old times. Come on, bro.
Man, I think so too. I just asked you why you thought that.
This is like Doris or Dorothy. Niggas name so damn common back in them times.
Oh, Maddie, like your grandma, who was owned by Lucy.
who could have possibly been the head of a household, also a Negro.
It could not be.
Why would a woman be a head of a household?
Show us how it's possible.
Are you saying that no women head of the household, brother? What you talking about? What you going on?
I said not when a man, not when an adult man was there.
If the property was passed down to her, she would be the head of the house.
No, you just said not when an adult male was there. What are you talking about? Stop.
Who was the adult male we talking about?
You got James,
older brother.
You got James there. What are you talking about? James is there.
Okay, James.
The Dawes role is about James, right? He is the head of the household. The first person, James, right here, he goes on here. So everything is about the relationship to him. So, like,
are you saying he was the head of the household after he became a freedman, right? That's what you saying?
Yes, he was born. Listen, this is in I believe 1902. So he's 40. He's 38 at the time. Subtract that. Yeah. I don't know what you're trying to get to. He became free, and this is the enrollment for him in the Chickasaw Nation. Like, what is so difficult to understand?
Spell it. Lucy Hawkins.
Man, sound it out.
A thorough investigation will begin on Lucy Hawkins. You niggas gonna learn today. Challenging a motherfucking Aboriginal. You niggas gonna learn today.
I haven't learned yet, brother.
we are challenging an Aboriginal.
Yeah, that's not what we do.
Yeah, you're not an Aboriginal. I can't even give you that much in the argument.
You're not an African, brother.
Okay,
I guess we both learned something today. I'm not an Aboriginal. You're not an Aboriginal.
Yeah. I didn't learn anything just now. We've actually had the conversation before. I remember. I did learn something.
Yeah, and I remember you couldn't prove you was an African either. I remember that much.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, I know. I'm the king of Zamunda. If you were African, I'm the king of Zamunda, my nigga. It sound good, but how do you go about proving it?
I don't even. Hey, I would like to see you disprove it. I mean, the onus was on you to disprove. I don't have to prove anything.
No, you don't. All you got to do is say.
I don't have to prove anything.
That's right.
No.
All you got to do is say.
No, all I have to do is accept easily verifiable world history. I'm not just talking about history of the United States, but nothing would create the current world we live in if not our history. So today speaks for the accuracy rather of history. Today, I mean, your fictive, your belief makes no sense. You know, how does that fit in? Like, that's why I always ask you, man, just give me a chronology. Let me know, like, when did this happen and when did that happen? You know what I'm saying? Y'all act like 200 years was so long ago. You should know. Let us know so we can have something to actually talk about instead of slowly embarrassing you. Like,
let me know when you get through, brother, because you rambling like a Moses.
Yeah, I do at times. I apologize. Go ahead.
Now, you saying 200 years wasn't so long ago. Then how is it that you have completely forgotten?
I think I found it. I think I found it. Nobody forgot anything. I think I found it. So one thing we'll notice, right, when it comes to Lucy, right, and so this is smoke signals, right? Maddie Young. We clearly here we see Freedman.
Right.
Freedman, right? When we get to Lucy, what do we see? By blood. Right? Smoke signals, Chickasaw Records. His say Chickasaw Nation Freedman Road. When we get to Lucy, what does her say? It don't say Freedman. It just say Chickasaw Nation, Chickasaw Road, not including Freedman. When we look at Lucy's road, right? When it comes to blood, it says full-blooded, right? There is no placeholder for last owner. Wanna know why? Because she wasn't or doesn't come from people that was enslaved. Smoke Signals family does. We could clearly see the differences. This man is in just denial. It's sad.
I'm in denial of what?
You're in denial. That woman is a Chickasaw Indian.
Is she a Native American?
Yes.
Okay, there you go to semantics and shit.
Yeah, she's a Native American, yes.
How you proving it again?
Because she is part of a Native American tribe and she's listed by blood.
Okay, that sounds like words on the paper. Like how we proving this again?
You didn't see that when he just told you. I mean, how are you disputing it,
brother? Can we get an image of Lucy Hawkins that will confirm? That will confirm.
Out of here, man.
No,
we showed you an image of your grandfather. It didn't confirm nothing for you. We showed you that to him. We showed you. It didn't confirm shit for you. Like, come on, man. Stop with the bullshit.
Like what year?
Further and further down.
Yeah, I'm saying in 1888, cameras was very prominent, my nigga.
I mean, they weren't that prominent. I mean, they were known about, but everyone didn't have access to camera.
I'm pretty sure a slave owner. I'm pretty sure a slave owner would have had access to a camera, my nigga. If they can have slaves, they can have a camera.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that a picture would have survived, though, bro. That don't mean that a picture would have survived. Anything can happen for pictures to be lost. I mean, I've lost pictures over the picture.
Anything can happen to the proof, right?
The proof.
Yeah, anything can happen to the proof.
I mean, there's no need for any proof. You're the one.
No, there's need. There is need for proof.
It's subjective.
There is need. There is need for proof.
I'm convinced.
Just because you convinced, I'm not convinced.
So why aren't you?
Because I'm not.
Why are you not convinced?
I need to see what Lucy Hawkins looked like. Because y'all making some outlandish claims right here.
Outlandish.
Y'all saying y'all know Lucy Hawkins.
Oh my God. So what are you
just
saying? What's
saying-
your point of contention? You're saying she was a black person?
Yeah, I'm saying she's definitely a Negro. If y'all saying she's Native American based on what's on this paper, I'm saying based on what's on the paper, she definitely a Negro.
There may be more records. Maybe we need to look deeper into that. Look at her mother. Your mother still had the Indian name and all that shit.
You see it, right?
And it's wild because just like a lot of black people in general, you're pretending to be your slave master. You know what I'm saying? You're pretending to be your slave master. That's exactly what you're doing.
You're pretending to be a slave. Which one is worse?
I'm not pretending to be it.
Yes, you are.
I am not a slave. I cannot put that on myself. I'm not. That's something. But me, like you, we both descend from people who were enslaved. You know, according to this, we looking at it.
Yeah, I'm glad you straightened that out. You're according to that. You're according to that.
Well, I should have said in concordance. Just to try to sound slick. Happening at the same time. Yeah. You're in denial.
No, I'm Indian, not in denial. Indian. I'm Indian.
No, that woman, Lucy Hawkins, is Indian. Yeah, she's Indian. See the difference? She's a Chickasaw.
Just like my great grandmama.
Not according to this. This dispute stuff. Not by blood, at least.
Because I have yet to see a Native American dominate a Negro in any capacity.
The world doesn't work on what you
in any area of human endeavor, activity.
The world does not work
Any
on what
area of human endeavor, I have yet to see a Native American dominate a Negro.
So how was your peoples enslaved by Native Americans then? Please tell us.
This is what I'm letting you know. I have yet to see a Native American dominate a Negro.
We got the record right here, brother. What are you talking about?
You got words on a piece of paper. You got words on a piece of paper, and I didn't see Native nowhere on that piece of paper.
You don't need to see Native.
I got to see Native. At least show me Native American on there.
See, look,
I'm seeing an Indian. I'm saying an Indian and a Negro. I'm saying an Indian and a Negro is the same thing, but not a Native American. A Native American is a mestizo hybrid, straight hair fairy beast.
Let me talk to Cujo for a second.
Yeah, talk to Cujo. So talk to somebody that agree with you in your echo chamber. Cause I object.
You're hilarious, man. Right.
This dude is crazy. So if we go by smoke signals logic, right? He's saying it has to say Native American.
Right.
But don't they say that they got reclassified and Native Americans took their place and it happened around this time?
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah, they said that.
So right, they say like this is the 5 civilized tribes. Remember, he brought up the $5 Indians and all this other stuff. So he should already understand that there is these other people who aren't him, who are already being called Indians, right? Or Native Americans, because they say this happens anyway. This happened. So he can't even fight that part if they're a Native American or not, because remember, they also like to say when they say by blood, that's where the bullshit happened at. They started listing people by blood and freedmen and labeling them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So he's just going against all his Abo doctrine in the first place. Like his shit says freedmen, theirs says by blood. Just by that,
that means they're Native American. The Abos say that too. So I don't even know what he's fighting.
He doesn't either. You know what I'm saying? He pulling strings right now. That's why you want to see a picture of the lid. About how common cameras were. I mean, come on, bro. Silly.
He's not making no sense.
Yeah, like they're actually lying to you. It's right there in front of you.
But we're gonna get it right. We actually teach more. We teach more Smoke Signal more about his family than any Abo or Sister Bethy ever did.
Yeah, Sister Bethy, of course.
So you're welcome, Smoke Signal.
It's a pretty interesting story. I mean, the real story is more interesting than this fabrication.
Absolutely.
And that's why he really claiming to be, he want to be connected to the slave master. I mean, the psychology is.
Yeah, somehow he's trying to make it that that's their family and that's just the head of the household. Well, it don't say that. it actually says slave of. It don't say family of.
Yeah, god dang. He's still holding on.
Yeah, well, when you look into the etymology of family, it'll let you know what it'll let you know.
It doesn't say family, brother. It don't say family. It says slave of. It says slave of. It says slave of.
Is you preaching? Is you preaching, brother? Because I'm not gonna donate no tithes and all.
Oh, you preaching?
I'm just letting you know. I mean, you can do your sermon, but I ain't got no tithes and offerings. Just let me know when you get through.
I mean, you really don't got nothing to say, brother. Like,
I know you don't.
You really don't. But go ahead. I'm through. Go ahead.
When you look into the etymology of family, you will see the word slave, my nigga.
That's your final answer.
They don't go with y'all doctrine though, right?
No, I mean you can find any instances with people who aren't slaves on there, and their family aren't listed as slaves. Their family aren't listed as slaves.
Let me know when you get through preaching, brother. Does that go against your doctrine?
I'm not preaching. The fact is, you can find census records of free people where their family are not listed as their property. So to talk about some etymology of a word is insignificant. I mean, come on, man. That's a terrible argument.
And there were also free black Negroes that owned slaves too.
Yeah. But this chick was a Native American Chickasaw Indian.
No, you ain't proved that shit. You ain't proved that shit.
Why not? Why is that not proof? You said that you can look at it. It says she's a Native American.
No, because I can confirm what Matty Young looked like. Now you got to confirm what Lucy Hawkins looked like, because Native Americans have a certain phenotype.
For what? I mean, why don't you know?
Why don't you know? Is the better question, because you're making the outlandish claim that she is indeed a Native American.
No, I'm not making an outlandish.
You looked at her name.
I'm looking at the picture and assuming that somebody's telling the truth.
Brother, you looked at her name.
And I looked at her mother name. Her mother had a Native name.
Let me know you get through preaching, brother. Let me know. I don't got no tithes and offerings, but let me know when you get through preaching. Go ahead.
That is hilarious, the tithes and offerings.
What type of name? You see the mother's name. Could you tell us what you saying? That's not a Native American name?
What, Hawkins?
No, the mother.
Newberry?
Are you looking at the screen?
Where's I'm looking at the screen. Where's the mother's name?
It's right under Hawkins. It's right under father.
Hold up. Mother. I can't see that. I can't see that.
What about now?
Shatlaki. That was her name?
Yes.
That was the mother's first or last name.
Brother, that's the mother's name on the
First or
document.
last name.
Who
Man, the
knows?
chicken saw their high last
That's
name
the
and put their
mother's
European
name
ass
on
their
the
name.
document, brother.
God damn,
Is that her
man.
first or her last name? Like that's very
Man,
important. Very
That's
important.
the name. Listen,
Look,
she might not have a last. That's the name, brother. That's the name. Listen, it's not very important. The question is the name that you see, not the names that you don't see. The names that you see, is that a Native American name?
I never heard a Native American go by that name. Yeah, you ever heard of a Native American go by that name? Do we need to pull up common Native American names to see if that's on there?
Names like that.
Do we need to pull up common Native American names to see if that's on there, brother? Because I never heard of a Native American.
Why are we talking about common? Why are you throwing in the common in it?
What?
You can click on her. See who her people were.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your investigation.
That's the people that own your family, bro.
Okay,
you should know their history too.
Let's see. I just want to see who that is.
And Hawkins.
I want to see if Shalak. I want to see if Shatalakli. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Shalak.
No one knows.
Shatalak.
Because you're not. None of us have Chickasaw. That's like we don't know how to pronounce.
Shatalaki. I want to see if that's a Native American.
Hold on.
That's Smoke Signal. Why don't you look her up too? Before you forget how to spell it.
Nah, he doing something else. He trying to he investigating Lucy Shalatiki, whatever the fuck this shit said. I mean,
There go Lucy Hawkins. There, you wanted the picture, right?
Okay. Nigga, they could be found.
You wanted a picture, right? So no, she ain't black. Now you want to see where I got the picture from?
Yeah, where you get that picture from?
Would you? Oh shit! Yeah, almost backed up out this mother.
Hey.
Hold on. So you wasn't paying attention. So let's go step by step, right? Let's go step by step. So here we at the record, right? Here we at the record, right? Shalaki, whatever. So I went right here. Find others who are researching Shah, Shalaki, and public members' trees. So I'm going to members' trees. All right, so I go here. Right up here, we got the name. It's in the Gray family tree. Spouse Hawkins died in 1897. So we know this is what we talking about, right? Remember, family was Hawkins. So here, we in the family tree here, right? Now look, remember, this is the same record we had before. This is the same record. So we know we're dealing with the same people, right? But, so we got Shalaki, then we got Hawkins, it's the father, this is the daughter right here. So we're in somebody's tree who has, right, all the information, right? Even here, what does it say here? Race, Indian, 1900 federal census, right? So yes, they're a Native American. And then here, look. So we got the records, brother. You just don't know what you're talking about. So yes, this is who enslaved your family.
Blow that picture up because she don't look like no Native American to me. They look like an old white lady. They look like an old white lady.
That's fine.
And
guess
you
what?
You have your prejudices.
Yeah, but guess what? All the records say. The records say.
So you know that's
the
a false
records
image.
say
That's a
she's
white
American
lady,
Indian. That ain't no white lady. That's an American Indian who owned a Chickasaw Indian who owned your peoples, brother. With the records, we got the records to prove it. Ain't that your favorite thing, Cujo? Don't they love to say they got the records?
Yeah, there you go, right there in front of you, your genealogy.
So this is what I'm saying. We do real genealogy over here. We don't do that fake shit, bro.
All right, now I need to see her with Maddie Young or James Young.
I just showed you on the record. It says it on. It says it on.
I need to see this lady with her slave James Young.
On the record, it says it on the record.
I need to see her.
Oh, you want to see a picture with all of them together?
Right. I want to see her with the
Yo,
slave.
this nigga, he moved.
I want
his
to see her with
goalpost to a whole nother stadium.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
He took
I
the
wanna see her with
goalpost
the
to a
slave.
whole nother
I
stadium.
want to see her with her slaves.
You should be ashamed of yourself, man. You
Yeah, I
just
should
can't
be,
conceive.
but I'm not. I want to see her with. I want to see her with her slaves, because I'm not buying it. This can
Why
be a
not?
picture of any. This can be a picture of any goddamn body. Hell out of here.
For her descendants, they the ones who posted the picture.
Yeah, what is
Her
their
descendants.
reason? What is their reason for faking this?
Yeah, her
I don't know
descendants.
what
They know
anybody.
who she was.
I don't know
You
what
found out
anybody.
about
reason-
her today. You found
I
out
don't know
about
what
her
any-
today.
I
Those
can't-
people
I
had
can't-
already done the research. That's
Yeah.
their family. That's not
I
your
can't
family.
speak
They
on.
know about her already.
I can't speak on what anybody else's motives are. I don't know
Look,
what
this
their
is-
motives
this is-
are.
This is her application, right? Let's see what we got here. Let's see, we got something good. Look at that. Oh yeah, so we got application. Oh, this is for Francis Newberry marriage. What else we got? I don't think it's right. Let's see.
You got some random old white lady talking about it's a damn.
That's your
Chickasaw.
people.
Stop it. You niggas ought to be ashamed of yourselves to even go for that. You niggas will go for anything. I believe you niggas did come on a boat. Y'all will go for any damn thing.
You going for anything. You going for shit that people literally making up on the internet, on YouTube. But meanwhile, we trying to show you records and you not believing that. You're just in the religion, bro. We get it. You're no different from a Christian. It's all based on faith and belief.
No, a Christian accepts shit on face value.
No. A Christian accepts things.
I want to see some hardcore.
A Christian accept things based on belief, meaning they have no evidence and they still accept it as true.
Bingo,
No different from you. You have no evidence to make you an Aboriginal, but you still accept it as true, brother. There's
You have no
difference.
evidence to make you African, brother. You have no evidence to make you African.
Yes, we do. I mean,
No, you don't.
you are the evidence.
We got the evidence, but listen, we ain't dealing with that now. What we dealing with is we have the evidence for your family being enslaved by Native Americans.
No, you have a picture of an old white lady in a rocking chair, brother.
No, that's how
That's
you
what you
interpreted that picture.
Look,
That's what you
this is
have.
James
Colonial
Young.
and Native woman.
Listen, they didn't make up this record for James Young. James Young sat down with somebody and they wrote this stuff out. Right? They asked him a question. You was a slave of, or your ancestors was a slave of, and who they put? They put that woman's name down. This woman's name down. You can't get around that, brother.
Yes, you can get around that.
How?
How?
That's an old white lady in a rocking chair, brother. That's
Hey,
how.
I don't care. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if she is white. She still enslaved your people, and we got the records.
Well, my people was enslaved by Indians, brother. That's an old white lady. Last I checked, Indians are not European, my nigga.
So wait, y'all heard her, right? So now,
last time I checked, Indians are not European, brother. So yeah, we got
you just said
This got to be cleaned up, my nigga.
Smoke signal. You just said your people
That is
was
not.
enslaved
That
by
is not the real
Indians.
Shatalaki.
Y'all heard what he said, right?
That is not the real. That is not the real Shatalaki.
5 minutes ago, you was never enslaved. Now you was enslaved.
Yeah, by members of my own.
We're getting closer to the truth, man. We're getting closer and closer.
Hey, brother, don't ask me no question and answer it for me. You just talk to yourself, my nigga.
Well, that's what you be doing. You talk to yourself.
Yeah, that's all you do. It's amazing.
Yo, Smoke Signal, you lost at this one, man. You gotta accept it.
I mean, for real, you did.
No. Because as long as the Annals of American History reports that there were indeed Indian slaves and also head of the household enslaved their own family members.
We saw her family members when we looked at the census.
This is your
we
family.
Saw, her family your family wasn't on that list.
No, that's a picture of an old white lady. That's neither an Indian or a Negro.
All right, let's go to the 1900 census then.
That's not a Chickasaw. That old white lady, that picture of that old white lady, the picture of that old white lady that's not a Chickasaw by any means.
I can't let that go. Just in case anybody ever just hear this, that is not an old white lady. That's amazing that you're saying. Because you would use that same picture to say that people were copper colored or something. That woman's clearly too dark.
There wasn't no copper in that color.
A white woman.
There was no copper in that color.
That woman's clearly too dark to be a white woman. I can't even let you get away with that.
Yeah, that is an old white lady. You ain't see that thin ass hair on her head?
Yeah, like Indian.
Oh, I didn't even know I had this up. So yeah, here go Maddie. I mean, here go not Maddie, because Maddie's not on here. But what we do have is Lucy. Right here, Chickasaw, right? Yeah, let's look at this. So we got Lucy Newberry. She's listed as the mother-in-law here, Indian Native American. But this is the part I want to show you.
Whose mother-in-law?
Whoever one of her children married. So look, you see this 0 right here?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 0. You see 1/2 and all that, right?
Yeah.
So that 0 indicates in this category, let's go all the way up. So you can see the exact category. It says mixed blood. Has this Indian has any white blood? Has this Indian had any white blood? If any, how much? It says 0.
God damn.
So again, when we go down to Lucy, there. Lucy don't have it. She ain't white. Sorry, brother.
Well, that's how you know that's not the real Lucy then. Because there was definitely a white lady on that picture.
That's not a white lady.
Ain't no way you finna say there ain't no white blood in that lady right there. I want y'all to look closely at this lady. Look closely at this lady, brother. Look closely.
It's clearly a Native American, dude.
I look like an Indian to me.
Yeah, me too.
Stop it.
Yes, clearly.
Smoke signal. You don't even know what an Indian looks like. That's the problem. You think an Indian?
Yeah, he thinks an Indian look like him.
Yeah, you got this all fucked up. You don't even know what an Indian looks like. This is sad.
Yeah, she said she had 0 European. Wow.
That's what the records say, Cujo. You know, we ain't making this up. This is what the records say. And guess what? We didn't do this. This is somebody else's family tree. They have no reason to lie about this. They have no part in this conversation.
Yeah, they're not even kin to you. You know, you're not kin to. Well, you might be somewhere down the line, but not necessarily.
Like we're getting this information from a non-biased source. This person is non-partial to this conversation. This person is simply just doing their genealogy, and we happen to come across it.
Share my
And it's
screen,
matching
bro.
up with the
Hey,
same record.
share
It's
my
matching
screen,
up with
bro.
the same records that Smoke already agreed is his family records.
Share
So
my
I don't
screen.
like.
Hey,
I
share
don't even
my
get it.
screen, man. Share my screen.
So what is this bullshit? What's up with just these Google searches, man?
Bruh, this is the image. These are images of full-blood Native Americans, my nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are planes.
Any one of them,
They look
anybody
different.
on this screen look like that goddamn old white lady that
No,
y'all just said.
but she
With
look
no
like
white,
she
with
look
no,
like the Eastern Woodland. She look like the East Woodland Indians. I
She
mean, we
look like
don't see a lot of them in popular culture. We don't see a lot of
y'all
them.
show
We
y'all
see
doing a lot of dancing. Y'all doing a lot of
those are
dancing.
Plains Indians. Those
Look,
are Plains Indians.
hold on, we're not. Why are we entertaining this? This guy's at a Google search. We went to actual primary sources.
No, because y'all got a limited understanding of what a Native American looks like.
You showing
That's why
us?
that's why we went here. We went here. We went here because we
showing
found.
you a real picture of your slave owner.
Let me know when you get through talking, brother.
You know what? Don't make me go grab that picture of that white guy.
Go ahead.
Nah,
Knock yourself out.
I don't feel like doing that shit. Because I'll
Now,
show all your slave owners on this shit.
These are images of true Native Americans, brother. Mestizo, Mongoloid, hybrid, East Asians. That white lady that y'all just showed, y'all claiming to be a full-blooded Chickasaw.
Scroll down.
Scroll down. Look at that lady.
Oh, you said scroll down? Hold up. Let me go back to it.
I want to see the other picture. Cause she sure look like the old pictures I can show like the Shittacog people.
These are what hybrid mestizos look like, brother. These are the phenotypes for hybrid mestizos. They even making a comparison over here.
Even the black and white picture.
These are the images of what you call a full-blood Native American mestizo. Chino.
Stop. Even that blue-eyed native blood, that one too, in the middle, the Daily Emerald.
Right here. Let's pull it up and see what they say about her.
Even that's that.
Hold up. Blue eyes, native blood, ethos, daily. Let me see. Let's go visit this and see what they say about her. Because she probably have a different story. She probably got a different story.
That's your
cousin. Don't let these avos see this shit. They're gonna end up kicking you out, man. We showed your white fourth grade grandfather.
It ain't no additional information concerning that blue-eyed broad.
Now you was enslaved by Native American, by the weak Native Americans, like how y'all like to put it. You was doing bad out there. So you got white people, Native Americans.
I'm just trying to show y'all the hijack.
So you was getting your ass kicked by white people and Native Americans. Gotcha.
Not by any means.
The records show it, bro. We have the records. Why are you even doing this? So now y'all don't deal with records now. Yeah, look at you. You like that. Why are you playing? What the hell?
Then this is what a mixed Native American white look like. That look more like Lucy, don't it? This mixed now.
No, that don't look like Lucy.
It look more like Lucy than this dude. Than this dude.
Who is that?
Native Americans.
Scroll down. What are you playing?
Scroll down some more.
Genetic makeup of Native Americans. So they probably they more down in Central and South America.
Bro, Native American is a Native American, brother. We know when somebody mixed.
So you say
even Cher, look, Cher mixed. Cher's a mixed Native American, mixed with Native American.
So you saying Cher's mixed with black? That's what you're saying. Cher's black.
No, she mixed with Native American. She mixed with Native American.
Oh, not Indian.
Right, because Indians and Native Americans is two different people groups.
Yeah, I know he was running with that shit. Oh my God, that's ridiculous. Look up American Indians. Google that and watch it give you the same exact goddamn picture. And no pictures of you gonna come up.
This is terrible, Smoke Signal.
Yeah, seriously, bro.
This is one of your baddest outings yet, man. Like,
Definitely.
I've seen you do.
No, I just ain't finna let you. I just ain't finna let you niggas pull up that picture of this white lady right here and say this a goddamn and say this a damn Native American. Nigga, this look like goddamn. This look like Alvin and Costello little sister. Fuck y'all talking about? That ain't no white lady. Niggas got you. Y'all the goofiest. Now see, this how far you niggas will reach. Try to prove this how far you niggas will reach. This is definitely a hijack right here. You know this is not a Native American. This is not the Native American phenotype. This is not a Native American.
Of that particular type of Indian it
this
is.
Is 100%. This is 100% European female.
No, you have a very narrow view on what a European
Nah,
looks like.
I got good eyesight.
No way. As dark as that woman is, you said she's white. You just lying.
Smoke signal, damn, bro.
This is a photograph taken in the shadows, nigga. What you talking about?
Damn,
dark as she appear. Look at the background. Look how dark the background is. What the hell you talking about?
I mean, lighting wasn't the best in those days.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But look, check this out.
Yeah,
Look.
that's crazy.
But look, you see over here, it says saved by 10 of 19. Right? So it's 19 people who actually saved this picture to their trees. So there's 19 other people who have this woman in their trees that they're saying this is correct. So I don't know what the hell this nigga's talking about. He's just making shit up.
That's amazing. She don't.
You got 19 people.
You don't look like an Indian.
You got 19 people who has accepted a European as a Native American. That's all it means to me.
We got the record.
That's crazy. You can look at that picture.
We got the record smoke. It's all right.
But it's a shame, man.
I think them people got the authority, right? They got the authority to put any type of picture they want to on their own genealogy. So we can't do nothing about that.
These people was whooping your ass. So look, this is her daughter. This is Lucy's daughter. That don't look like a Native American.
It don't look like Lucy. It don't look like Lucy.
That's her daughter, brother.
It don't look like Lucy.
This nigga just make up whatever he want.
So you saying that look like Lucy, brother?
That's her daughter.
Whatever. You roll with that. You can roll with that, my nigga.
That's not her daughter? That's what you said? That's not her daughter.
I'm saying she look way more Native American than Lucy do.
This is what I'm saying. She's listed on the 1900 census with Lucy as being her mother. Like you're just saying these things like, oh no, but we have the documentation, bro.
At least find a picture with them together. At least find a picture with them together.
Why? We got them on the census together. The fuck? Like, what are you talking about? We got a death certificate, right? Well, I'm pretty. Let's see if it has the name of the mother on it.
Amazing. You're amazing.
He's just terrible.
Seriously.
Yeah, all this shit doctored up. Fake pictures.
Why?
Yeah, fake pictures and everything.
Why?
We wanted to be fake. But listen, we got you, man. There's nothing you can really say. It's about to be 4:30 in the morning. Might as well call it a night, man.
Where?
Let this be another lesson in Aboriginal supremacy. I'm out this bitch.
So hold on, Smoke. Let's do a quick recap, right? let's just do a quick recap for the people I might just be pulling up right now. So this is Smoke Signal's family right here on the Chickasaw Nation Freedman Road. His people, James Young, Matty Young. These are the names he gave us. So that's his people. We noticed that this road says freedman. We also noticed it says slave of Lucy Hawkins.
we was able to track down Lucy Hawkins to this person's family tree. To this person's family tree, right? And then we discovered Lucy Hawkins is actually a full-blooded Native American, because even on this census, it shows us that she has zero intermixture with white blood. We gotta scroll down.
And all of that was prompted, though. You gotta say this part. All of that was prompted because of smoke signals constantly asking it to be proven that the woman was Native American, when it was obvious from the very beginning that she was.
Yeah, so down here we see Lucy down here. Lucy, right, with the 0. And then when we look at this category, what is this category? This category is asking how much mixed blood does the person have, right? Has this Indian any white blood? Because remember, smoke signal try to say she's white. She's white. Well, the records say she has 0 white blood. 0.
Amazing. So
this is the lady who was enslaving Smoke Signal's family. Because he say that should never happen. This was terrible, Smoke. The Habos need to put you on a 90-day speaking ban or something.
You should have had an epiphany tonight, man. You should have, okay, now I understand it. But instead, you dug deeper into your turtle island.
Terrible.
Sad.
No smoke left. He better get the fuck up out of here.
Man, that was terrible.
That was good shit though, right there.
Yeah, it was. He walked it down.
He asked for it. He did.
Because when I seen the name was blue, I was like, well, shit, you could just hit that junk. Because, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes people be really into their families.
Yeah, and then records that way.
Yeah, when I saw that shit, because, that was an odd name. Like, come on, man, look at the mom, man. Then he gonna say he couldn't see where it said mother.
Mm-hmm.
Man, come on.
And and I damn sure clicked it, found the family tree, and then found the records that link Lucy and the mother together, right? And her children, and so on and so on. So it didn't link Smoke, because remember, Smoke was like, oh, she could be black, and that could just be family. Nope. She's not
I'm
black.
waiting to see a picture of her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Remember that he asked for the picture.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When we provide the picture, that's not good enough. Now he wants to see a picture with her slave. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Hey, get out of here.
I want to see a picture with her and her slave. Like, come on, man. This shit, the madness gotta stop sometime.
That's a white lady. That's amazing. You gotta make a soundbite out of that. Him saying that's a white lady.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's a white lady.
No, it hurts. That shit hurts.
Yeah. He held on though. That's that. He got conviction. These niggas going to heaven for this. You know what I'm saying? However they believe they going to.
I definitely got to chop that part. It's mad shit in my lives. I got to go back and chop up. I've been lazy, but as long as it's there, I got the content. I'm gonna bring it.
Yeah, yeah. This nigga actually said that this lady was white. This lady was white.
Yeah, we walked him down, man.
God damn.
Kuja's like, well, just click the name. I'm like, yeah. I should just click the name. I'm trying to spell the name and do a Google search. I'm like, why am I even leaving ancestry?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's right there.
Yeah.
That's all this shit. I was like,
I'm trying to look outside of ancestry. I'm on the right shit right there.
Hell yeah. They be into that shit. And then, they were just that simple. Chickasaw, Native Americans, all in the system. And in his family, it's not like that. I mean, god damn. You just ain't gonna let go.
Yeah, Ramon,
All right.
definitely putting that in the files, man.
Yeah, that shit was a good one. That shit, man. Oh my god. For real. I was hoping they'll come around like, nah, listen, you just fall out, gracefully bow out. He still tried to go out talking shit. You know what I'm saying? He should have just bowed out and just left. He got undone completely. And then I remember the one with the white dude, James. What is it? James or something, the white dude?
Oh yeah, I forget it.
I remember that. Yeah.
It's easy to find though. It's easy to find. Yo, yeah, it's bad.
How Sister Beth ain't found that? You know what I'm saying? That just goes to prove it.
Because it's all a setup, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's all a setup, man. They just trying to push a narrative that can't be proven unless you lie. That's it. You have to lie to prove this shit.
Damn. I mean, you looking at that woman. All right, bro.
Yeah, we out of here.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, I appreciate y'all for pulling up. Definitely share, like the video. We're gonna step on up out of here. Matter of fact,
what tribe you from?
I'm Blackfoot Cherokee.
You Blackfoot Cherokee?
Yes, sir.
That's all right.
Yeah.
You got your little stuff and all that on today?
Yeah.
You know, I'm a little Cherokee too.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I speak to you in Cherokee language?
I don't know as much as I supposed to.
I'm gonna show you how to say something, right? So you want to say, "Hey, black brother."
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm all right, bro.
Huh?
I got you.
You got me?
Yeah.
Did you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I like every time I see one of my Cherokee brothers.
Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. I'm just gonna. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. Now, everybody in the world know the Aboriginals can't fight. I'm just gonna keep it real. Everybody know the Aboriginals ain't got nothing for themselves. We're gonna keep this shit real. If you're an Aboriginal, man, I hate to be the one to break it to you.
Damn.
But nigga, you ain't never saw no Aboriginal war, nigga. Man. Send me a video with a timestamp. You ain't never seen no Aboriginal war, and they won a successful military only when they fought with us last year.
So he's saying they over. Yo, he said they got no lead.
I didn't know he was going hard like that on them.
Oh,
he said they ain't got no wins, and the only time they did win was when they linked up with them. You heard him say that?
Look, shit. Look, hold on. Get your shit off, Top. Get your shit off.
Get your shit off.
Seen no Aboriginal war, and they won a successful military only when they fought with us last year. And they didn't even win out of them phase.
Nah, this is classic, y'all. This is classic. This is classic, right?
Yeah, I think
Where's smoke signal go?
Yeah, let's get some. I want to keep playing this, but let's get an Aboriginal up here for this, man.
Yo, the link is pinned, y'all. I need.
Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
So now, who am I? So this is Paul Cuff. Paul Cuffey. He was born 1752, died 1812 in New York State. He's my 7th great grandfather on my father's side. He married a woman named Hannah. They had 7 children, and I said from their son William. There's an article about him in 1909. It's talking about his genealogy, his family, how he became to be an Indian preacher. And this is out in this mark is out in Wading River, and in the Shinnecock Nation territory. So this was a book written in 1845, and they're talking about his genealogy. And here's a couple quotes from it. It says, the Reverend Paul was the second of 7 sons of Peter Cuffey, a native Indian of the Shinnecock tribe. His mother was said to be an eminent, pious woman, for many years a member of the native Indian church at Wading River, she being of African descent. So he was mixed. He was Shinnecock and African. And these are some of my DNA matches I was able to find and trace their genealogy back to me using Paul Cuffey's son, William Cuffey, my 5th great grandfather. And I was able to trace about 6 people. This is my 4th great grandfather on my father's side, Levi Medicine Man Phillips, born 1809, 1911, born in the state of Connecticut. Dr. Levi Phillips Sr., widely respected as an herbal doctor, Dr. Phillips regularly walked from Brooklyn to Montauk, even as an old man, and became a local legend. Shown here about 1870, he is believed to be a direct descendant of King Phillips, chief of the Wampanoag Indians, between 1675 and 1676. King Phillips led a coalition of local tribes against the English in an attempt to drive them out of England. This war was a pertinent of future conflicts in the western United States. And this comes from the Image of America, the Setauket, Oldfield, and Poquat, page 114. This is an article from the Brooklyn Daily Eagle in October 9th, 1909, page 19. This is about my great-grandfather. Levi Medicine Man Phillips' first wife's name was Maria Roscoe. They had 9 children, not descended from their son Levi. His first wife, Maria, a woman, so these are quotes from the article. His first wife, Maria Roscoe, a woman of part Shinnecock Indian and part Negro extraction. They make a distinction between Negro and Shinnecock Indian. They are describing 2 different people. So here I have 3 references to Negro. You got the Etymology Dictionary, a member of a black-skinned race of Africa. Negroes, this is from Etymology and English Dictionary in 1730, inhabitants of Negrita in Africa. Then we have the Webster's Dictionary, 1828, a native or descendant of the black race of men in Africa. And this is some genealogy through my 4th great grandparents, Levi and Maria Phillips. And you see I have over here to the right, the blue DNA symbol means I connected them to my tree using DNA and records. So these 2 people down here, they took DNA tests. This is actually a daughter and father. And he was able to trace our DNA back to Levi and Maria Roscoe. This is William Nelson, 1830, Lumberg, Virginia. My 4th great grandfather on my father's side. I descend from his son Richard. The oldest record I have of him is from 1866, a list of registered colored persons cohabiting together as husband and wife. 1866, February 27, Prince Edward County. And I put this to the side, colored people, black people, Africans, or the descendants, mixed or unmixed. And that comes from the 1828 Webster's Dictionary. So according to the records, he was owned by a man named Henry Stokes. So if we look here, we register the colored persons of Prince Edward County, state of Virginia. Up here you see name, age, place, birth, occupation, last owner. We have name, age, he was 36. So in 1860, he would be 30, which means in 1830, he was born around 1830. Lumberg, Virginia, Prince Edward County, farmer, Henry Stokes, his last owner. So this is an 1860 slave schedule from Prince Edward County, Virginia. Henry Stokes had 53 enslaved black people as property at this time. In 1860, William Nelson would be about 30 years old. According to the census, Stokes owns 3 males at the age 30 at this time. And we can see the 3 males listed here, age 30. Henry Stokes received a presidential pardon from Andrew Jackson for taking part in the late rebellion against the government of the United States. The pardon is voided if Henry Stokes shall hereafter at any time acquire any property, whatever enslaves or make use of slave labor. So those are two things are quotes from the actual document. Now, I say Henry Stokes owned my fourth great grandfather, William Nelson. Well, he didn't take it just laying down. William Nelson was a Civil War vet. So William Nelson, U.S. Civil War Pension Index card filed September 30th, 1890. So he fought in the 25th U.S. Infantry Regiment. It was one of the racially segregated units of the United States Army known as the Buffalo Soldiers. Also the 39th U.S. Colored Infantry, a regiment that served in the Union Army during the American Civil War. And lastly, the 56th U.S. Colored Infantry that served in the Union Army. And we see William Nelson, his wife, children, and these is his service record. We got the 25th, 39th, and 56th regiments, all colored troops. Yeah, so no, we didn't just take it lightly. We freed ourselves. And these are living descendants of William Nelson found with DNA. And these are my cousins that I found. I did not know them until I took this DNA test. And yeah, doing the genealogy records is good, but it's not going to take you to the present because we have a lot of laws that stop us from seeing things, and we don't get to see records that are 50. We don't even get to see records that are 50 years old, really, like when it pertains to censuses. You can only see them 75 years ago. Like right now, we're up to the 1950 census. But yeah, these are my living relatives. So William Bunn, 1906 to 1978, born in the state of New York. This is my second cousin, 3 times removed. We both descend from a man named Peter Bunn. Peter is my fourth great grandfather, but to William, it is his great grandfather. William was interviewed by the Brooklyn Daily Eagle in 1934. And this is the article right here. This is the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, May 1934, page 15. Key points, and he gives some oral history in this article. So some of the oldest families, so these are some of the key points I took from this article. Some of the oldest families in Brooklyn and on Long Island are Negroes. Money folk of Long Island made their living sending ships to ostensibly for the purpose of whaling. Actually, the vessels went over to Africa and picked up cargoes of Negroes. There was an unwritten law that if any Negro on a trip over gave birth to a child, to children, the young ones could not be sold, but were taken back to Long Island. There were in time quite a few of these babies who grew up working about the homes of the ship captains. Mr. Bunn said, I think this story is true. I do know that my grandfather used to talk a lot about it. And here we see William Bunn. He's from East Setauket. Now, my Nigerian cousin, right? So we can see, this is me, cover my face. It's my cousin. We share 9 centimorgans across one segment. He's 96% Nigerian and 4% East Nigerian, East Central. So he's 100% Nigerian, basically. So parts of the conversation with my Nigerian cousin, he says he has more matches to people in the Americas. So this is me reaching out to him. I asked him where he's from. He said, I'm from the eastern part of Nigeria and an Igbo by tribe. So nice to meet him. Does he have any other cousins? He says, yes, I have 148 matches here. And I asked him about the Americas. I was wondering if you have matched to other people in America. You see, yes, I have 149 matches here. This is my cousin, like I said, Ajiro. That's a Nigerian surname, 9 centimeters across one segment. So that all that means is that we probably share the same common ancestor from somebody in the 1700s, because it's that many generations ago that's why our DNA share is so small. So 23andMe connected me to my Igbo tribe. This means some of your ancestors may have lived in it. So this is a quote. This is from this right here. So this means some of your ancestors may have lived in this area, and you may have relatives who still live there. Well, if we go back to my cousin here, they said I might find people from that area who's Igbo. And guess what? They was right. And a lot of people ask about the scientific details, and here they go right here on the Igbo connection. Highly likely match. And again, I have a cousin who is Igbo that I found through DNA. So, to the American Aboriginal community, where is the Aboriginal Americans in history? All we see is Africans and their descendants who became the Black Americans / African Americans. So if you like the information and would like to hear more, you can follow me at Not a Coincidence on YouTube and not_A_coincidence_808 on Instagram.
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
Can I be heard? Ali Muhammad on Sarnetta yesterday. You know, all the Abos was going around claiming it as a victory. It really wasn't. It was actually horrible. So y'all see the person that we're dealing with, you know. They call him Ali Muhammad. And just to start off, we have a degree that he tried to show off on Sarnetta's one time. And the degree, as you can see, is spelt wrong. He has Bachelor of Science. I don't know what that is, but that is not how you spell science. And this is how we know it's a fake degree. This is exactly how we know. So let's watch the video of that before we even get into anything. Right? We're dealing with a guy that will show us a fake degree. So we know he's all good with the sleight of hand, with deceiving people. Because he does it all the time. He's been doing it for years. Oh, my bad.
I'm gonna say it again. A theory organizes facts.
Straw man name is not on it. Straw man name is on it. The subject that he's talking about have degrees on it. All right. This is just one of them. All right.
So everybody out there knows how to spell science, right? Y'all know how to spell science, right? So we see Ali is walking around with a fake bachelor degree of science. So this is the type of person we're dealing with.
So now, look at my name.
Now,
Let
me get that. All right. Let me hold that. I'm gonna read that.
He's claiming this loud and proud, y'all. Loud and proud.
You know, watch the video. 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 All right. So now that's.
So from this point on, he should have been discredited as any type of reputable scholar, because he's not reputable, right? He has no credibility, right? He'll show us fake science degrees. right? Just to try to prove a point. So this is the person that we're dealing with. So why wouldn't he go on Star Netters and do the same type of tactics, right? To show you half a source, paint a picture, right? So we're just gonna let this play a little bit.
Over back. So that ain't happening. Let's go.
Yeah, I know this is the toughest environment, so be careful what you run.
And if I ain't say it, peace to the chat, peace to everybody that's out there. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you share the video. Right? Peace to everybody in the building. My bad, the ice cream truck passed. But yeah, peace to everybody in the building. Make sure you share, like the video. So let's dig into this sleight of hand scholarship performed by Chief Ali Muhammad, Dr. Ali Muhammad.
Run into Ali Muhammad is like a brick wall. Go ahead, Dr. Ali. I see your screen.
All right.
There you go.
All right, there you go. All right, so now this is directly from the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database. I'm not making this up. You can go to the database. You can do whatever you want. What I'm about to do is two things. I'm going to show you that the people who were coming on slave ships were Africans and Europeans. That's important. And not only am I going to show that, I'm going to show that the same ships that were bringing some Africans here were ships that were bringing Europeans here. And that the slave trade was not race-based or ethnic-based. It was commerce-based. And so you can see right here, directly from the site, the number of Africans embarked, reported. So embarkment means you got on a ship. Now you can see how many ships are they counting or voyages. Number of slave voyages in the data set. 34,000 in 2008. They found more based on records in 2010. 34,948. In 2018, that number went up to 36,000 voyages during the time period that is being identified. So when you go down, since all of y'all talking about 10 million people was brought here and y'all making it up, no, 10 million people were on ships. Some of them were not slaves. A lot of them were not slaves. Some of them were just people coming to look for work. So let's go. Let's look at the graph. Number of Africans embarked. Embarkment means you get on a ship. In 2008, it was 8,207. In 2010, they recalculated to 8,272. In 2018, they recalculated to 8,285. So where are y'all getting this from that millions of Africans were brought here, embarked on ships and brought as slaves when the very website is not saying that?
So yeah, let's pause it there. He's saying the website is not saying that. Let's go to Slave Voyager's website then. Because he just jumped into the table, didn't even read the table. Right. So we get right on their cover page. It says the Slave Voyager's website is a collaborative digital initiative that compiles and makes publicly accessible records of the largest slave trades in history. Search these records to learn about the broad origins and forced relocations of more than 12 million African people who were sent across the Atlantic in slave ships, and hundreds of thousands who were trafficked within the Americas. Explore where they were taken, the numerous rebellions that occurred, the horrific loss of life during the voyages, the identities and nationalities of the perpetrators, and much more. All right, so he likes to go to this understanding the database tab, right? Data variables. This is where he was. So if he would have just read this sentence right here, he wouldn't even be showing that. So what does it say? It says Table 1 provides a summary of the coverage for some of the more important data variables. Some. So when they have this 8,000 down here, this is not for the total. They're just giving you an example of how these data variables are how they just showing the data variables. But it's not all of them, because it tells you right there, it's just some. So let's just think about this. If they made 36,000 voyages, right, and only 8,000 Africans, when they just said 12 million on the cover page, that should tell you right there that this isn't telling them what he's trying to make it come out to be. It's just common sense. It's some of the table. Piece of the chat, piece of the chat. Right? It's some of the tables. Right? So you got 36,000 voyages. What? Did you put a leg on one boat, an arm on the other boat? Because what he's saying just doesn't make any sense. So he's acting as if these people are double talking when they're not. Right? We can see the numbers. Right? So we can see the numbers, right? They got 10 million. Those are the ones that got off. Right? 12 million in total. They say about 10 million survived. I don't know what Ali's trying to pull, but he didn't read that sentence where it says Table 1 provides a summary of coverage for some, not all, for some of important data variables.
So when we get into the discussion, I'm going to save this slide and I'm going to pull it up for anybody who makes that statement. Now I'm going to go to my next slide. I'm going to take, I guess we could take that down, right? All right, so let me pull up my next slide. How many, didn't you hear from Elijah Muhammad that John Hawkins brought our ancestors here as slaves, right? You heard that. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at a live link of the 2 ships that John Hawkins had. All right, let's go. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen. Let me share my screen. I'm going straight live from the database. Can you tell me when y'all can see it?
We can see it. It's up.
All right, got you. All right, so let me go back to the years that would have been John Hawkins. So his first ship was around 1563. It wasn't 1555. This goes to show, just because a great man is teaching, and Elijah Muhammad is a great man, it doesn't mean that his information was accurate all the time. So let's look here. And we're gonna
he's looking for so John Hawkins ship, right? He made 3 voyages. He's looking for those ships. He's gonna find them, but those ships never came to what we call the mainland, United States of America. In the 1500s, you know, we come out of these British colonies. They didn't have any British colonies in America at that time. John Hawkins' story, yeah, it's a part of the slave trade, but when we're talking about North Americans, yeah, through the intercontinental slave trade, we might descend from some of those people that came from those first 3 ships with John Hawkins, but not necessarily. It's probably a small chance that this shit really doesn't have too much to do with us. It has to do with our story, but they're talking about, you know, the Aboriginals of America, mainland. So it has no purpose in this. I don't even know why he's showing it. It makes really no sense. It really makes no sense.
find John Hawkins' first ship, which should be right here. All right, this is it. All right, these are the ports that he went to and everything. So he left from Plymouth. But this is the name of the ship. So now when you click on this, it gives you all the data about who was on the ship. Let's go. Total embarked, 100. Total disembarked, 93. So now what we have here is 100 people coming, and then we have 7 that died. Because if they didn't disembark, what happened to them? They probably passed on the ship, right? Okay, so that's his first one. Let's go to his second one. The other one was the Jesus of Lubeck, the one that everybody always talk about. Here we go. Jesus of Lubeck, right? Let's go. Jesus of Lubeck. He stopped in Africa now in both of these. So 192 captives. He lost 8 on this ship. Now, what you also have to look at is this, sources of the data, because now you can pull this data up right here.
You know, he just messed up.
These data points and go look at where they pulled that 93 and 92 or the 100 people who got on the ship from. Where?
So he's confusing different voyages, right? The first voyage, the Jesus of Lubeck was not one of the ships. It was the Salmon, the Swallow, and the Jonas, right? Those are the 3 ships that went on the first voyage. Now he's trying to mix that in with this voyage. I think this was the second or third voyage. I'm not sure. I got the book though, but he's mixing they have nothing to do with each other. Not as far as the voyages; these are at different times. He's just playing around. He's just trying to create a scene where trying to act like slave voyage is deceiving and the sources are deceiving, but it's just really him playing with the data and the evidence.
Where did John Hawkins get these 100 people from? All right. So now this book was written 13 years after, but we have a record of the voyages. So now we're going to look at this document to see who was on the ship. Let's do it. Hold on. So I'm gonna stop this shit
Now this is the sleight of hand I'm talking about. Watch this.
here, and then go to my next document. Hold on, let me pull it up. Give me a minute. All right, so this document that I'm about to show is a document that is, discussing John Hawkins and what actually, who actually was on that ship, on those ships. Let me pull this up 1 second. Gotta go through my files. All right. So this is a screenshot from that book, page 6, where
So automatically this should be a red flag. That book is available. Why are you screenshotting it? Why? That should be a red flag right there. This is the sleight of hand shit I be talking about. Shows you a little bit of something and then creates a story behind it. When, as we're gonna see, the book tells you where they got the Negroes from.
We're talking about how many people on the ship. And let me share it. Let me share it. All right, this is page 6 from the book. And you can download this book for free. You can download all John Hawkins books for free. So here, Mr. Hawkins.
If we can get it for free, why are you screenshotting it instead of just pulling the book up? Why? So nobody can tell you, oh, scroll down or scroll up? Is that the plan? That's what it seems like. But he goes to page 6 in the book. But let's see what he said.
Hawkins took with him not above 100 men for fear of sickness and other inconveniences, whereunto men in long voyages are commonly subject. These 100 men were taken from Plymouth, England. According to the record we just showed, 93 of them were captives.
See, now there he goes. He showed you the one ship. He showed you the one ship from the first voyage. He showed you the one ship from the voyage that which one is this? Oh, that's the Jesus one.
This goes to show, just because a great man is teaching, and Elijah Muhammad is a great man, it doesn't mean that his information was accurate all the time. So let's.
So he's looking. If you look on the screen, you got the Jonas, the Swallow, the Solomon. Those are the 3 ships from the first voyage with John Hawkins, right? And I'm gonna show you in that book because he brings the book up, but he's not giving you all the information. Watch this.
Voyages are commonly subject. These 100 men were taken from Plymouth, England. According to the record we just showed, 93 of them were captives. Are y'all telling?
See, the 90, the one that showed the 92 captives, that was the good ship Jesus or Jesus of Lubeck. That's this ship. That's this ship. It's not the same ship. It's not even from the same year. Let's watch.
Everybody always talk about.
This is the sleight of hand I'll be talking about.
Jesus of Lubeck, right?
So look, this is in 1565. That first voyage is in 1563. So again, he's confusing the voyages. He doesn't even know what voyage he's in. He's showing you a ship from the second voyages, but we're talking about the first voyage. He doesn't know what he's doing. This is just, he's up there just doing anything. So as we can see, this is 1565. His first voyage is in 1563.
John Hawkins brought black people from Plymouth, England to the Americas, because now the original record has no record of any Africans on John Hawkins' ships.
All right, y'all heard him. He said the original record. He's talking about this book. Listen.
Because now the original record has no record of any Africans on John Hawkins' ships, even though we were taught by some of our scholars that he brought them. So now
let's just pause it. We could just go to the book that he has up. This is the book that he has up, y'all. This is the same page he's on, but instead what he do? He screenshot it because he doesn't want us to read it all. This is the sleight of hand stuff I'll be talking about. So one thing we gotta remember is there's 3 ships, right? So it says for which purpose there were 3 good ships immediately provided. The one called the Solomon of the brethren of 120 ton, wherein Mr. Hawkins himself went as general. The 2, the Swallow, this is the second ship, the Swallow of 100 tons, wherein went for Captain M. Thomas Hampton. And the 3rd, the Jonas, a bark of 40 tons. So we have 3 ships on this voyage, wherein the master supplied the captain's room, in which a small fleet Mr. Hawkins took with him not above 100 men, for fear of sickness and other inconveniences whereunto men in long voyage are commonly subjected. Now, he cut it off after that. Why? Because they're going to tell us this. With this company, he put off and departed from the coast of England in the month of October 1562, and in his course touched first at Tenerife, where he received friendly entertainment. From thence he passed to Sierra Leone upon the coast of Guinea, which place by the people of the country is called Tagarin, where he stayed some good time and got into his possession partly by the sword and partly by other means to the number of 300 Negroes, at least besides other merchandise. So again, those 300 Negroes, if we go and look at the ships, when we go and look at the 3 ships, we will see those 300 Negroes was split up between those 3 ships. So like I read, the first ship was the Salmon or Salmon, right? This one John Hawkins was on. Remember, we read that they took 300 Negroes, right? This is the 122 tonnage, right? So they got 100 here. The 93 survived. And as you can see, we're right in the source, page 5 to 7, where he's talking about the salmon, right? So we read, so there go 100 of them. Now, with how many they put on the Swallow? See, this is the swallow. Left for Plymouth, Sierra Leone, like we read in the book. How many they had? 100. 93 survived. Again, we're in the source. Got John Hawkins Voyages, page 5 to 7. Right, so this is the sleight of hand. Then we have the Jonas. This was the smaller ship. It was 40 tons. And still, they got 100 other slaves on it. Again, the source. John Hawkins Voyages during the reign of Henry VIII. And here you see we are in that book. Same book that Ali was using. But Ali likes to use the sleight of hand scholarship. So he's just all over the place. He's adding the Jesus and Lubeck in this when the Jesus Lubeck have nothing to do with this voice at all. He's just spinning the narrative and reinterpreting facts as they see it. Exactly, Khalil. Exactly. Everything is just misleading. Let me remind you who we're dealing with. We're dealing with somebody who would present a fake diploma, fake scholarship. I mean, it's fake your diploma on Sonetta TV. You know, he has a big platform, so he doesn't care how many people he's manipulating. He doesn't care how many people he's lying to. This is just a con game to him. He wants to seem like he's the smartest person in the room, and he will go as far as making fake documentation just to try to prove it. But we're smarter than that. Because we see the sleight of hand scholarship. We ain't no dummy. Not over here.
I'm going to do you a better one than that. I'm going to show you Africans who came here who were not considered captives and were brought by Europeans. And they were brought to St. Eustatius, which is an island in the Caribbean. St. Eustatius. And they were brought here as workers and were not listed as captives. You have some Africans listed as captives, some Africans not listed as captives, and you actually have to look at the record to see which one is which. So let's stop that screen share and go back to this record so I can show you that. Give me a sec. Let me pull it up. All right, we're going to use the ship, the Vogel Phoenix. And this was a ship that sailed in 1687. All right, and it's sailing from Europe. It landed in West Africa at St. Helena, at port of St. Helena, and its destination point was St. Eustatius. All right, if I'm pronouncing that right. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna pull up all the documents so y'all can see that there were 300, I believe, and 53 people brought on the ship. All right. Get all the documents out so you won't be able to say nothing. 363 actually, and 311 disembarked. All right, so let me pull this up so I can show you. Ain't nobody tricking nobody. It's two sources. Find the slaves on it. Find the slaves on it. Y'all find the slaves. Both of them have the whole. Ain't nobody tricking nobody. It's two sources. Find. Ain't nobody tricking nobody. It's
what y'all think? He lying, right? This nigga full of shit. You are tricking people. It's the sleight of hand scholarship. If you would have read more on John Hopkins' book, they tell you where they get the Africans from. For all the voyages. Right? So you are trying to trick people. You trying to act like they're leaving something out in the book. I just showed you they said they went to Sierra Leone and got 300 Negroes. You can go right back to the book. Look, told you got them by sword and partly by other means to the number of 300. Right? With his prayer, he sailed over the ocean, sea, into the island of Hispaniola, and arrived at the first port of Isabella. And there he had reasonable utterance of English commodities, as also of some part of his Negroes, trusting the Spaniards no further than that By his own strength, he was able still to master them. Right? From the port of Isabella, he went to Port de Plata, where he made like sails, standing always upon his guard. From thence, also he sailed to Mont Christi, another port on the north side of Hispaniola, and the last place of his touching where he had placeable traffic, and he made vent of the whole number of his Negroes, for which he received in those 3 places. He went 3 places and unloaded those Negroes in Hispaniola. But right by way of exchange, such quantity of merchandise that he did not only laid his own 3 ships with hides, ginger, sugar, and some quantities of pearls, but he freighted also 2 other hulks with Hindies, with hides and other like commodities, which he sent into Spain. So there you go. That is what he sold the Africans for. Ali is not going to read you that. He wants to act like they're leaving something out, and they're not. Knock it off, Ali.
It's 2 sources. Find the slaves on it. Find the slaves on it. Y'all find the slaves. Both of them have the whole the amount as the same. 100 people. One had 93. One had 92. Let's go. All right. So here, what we're looking at now, pull it out, is the Vogel Phoenix leaving Lissingen. All right.
Open this beer.
Landing at St. Helena, ending in the Caribbean. Daniel Whitboom is the sailor of the ship. All right. And so now what we have, when we click on this right here, we get data on the ship. All right. So let me stop that share and go to the next document. What data are we going to get on this ship? The data that we're going to get on this ship is that it's leaving. Let me go put this down.
Yo, Wisdom Show. The documents that he's reading from said they was from Africa. The document, the book that Ali brought up about John Hawkins, literally said he only showed a screenshot. I went to the book and I read past where he stopped at, and it said they got 300 Negroes from Sierra Leone, then went to Hispaniola and got rid of them in 3 different ports. The book that Ali read from said they came from Africa. This is the sleight of hand scholarship. Good looking, Cujo. This is the sleight of hand scholarship that we're talking about. That's why he only brings up screenshots. And we're going to expose this. Because when we go to the actual things he's talking about, they don't say nothing what he's saying at all. At all.
West Central Africa is stopped there. All right. Leaving Europe, stopped at St. Helena, ended here in Eustatius. I just want to see. Y'all got to see all of this. All right. Now, it stopped in Africa. Let's see how many African slaves they brought since they stopped in Africa. Because y'all called Ben Carson a lie when he said some Africans was immigrants. Y'all said he was lying. Let's test it. Let's test it. I don't think he was lying. Total embark, 363. Total disembark, 311. So you know what that means? That means that 52 people died on the ship. Where are the captives at since they stopped in West Africa? Where are the captives? Where are the captives? This is yourslavevoyages.org. Where are the captives?
So this is the funny thing that he does, right? Let me show you. So just like right here, right? We have an index. This is the index, right? This is what you call an index. They have information listed here. So he's saying just because some of the voyages, everything's not indexed. You would have to really go to the source and see about it, right? Like, we don't know who the vessel's owner is right here if we're just looking at the index, right? But he's saying captives carried from first port. So, matter of fact, let's just use this. So we could just go here to the Solomon, right? This is one of what he was just talking about with Sir John Hawkins, right? So here we have it doesn't say captives, right? They didn't index it. So what? It doesn't tell you there was men, women, right? But we have the source. So now when we go to the source like we did, the John Hawkins source, between pages 5 and 7, right? He just showed you this. We see the captives right here, because what does it say? It says and got into his possession partly by sword. So that means he captive. He some of those were captives, right? Those people that were taken by sword and by other means. And nobody just willingly became a slave. So however they got captured, they got captured. But it's telling you John Hawkins right here, by the sword, 300 Negroes, right? Where did they go? Sierra Leone, right? So when we go here and it doesn't tell us the captives, that's fine. That's why you're supposed to go to the source and read the source, Ali. You didn't read the source. That's why you're asking, well, it doesn't say captives, so how come we don't have no captives? Because it was indexed. And this is just, they put just enough information in there. You might come next week, they might index and put more information. That's just how it goes. This is the index. But when you go to the source tells the true story. So he keeps trying to make this deal. Oh, it doesn't list the captives, like just because it doesn't have the number on the index. You're not supposed to go by the index 100% anyway. You go and read the actual source. Like, this is crazy. This is really sleight of hand scholarship. Like, he's nitpicking at the smallest things that it doesn't even amount to anything at all. Amounts to nothing. When we went to the source, it told us how many captives they had, 300. And then when we go and look, they were split upon each ship, 100 each ship. Like, this is ridiculous.
Where are they? There are no captives. That means that there were Africans who voluntarily got on a ship and they had a network with Europeans to come to plantations to work as workers, not as slaves.
Did he say because it doesn't list captives right there in the index, that means that they was willingly? Did y'all hear that garbage? So this is just him making this shit up as he goes. Like, come on, man.
Got on a ship and there were Africans. There are no captives. That means that there were Africans who voluntarily got on a ship and they had a network with Europeans to come to
that shit is crazy. He really just said that and just made that up like that with no proof of anything. He didn't go into this. This is a whole nother ship. He didn't go into this ship's records and really look. No, he's just guessing like he did with John Hawkins ships. This is not no willingly thing. Like, he's lying, straight up lying, like he did when he showed everybody his scholarship. He's just lying. He's been a liar for years. Now he's making up this whole story about how these people willingly got on. No, we showed. It said John Hawkins got some of them by the sword and other means. So what if the index doesn't have them listed as captive? Read the source. Don't stop screenshotting 4 sentences and trying to fool people with the sleight of hand scholarship. Come on.
plantations to work as workers, not as slaves. Not as slaves. So you need to go and debate the Slave Voyages website, because when they put 10 million people there, those people are Europeans, Africans, some African slaves, some European slaves, some European workers, some African workers. We are allowing people to sensationalize history. We're not sensationalizing the fact that we got colonized, but we have to be able to identify the period with detail and accurate data, not with your feelings, your emotions, your ideology, your belief system. Yeah. Oh, it says slave in the heading. Show it. Show it. It lists captives when they come. Captives at the first port. Captives at the second port. Where's the numbers?
Yeah, my bad. I ain't had no sound. He keeps pointing out that ports or that they went to, right? So it was Port Isabella, Porto de Plata, and Monte Cristo. Those are the 3 ports. So when we go to the Slave Voyages website and it doesn't have the numbers indexed on these ports, oh well, this is just an index. It's just an index. But when we go to the primary source, we get the actual places that these people were sent to. It's that simple. It's really that simple. Am I sound back? Can y'all hear me now? But it's really that simple. Like he's making no sense by just denying or just trying to point out that, oh, it says no captives here. Why don't you just go read the source and it'll tell you what ports they went to. Just read the source. But no, Ali got this sleight of hand scholarship. He has a narrative to push, so he's never going to give you the full story. That's why he gave you a screenshot of page 6 of that John Hawkins book, because his whole thing is to deceive y'all. That's it.
Where's the numbers? It's literally on the screen. Where? It's not listed. Total disembark and total embark doesn't mean captives. Let me go back and show you again for the people who's slow in the back. Let's go straight to the Slave Voyages website once again to help people so they can see that there is a row for captives. This row says captives. If there were no captives on the ship, there's no number. This one had 80. These had none. So let me go back and show you again. Let me show you. Share the screen. Share the screen. Because y'all slow. And some of y'all slow. So this is the row for captives. If there are no captives, there will be nothing in the row.
That is bullshit. That's bullshit. I'm going to keep showing this. Like his first example, he started with John Hawkins. We see no captives here. We see none. But again, when we go to the actual source that Slave Voyages provides us, we can see that they went to Sierra Leone upon the coast of Guinea, which place by the people of the country is called Tagarin, where he stayed some good time and got into his possession, partly by the sword and partly by other means, to the number of 300 Negroes. Right? And the book is The Hawkins Voyages During the Reign of Henry VIII, Queen Elizabeth, and James I. Right? This is the page he provided us, where he only gave us this screenshot because he wanted to raise this question of where the captives. But guess what? The captives are on page 6, buddy. They're on page 6. They're on page 6. The page that you just screenshotted and didn't really want to show us. So stop with this bullshit. This is an index. That's it. This is just an index. They index the information so you can look up and find the shit, and then you do further research. They're not supposed to give you every single little detail on this index page. They can't do it. You have to go and read the source. Ali.
There are 80 captives on this ship. There are no captives on this ship. Let's keep going down.
So he really thinks they got all these ships here and there's no slaves on it. Like, this is craziness. This is craziness. But he doesn't click one and actually go through the methodology of clicking on the ship, looking up the source and reading the source that they provided and what the source is actually talking about. He doesn't do that. He's just going to say, look, it doesn't say any captives. It's an index. This is beyond retarded at this point. This is beyond retarded. There's no way he has a doctor. Oh yeah, he got a doctor from his school? Because he had to lie about getting one from Temple. So he created a school and gave himself a doctorate, probably. Because as we can see, this is what Ali does. He provides us with fake documents. He provides us with sleight of hand scholarship, where he's going to give you a screenshot and then beg the question, well, where are the Africans at? Well, they're on the rest of the page. That's where the Africans at. Right? Next time you want to make up fake documents, learn how to spell. Learn how to spell. Yeah, it's willfully retarded. That's a fact, Sean. He's willfully being retarded. This is crazy.
Now, let's look at the numbers. 202. 92. There are 92 captives. Where did he get these 92 captives on the Jesus of Lubeck? 92, 92, 93, 93. None. 18. None. 75, 75, 75, 75. None. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? So now let's go to this. Click on it. When they have captives and they're talking about embarkment and disembarkment, they list the number of captives. If there's embarkments and
this is all just trying to create doubt, man. That's just it. He's trying to create a scene of doubt. But like I said, if you really want to know what happened on these ships, you have to go to the sources. Like I said, this is the sleight of hand scholarship where he's just trying to create doubt. He shows you a screenshot and then begs the question. Well, like I said, the screenshot of page 6, if you to read further down, we know what ports they dropped the Negroes off to, where they came from, Sierra Leone, how many, 300. We know where they went to what? Port Isabella, Port de Plata, and Monte Cristi. This is on the first voyage, John Hawkins, that he brought up. But all you gotta do is read that one page. Can he really be that lazy?
disembarkments, and there are no captives, that means these people were not slaves. That means these people came here on contract to work. So I don't have time for the people on the slow bus. And the slow bus is the people who want their ideology to be number one. You're just like Christians, you're just like Muslims, you're just like Jews, you're just like African traditional religious people, Buddhists, or whoever who want their religion to be number one. Now, all of those people are not like that. So I'm not dissing all those people who are Christian, Muslim, Hebrews, or Jewish, or Afrocentric, or Buddhist, because some of them are fine with what they have, and they understand it's their personal belief system. You can't use DNA.
So hold on, let me move it up some to this Albert Perry stuff he was talking about. We done with the slave voyages, right? That whole thing he did, he just tried to create doubt, basically off of just them not indexing everything right. Like I said, when we go to the sources, the primary sources that they provide us, it says exactly what it says, right? So let's go to Albert Perry, and this is where things get interesting. If it wasn't interesting already, but check this out.
Now, this is Albert Perry, right? Where was he born? In Florida. And he was born in Florida in 1816. But the problem with that is Florida was Indian country at the time. And so this is his name. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with Albert Perry. If you're not, you need to go look it up. This is a part of his family line and one of his grandsons. So let's go and we can find that these people. All right. John Clyde. This is him on the census. Albert Perry right here. All right. 1880 census. He was never listed as a slave, like Jabari tried to say. Let's get it up close. Albert Perry and his family. You see Clyde right there, C-L-Y-D-E. Clyde was just right here. That's Clyde Perry, right? They all were from Florida and South Carolina. Now let's do a cross comparison between the S&Ps for Perry's family and the Africans. Here it is right in your face, bro. They don't have the same haplogroup, bro. Go find Albert Perry's family direct exact haplogroup in Africa. It's not.
So I want all y'all to look at this chart. Look at this chart. This is another screenshot. This is what he does, y'all. So I have the paper that he got this from. Let's just hear him out because he's trying to deny that they didn't find no app. He's full of shit. Watch.
Not there. It's not there. I'm showing you that.
So he's full of shit. Let's just go right to the paper. This is the paper he got it from, and this is what I'm talking about: the sleight of hand, and he's screenshotting. Does he even tell us where he got that? Does he tell us where he got this from? No. Right? He's just trying to present this. He's not explaining what the graph is saying. He's not doing anything. He's making his own rendition of what this means. Right? So let's go to the actual source. Right? It says rare African Y DNA haplogroup A00 sprouts new branches. First of all, it calls it a rare Y DNA haplogroup. African Y DNA haplogroup. Now, just to show you that it's the same thing, this is the same article. Boom. Here it goes. Here goes his screenshot right here. This is where he got it from. This is Ali's screenshot. Now, I want y'all to understand what's going on, right? This is Ali's screenshot. We see that the paper is going to call this a African Y haplogroup. Now, he's saying, he brings this up, so he read this paper, or he's seen the paper. This is the sleight of hand scholarship I'm talking about. So he read this paper, but let's just read, right? Right in 2012, the great grandson of Albert Perry, a man born into slavery. Remember, he just said he wasn't. His family, who did the genealogy, I think her name was Jacqueline Adams. She's the one that was doing everything. She's the family genealogist. She has the records that says he was enslaved. So he's full of shit. Tested his Y DNA, and the results was groundbreaking discovery of haplogroup A00, a very rare ancient branch of the Y tree found in Africa. The results were announced at Family Tree DNA Conference 2012 and published the following year. Right? Mind you, this is his source. This is where he got the screenshot from. Early Y DNA tree dating was imprecise at best. As the tree expands and additional branches are added, our understanding of the Y tree structure, the movement of peoples and evolution of the branches is enhanced. In 2015, two Embo people from Cameroon tested as described in the paper by Karim et al. So let's look at this graph, right? Because this graph was also, he could have screenshotted this. Let me see. He could have screenshotted this. Why he didn't take a screenshot of this? Right? Because what does it tell you? They got Y Adam, right? Then the rest of mankind coming off of that. So we got the AL10, which everybody else, the Y haplogroups come off of that, where you get the Khoisan and everybody else, right? And then we go back down to A00. So the one they found A00 ancient from an individual in Sri Lanka in 2022, Cameroon. Now these is from 3,000 and 8,000 children, 3,000 to 8,000 year old children that they found in Cameroon that tested for the A00. So they lived 3,000 to 8,000 years ago. And then we have the A00, right, coming off the same branch, because he said they're not connected, coming off the same branch. This is the source he was using. This is a sleight of hand scholarship. And we have a 2015, another Cameroon person, right? 15. And then 2018, they found another branch that descends off of that from Cameroon, general population. This is 2018. And then they saying that Albert Perry descends off of these Cameroon branches, right? This is easy. This is easy to read. We got Albert Perry's grandson, Albert Perry. They put them here under these Cameroon people, saying that it descends from those. Right. So he's already lying there. Right. It says in 2018, a paper by the Atasanto sequenced 104 living males, including a male from Cameroon, which added branch AL 1149. In 2020, the paper by Lipsman found an ancient branch of A00, subsequently named AL 1087, that was added above A00, dating between 3,000 and 8,000 years ago, and believed to have been found among the remains of Bantu speakers. Right? And which one was that? Oh, the ancient individuals right here. Right? Those are the ancient individuals. But let's go down to where his graph is. All right, so let's read from here. It says, what about Albert Perry's grandson, Y-DNA? The Y-DNA of Albert Perry's grandson had never been NGS sequenced with either the Big Y500 or the current Big Y700. NGS technology or Y-DNA wasn't yet available at the time. This is in 2012. Is there more information to be gleaned from his DNA? Recently, Albert Perry's great-grandson DNA was upgraded to the Big Y700, and two other descendants of Albert Perry was tested at the Big Y700 level as well. The original 2020 test of Albert Perry's grandson added branch AL 1100, and Albert's great-great-great-great-grandson split his branch once again by adding branch AFT 272432. The haplogroup A tree shows the new structure, right? So there's nowhere in here where it says that that Albert Perry doesn't descend from these people from Africa. Nowhere in this. That's not what this shit is saying. The whole paper is saying that it comes from Africa. The whole paper. Right? He doesn't know. I'm pretty sure he knows what he's talking about, but he knows that he's lying. That's what I mean. He knows that he's lying. Because we seen the screenshot. It's right here. We went to the paper he got the screenshot from, and it doesn't say that that Y haplogroup branch started in America. Nowhere, no how. This shit is just terrible. I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. I want to show one more thing he did. Which was the thing with the Yamasi.
And I ain't waiting on no link to drop, man. I'm just deep on my way into this joint, bro. I ain't dealing with this, bro. Hold on, you mean to tell me that in his presentation,
yeah,
you telling me that he didn't professionally put his slides together? Because that's in his book. You know that, right?
Oh, that graph is in his book? This?
Bro, what you're looking at is a PDF version of his book.
Oh,
that's what he's showing on Sinetta.
Yeah, book. We are get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Sean,
Look.
he got that from here. He got that from here.
That's in his book, bro. That's not the source.
You see the title?
Yeah. No. I'm with you. What I'm saying to you is when he was presenting information, that he didn't go to the site, bro. Go back to his video. Go back to his video.
Mm-hmm.
You see how that looks in there? Look above that.
Yeah, I see it. I see it now. Now I see what you're talking about.
That's a book, bro.
Yeah, it says it at top. We are
Come
indigenous.
Right, exactly. Bingo. That's the PDF version of his book, and he put that in there.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Cherry picking.
Yeah, but it's not even
Hey,
good.
yo, that's plagiarism. That's plagiarism. That's cold plagiarism. Dane couldn't even get away with that, bro.
This is crazy.
Man, we ain't dropping no link, Gullah. I just deboed my way on here, bro.
I'm about to drop the link.
I put the strap on him. I put the strap on him. So drop the link, bro. I had his favorite kid. You know what I'm saying? He had to give me the link. I had his favorite kid. Nah, man. All seriousness, this is pathetic.
Pathetic, for real.
All right, I'm gonna mute out, bro. I'm still working for another hour and 45, but I ain't making no money, so I'm pissed off. Somebody's gonna get this smoke.
Somebody gonna hold on. I got a phone.
Yeah,
Keep him.
yeah, no diddy. Yo, Gullah, you gotta hold it down, bro.
Peace to you, yo. Don't be working for free, man. Don't be doing that.
Bro. I'm snapping right now, bro. That's 'cause I feel like I'm working for free, bro.
I feel you. Peace to you, Nat. What up with you, bro?
He just stepped away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, this shit crazy. Yo. Good look on y'all having the patience to goddamn deal with this shit, man. I couldn't make it through 4 minutes in that damn live stream. What was yesterday? The day before?
Yeah, the only reason I can make it through this is because it's not a coincidence. It's just me and him and you. I can't make it through this if I was on that panel.
Nah, man. Then you got all the cheerleading and ad-lib and the sidekick. What up, Richmond? River City? What's happening, man?
Big up Virginia, what's going on, shouty?
What's happening, man? Yeah, you too, bro. I'm gonna throw you in that congratulations I was just doing, bro. Cause what I did this morning, fire with the information and whatnot. And then again, you feel me? Round 2.
Yeah,
so, yeah, man.
Hey, dude, he got to come back on Chris' show and apologize, bro. He got to accept his blackness.
Hey,
No, he game, bro.
You did good though, man. You didn't go off like I had time to expect you to. For real.
Yeah, but just
What was you saying, bro? You got cut out, Sean.
Yeah, you cut out.
Yo, peace, Gullah. Big up, Virginia.
Big up, Virginia.
What's happening
yeah,
now?
I don't want to change this topic, bro. I don't want to change the topic.
For sure.
Nah, this is the last thing. Last thing I'm gonna go over real quick, right? Just to
Read
show
this what I'm putting in the back chat. Read this what I'm putting in the back chat. Just give me a second. I'm gonna type it all out, and I want y'all to read this shit. Go ahead,
the sleight of hand bullshit that we going through. You know, dealing with people. You know, we should expect that when they do shit like this, right? We should expect that they're not going to tell us the truth, right? So here we go. Let's go back to the video. This is where he's going to talk about the Yamasee, but he does something real weird for a doctor.
This is where I wanted to be at right here. All right. This source right here was from a 1913 commission, and you can see it right here, hearings before the Joint Commission of the Congress of the United States. This is the Congress. These are people who tax your ass. 63rd Congress to investigate Indian affairs.
Well, this is crazy. He's putting this shit in his book. You see how he got all this stuff like scribbled out? There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
The entire investigation.
What you say, Cujo?
I said it's terrible, man. It really bothered me because I know he's lying. He just lying.
Oh, he really lying.
Yeah, because
that's why.
I mean,
that's why he got it scribbled out like that.
It's crazy, man.
Well, hold on. Let's run through this real quick.
Investigation was about what?
You gotta let him bury himself. So let's go.
Let's bring it up. Investigating the Yamasee to find out who they were. And then what did they say?
Yo, look, even right here it says is the fact that African, like he's trying to cover up all this stuff, right? all this stuff. So we're gonna go and read exactly what he's trying to cover up.
Say, what does this say? Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up.
So look, he got stuff covered, right? Let's blow it up. Let's let him read it, and then we're gonna read the part that he has covered up, and we'll see if we get a different understanding.
Man, excellent.
What does that say right?
What he said?
Excellent breakdown, son. Respect.
Yeah. Like this is the sleight of hand bullshit. Like Sean he put me on. I didn't realize that this was his book, but he actually puts this stuff in his book. Like you got a source that you scribbled all over, right? But you're trying to portray this as some type of truth. Like this is crazy. This is crazy.
Right there. The Yamasee Indians were Negroes. This is the same Yamasee.
So look, you see Sister Freedom, she like, boom.
Indians were Negroes. This is the same Yamasee that fought against the South Carolina colony in the War of the Yamasee of 1712. That is one tribe that is in American history in Georgia and South Carolina that he asked for a name, Yamasee. That's one. I got over.
All right, Ali, let's just stop him then, right? This is terrible, Ali. So what part is he at? He's at a most peculiar thing. So let's find that, right?
Hey,
So
it's Yamasee too. That's how they pronounce it. They pronounce Yamasee. For the record, just put it out there.
So as we can see, right, we're in the same book, right? Where we at? And this isn't nothing new because A1 shows this source, Aboriginal Power shows this source, and they need to get rid of this shit. What's the part I'm looking for? Oh, here we go. So this is all the stuff he had covered up. You see, a most peculiar thing is the Quattro Freg's in his book on the human race asserts that the fact the African lived on these islands long before discovery of America by Christopher Columbus. He is high authority, and he says now this is what he read. The Yamasee Indians were Negroes, but if we keep reading, what were known afterwards as the fiercest of the Indian tribes of the South, the well-known Yamasee Indians were Africans. This is what his source said. This is what his source said. Right? Now, when we go back to him, look, he has that part scribbled out, African, where it says the well-known Yamasee Indians were Africans. He just so happily has it scribbled out. This is the sleight of hand scholarship that I'm talking about. This is the bullshit. This is the shit that we expect from, these snake oil salesmen, the grifters, people who do shit like this will also.
He's making money. That's what we have to understand. He's just making money. It doesn't matter. It ain't about the truth. It ain't about helping people. It ain't about us establishing some type of solidarity amongst ourselves. He's an enemy to any type of solidarity because he's lying. He's doing it to make money. It's that simple.
That's it.
That's a fact, yo.
But y'all, damn, I gotta go run to the door real quick. Okay, y'all got it.
But now I wanted to throw something at you because that's some New York nigga shit, though. Just put it out there.
Let me share something real quick while you do. All right, cool. Boom. So right here, the Irish slave mill. This is something that Ali was talking about. What did he say? The Jamaicans, the black Jamaicans was enslaving the white Irish people in Jamaica or whatever. And as soon as he said it, that's when I first joined the chat. And I was like, yo, that's a clan talking point. And as you see, the Irish slave myth. Irish slave myth is a French pseudo-historical narrative that conflates the penal transportation and indentured servitude of Irish people during the 17th and 18th century with the hereditary chattel slavery experienced by the forebears of the African diaspora. Some white nationalists and others who want to minimize the effects of hereditary chattel slavery on Africans and their descendants have used this false equivalence to deny racism against African Americans, who claim that the African Americans are too vocal in seeking justice for historical grievances, right? I.e., reparations. It also can hide the facts around Irish involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. The myth has been in circulation since at least the 1990s and has been disseminated in online memes and social media debates, i.e., Ali Muhammad. According to historians Jerome S. Handler and Matthew C. Riley, it is misleading, if not erroneous, to apply the term slave to Irish, or matter of fact, to apply the term slave or Slav, right, to the Irish and other indentured servants in early Barbados. In 2016, academics and Irish historians wrote to condemn the myth. So you got even Irish historians condemning the myth as well, right? Let me hear these. Cromwell, right? 1649. What another talking point? Irish slaves were treated worse than the African slaves. Irish women were forced to reproduce, right? All this BS, right? All these different talking points. They used the whole photographs of Holocaust. These are like mainly the clan members and whatnot. We hear these talking points, but not the specific same point for point from the people like Muhammad. From Ali Muhammad and whatnot. But yeah, I just want to share that real quick.
That's some white folk shit, and they just repeating white folk. They repeating white apologetics basically.
Mm-hmm.
And you
That's
know
what
what I'm
I'm
saying? They
saying.
straight up just repeating that bullshit, man. Look, I remember in '93 when the white dude first came to me with that Irish shit. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I went at it then because I knew I had never seen anything that substantiated the claim. You know, so the shit he was talking, it's like I should have came across it. If it actually happened, I should have came across it. So I was against it then. And then, I was edified later when, the information came on how erroneous the claim was. But for a black person to claim that, to use right-wing talking points to try to win an argument is disingenuous. And again, it goes against us having some type of solidarity because you just want to promote this bullshit as if we just, some of us weren't this and some of us were already here and all that gay ass nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Big up, nigga. We come from Maryland, Virginia, South Carolina primarily. You know what I'm saying? We all have roots in those places. That's what we are as a people. It's just that simple, man.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
But Gullah, you brought up a good point about that. Let's listen to that part where he brings that up because let's listen to him because he says, look, I'm gonna show you that black people was owning white slaves, right? That's what he says. That's his claim. But then when he reads, it doesn't say that.
At all, man. This shit.
It doesn't say it at all. He actually uses. I guess he doesn't know what derided means. And if you don't, it's fine. We read stuff all the time. Don't know.
Well, he don't know how to spell science.
Look it up. Yeah, he don't know how to spell science. Right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, let's listen to him read this and what his claim is, and just show why he didn't even get that from that book. It doesn't even say that what he's trying to say. Not at that part, but check it out.
In Jamaica. Let's see. Here we go. Stop that screen share. I'm gonna go to the next page. All right, so this is a clip from the book. You can open the book and read it. All right, so I need that shared. You see it, Sha? There we go. Thank you, sir.
Hit that like button, y'all.
All right. So here, let's highlight it. Right here. This section right here. Thomas Povey, an English merchant with extensive British West Indian investments, wrote in 1658 that the majority of the Irish servants in Barbados and St. Christopher had been transported by the English state for treason. So now we're in Barbados and St. Christopher. John Scott, an English adventurer, visited the British West Indies and witnessed Irish servants working in fields without stockings under the scorching sun. This is a quote. They were derided by the Negroes and branded with the epithet of white slaves. So here is how the slave trade actually took place. Matter of fact, let me give you one more source.
So he's taking that word derided as to mean like they owned them or sold them or something. When derided just means that they ridiculed them. So the black people was making fun of the white people who couldn't stand.
Can you put that definition on the screen?
Yeah. Black people.
So the people know you ain't making it up. Not to see.
Yes, fact. So the black people was making fun of the white people who was basically getting sunburned. That's it. It don't mean nothing about means nothing about they owning them or anything like that. I don't know where he got that from. Right?
Are you
Real
serious?
quick.
I didn't get that at first when you first said it. He tried to make deride me. What?
So check this though.
Wow.
What's another name?
That's why I asked him to put it on the screen, the definition.
Yeah, for
Good
sure.
job.
When he was talking about the whole burnt Irish people, what's another name for them? If you in America, we're gonna call them rednecks. If you in Jamaica, you're gonna call them a red leg. It's the same.
Mm-hmm.
Shit crazy.
Or if you're over there in Europe, you might call them swarthy.
In the 1600s, there weren't even that many Irish in Virginia. I mean, they were minority, even amongst the white folks. They weren't that many.
No, but this goes back into the whole Irish myth though. We already dealt with
Yeah,
you.
no, I mean, I just hate that shit, son.
No, but this goes back into the whole
I get it.
Irish myth. We've been fighting pseudo all day.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention all the
Like Gullah
rebellions.
said, even the Irish historians,
Yeah.
don't they say that it wasn't no slavery. Like, come on, man.
Somebody got somebody playing in the background. You got on the
Cool
TV.
Joe.
God damn, you said that with too much goddamn confidence, Sean.
You do.
We already know. We already know.
It was Cool Joe.
Yeah, so
man.
lucky he got a debate coming up. Hopefully that shit falls through with truth about basically Abos pushing this white supremacy doctrine. You know what I'm saying?
And look,
He
big up the
said-
truth. R.I.P. to his family. I seen that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's.
You seen it? You confirmed it?
I mean,
Nah,
if it is what it is, I mean,
I seen a
I
post
hope
he made
nobody's
on
lying about that.
I seen a post.
You seen his facts?
I seen a post he made on Instagram about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Dang, yeah, sorry to hear that, man. I ain't gonna kick him while you're down.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you a week.
Yeah, true.
But I'm gonna kick you in a week though, truth. I'm just letting you know that.
Yeah, we
You getting
send
kicked in a
back
week.
minute, but we respect that.
What I
Yeah,
just
we send
missed.
our condolences, brother.
Yeah, you need some flowers or something, bro? Send us the address.
No doubt.
For the
I'll put
funeral.
up on something. Y'all want to do something?
Yeah, bro. I ain't being funny. I'm being for real. You know what I mean? Condolences to the family and shit. Ain't that, we argue all the time, but that's still respect.
That's African. We African niggas. You know what I'm saying? We got to do some African shit sometimes.
But he getting cussed out when he get back, though. I'm just letting you know that.
Yeah, nobody will hear that bullshit.
I'm
The cussing is up.
You know what it is with me. About none of that.
Me neither, but I'm just being respectful.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I've seen that shit, man. Nigga
Kimbo, you're correct. Yo,
Get him out of coincidence. Get him, son. Let's go. Bring that
hey, did you tag Ali in this video, bro? Dang, no, you didn't.
Hey, Sean, you know he not gonna fuck with a nigga because it's about money, son. At this point,
Not a C scared of Ali Muhammad, y'all.
I tag him in there all my
You better not be.
I be tagging
I'm gonna jump a turnstile on your ass, nigga. I'm gonna jump a turnstile.
I can't even say that with a straight face, bro.
I can still jump a turnstile, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Don't get caught, man. Them niggas be hiding. They be
Yeah, I know. I seen this shit on this joke different now. I remember when I was up there. That shit, you could run through it. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? You could run.
Look at Lucky.
So listen, they'll let a motherfucker get killed in that subway, but you hop the turnstile, they're gonna get your ass.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell now. I never did it. I paid the fare. I wasn't trying to be like the natives. You know what I'm saying? When I was up there, I wasn't used to the rats, dog. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't used to seeing rats like that, Shad.
Dude, I still ain't used to them motherfuckers.
For real, man. Hey,
But
tell
this
them, Gullah.
is
We
really
see
in
you
that.
might see a rat. You might see a rat. You might, especially if you close to the river, you might see a rat. But you ain't gonna see no rat just looking like squirrels and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now I was in Harlem Saturday. Them jumps look like squirrels. I couldn't believe it. And niggas act like it wasn't a big deal. I was amazed at y'all, honestly. Y'all got some perseverance.
Yo, it is what it is, man.
I know it's that. I just be fucking with you.
I do. I ain't got no control of the.
I don't think people realize how extreme it is. I'm serious because it's nothing like it. Like if you get away from it and you see, it'll be amazing to you. You know what I'm saying? Because when I went up there, I was amazed.
I don't think they can ever get rid of it.
You can't. It means too many creeks and crevices for them to live.
Exactly. Too
You know
many construction sites. It's just too
And you
much.
know what? That's proof of old world trade because rats aren't native to the United States. I mean, to the North
I didn't
American
know that.
period.
I
Yet,
didn't know.
no, rats are not native. They came on those ships, and we have roughly 10 million of them in New York. Straight up, and they all are.
How you
They
doing that number?
are.
How you doing that number, Cujo? You doing the wrong research, Cujo.
I mean, I know. I mean, I'm like a neat fat ass nigga. Like I can win trivia pursuit, trivia contests in the white people bars and shit. I used to do that shit just to get money. You know what I'm saying? Go to their bars and do a little trivia thing. And they always try to steer it away from sports because they think I know sports, but really I don't know baseball. But I know football and basketball. I don't know baseball. Try to steer it away from sports, and then I always win because they'll put it to the Bible or some bullshit, or history or something. They don't think a nigga know it. I always win. For real, I don't win like $400-500 for real.
Who got Lotus blocked? You talking about Lotus unblocked me? Who blocked you?
Block his black ass.
Ain't nobody blocked. I just recently
He's
unblocked
not a
everybody.
real person, bro.
He's not a real person.
He's not a real person. He's not, man. He's not. Oh, it's California shit. Knowing his family's from Arkansas or fucking Mississippi. Ain't no question. That's where them niggas from. You know what I'm saying? Like I was in the army. Them niggas just like them niggas in Mississippi or something. Straight up. Yeah, but now rats are not indigenous to the United States. They're an invasive species. They kill millions of birds and shit. They used to live here the whole night. And 10 million of them live in New York. Just for the, put it out there.
Right, that's
brown.
You got it. You got it, Cujo.
Nah, I mean they down here too. I ain't fucking around. They
So
down.
what did we miss from the Ali presentation that we really didn't cover? Because I know Chris went over a lot. I did some.
Now you did the thing. You bought that. That was the thing. That's that when the slave origins thing. That's the only thing that someone looking at it that might not know anything about. Like
Yo, Cujo.
8,000 people.
Cujo.
Yo, yes,
Peace, Mika.
Not a coincidence. Got a pet rat, bro. You ain't heard him? But he even barked like a dog, bro. That's why they so used to him up there. He keep him on the patio, bro. Real. Show him. Not a coincidence. They think I'm lying.
Sean bullshit. Sean. On the panel, man.
Oh yeah,
him, True Story, and Alan, bro. And
they was
Garfield
talking
too.
about the niggas. They was talking about like people descended from Pocahontas and all that shit. And
that's crazy. No, they don't.
They was like no, she was like John Smith. No, it's actually John Ross. And yeah, they do exist here. They still live here in Virginia, and they do claim to have descendancy from her. But they white folk. They white folk. Like straight up, they white folk. They still got power. They still got money here. They married into the Berkeleys. You know what I'm saying? That was the general when the Berkeley people was the general when Bacon's Rebellion happened. That's how long they've been here. They still got money. They still got money. Berkeley Plantation is huge.
Big up Ali Muhammad.
Yeah, man, that nigga's a clown.
Peace. What's going on out there, man? Been on live, what? Hey, oh damn, almost 9 hours. I did my whole work shift. But yeah, I think I'm gonna end it here. I'm gonna try to come back to an open panel later. Well, so I'll catch y'all later, man. Peace. Appreciate everybody pulling up.
Thank you for sharing this night. Thank you. God bless you. Good night.